in the panel. So I'll open the floor to just 5 people, if we can do a quick recap of what happened yesterday. Somebody from MUST, maybe recap for us what happened in the breakaway sessions. All right, we do not have MUST in the house. Chanko, University of Malawi. Clearly, it is the college that God loves the most, because we still maintain the University of Malawi aspect, while our friends, the Polytechnic, had to become MOBAS. Anybody from Poly?
Yes, but I would like to leak up on what happened in here and not in the breakaway session.
Sorry?
I'm saying I would like to recap on what happened in here and not in the breakaway session.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Grace Gausi. In my 3rd year doing information systems at Bole. And aside from that, I'm also taking an online course with CyberSelf Foundation. It's an organization from Nigeria. It has this initiative called Cyber Girls Fellowship, where it trains girls in cybersecurity courses. It's free. And yeah, I would like to give a big shout out to them, because they've taken that step in bridging the gender gap. So I learned a lot of things yesterday, but one thing stood out for me, and it really resonated well with my own way of thinking, and it had to do with computers. So I would like to say, first of all, that I strongly believe that in any domain where intelligence is the primary determinant of success, men and women are equally likely to succeed, because on average, according to statistics, we share same IQ levels. And so because of that, I believe that both men and women are equally likely to succeed. Of course, there are other fields where men have like advantage over women. Like for example, fields that require physical strength, because on average, men are usually stronger than women. And there are also other fields where women also have an advantage over men because of our inherent differences. But I consider IT to not be one of those fields, because it's usually just cognitive. So yes, the field is more dominated, and yes, a lot of social factors contribute to that. But at the end of the day, we should also acknowledge that these men who are like successful in IT, they work hard. They didn't just wake up one day and decided to pursue IT, and because they they succeeded. No, they work hard. It takes hard work, it takes passion, it takes dedication, continuous learning, because this is in fact a very dynamic field. And us as women, we should also strive to do that. We should not seek to be favored, but instead, we should seek to compete. Yes, there are a lot of factors that work against us, and we probably have to work a bit harder because of that. But at the end of the day, if we're going to bridge the gap, it should be on merit basis, and we should not fill the gap with a bunch of incompetent people. Thank you.
Thank you for summarizing what we had spoken about, the competence as women. We do not want to be awarded things simply because we are women. We want to earn them because we know we can. So thank you for summarizing. Anybody else to give a quick recap of? Yes, I see you.
My name is Esther Josie from African Bible College, studying mass communication. One thing that I remember about yesterday, we're actually taught to be mindful of what we post, and we shouldn't be posting too much information. By doing so, we're giving room for cyber crimes and harassment. Thank you.
Yes, we did. We talked about sharing too much information online. We need to be mindful of what we are sharing. Somebody else to recap, the last person? Oh, okay. Let's see. I'll take you first. One in the back and the two. Just in a few seconds, recap.
My name is Innocencia Zuze. I'm an innovator and a fifth-year student at DMI. What I learned yesterday, I caught from Kate. She said that most of our problems start and end in our mind. So if we've won in our mind, definitely on the field we're going to win. And if we've lost in our mind, definitely on the field we're also going to lose, because our mind is the strongest thing that we have. Thank you.
There was a hand at the back.
Hi. My name is Faith Kujaliwa. I'm a student from African Bible College. Yesterday we had a very motivational and inspiring career talk at the breakout session, and we also learned how to present ourselves in interviews and how to write our CVs. Thank you.
Yes, please.
My name is Rosina Mrongodi. Yesterday we learned about sexual harassment, and I have a question. So my question is, for someone who has been harassed and then that person still want to maintain the relationship, like the good relationship with the colleagues, but she also want to report whatever has been happening. So how can she do it? Like, how can she approach to those people who can help her so that she should still maintain her relationship with the colleagues, even with the boss? How can that be happening? For her not to lose her job or not to make other colleagues to talk about her.
All right. Okay. I guess we are back to talking about sexual harassment in the workplace and how best to handle that one. Yesterday, I think we did touch on it, and I think one of the speakers had highlighted that sometimes it can be a double-edged sword, where you do report and then you get a consequence, or you do report and then you get help. But the most thing that had stood out was, one, as women, we need to also join the fight in beating the drum when a colleague has been harassed in our workspaces. We need to come up with policies. The senior management that is in this room, we need to come up with policies at work that are going to protect the victim and not victimize the victim. But I think the most important thing was to report this action. And I remember somebody talked about the ombudsman. She had said, if you feel like you're not being assisted, you've reported you're not being assisted, then you can as well report to the ombudsman. I am not sure if I see Habiba in the room. We have Judge Zonetaba, if she wants to comment on this one.
Good morning. In terms of sexual harassment, I think one thing you need to also realize is what is available in your space. If it's a workspace, do you have policies that deal with sexual harassment in terms of how you can report it? If it is not, if you don't have policies, the issue is to approach HR on how to approach it, on how to get that complaint done. Because whether you like it or not, that means the space you're in is not a self-working space. If it's a school, then it means it's not a safe school. So the systems and structures internally should be first approached. If they are not, you do have legal remedies that you can go to. Malawi Human Rights Commission does deal with sexual harassment because under the Gender Equality Act, they are the ones who are versed in that, so they can inquire and make a public inquiry onto that, and then not a public inquiry if it's not a huge thing, but an inquiry into the sexual harassment and provide remedies for you. If not, you have the right to sue, which is something that's also available to you. So access to justice means you have the right to approach a court and say, look, I was sexually harassed by this person. and then you bring the suit against that person. And if it's an institution or a school that did not assist, you can add them on as a party to that claim that says, look, the environment, they contributed to the sexual harassment as well. So those are the issues. Yeah, so, and also there would be a criminal aspect. It depends on how much the harassment is, because it can be assault, depending on what it was. It can be indecent assault, depending on the issue. So all parameters are available. The issue is to know where to start and who to approach for those particular issues. Yeah.
And we do have a panel. I think she will discuss it further in this panel this morning. Let us close our recap for yesterday. I was hoping somebody would point out we had Tokozani, Angela, and Kate inspiring us to take up leadership roles, where Angela had said it's okay to be vulnerable as well, and where Kate inspired us that somebody saw potential in her, and she didn't take the normal route to going to the University of Malawi, but she still made it. And we had Tokozani as well telling us that we might have moments, but we need to balance. I read somewhere that we are a generation of women that were told we could do anything. But somehow we heard that we should do everything. So sometimes we need to know what we can do and what we can't do, because Tokozani yesterday had said we need to be able to prioritize what we need to prioritize at a certain time and have a support system in place. So I hope that we do not take on every single thing at the same time. You can't be everything to everyone at the same time. Akuzike, the floor is yours for the first presentation. Soon after that, we'll get into the presentation by Airtel, and then we'll open the floor to questions. Yesterday we had MUST, so if you have questions for MUST, Akuzike, and Airtel, then you ask them all after Airtel's presentation.
Thank you, Leme. Good morning. I'm Aguzike Banda from the University of Malawi, and I'll be presenting on women in cybersecurity, a global perspective. So I'll take you through an introduction where we'll look at what cybersecurity is and the job market in cybersecurity. Then we'll look at a global perspective on women in cybersecurity. Then we'll also look at the significance of our participation in this field of cybersecurity, and then we'll have our conclusion. So I know this is day 3. We have been talking about cybersecurity from day 1, but I still thought that it would be nice for us to still look at one of the definitions that are there. So cybersecurity can be defined as the practice of protecting computers, systems, mobile devices, networks, sensitive data from digital attacks. And these attacks aim at some of these 3 things. They aim at accessing, changing or destroying our sensitive information. They aim at interrupting normal business processes for organizations and companies. And they also aim at extorting money from users. So these would be the users of either the computers, the mobile devices, networks, users of all of those things and networks. So in this case, the users would either be individuals or they would be organizations. So these attacks affect like the whole world, but then we can see that in Africa, we also have a large burden. So as we can see in 2017, the burden of these cyber crimes they cost 3.5 billion of the African economy. So this was in 2017. By then, most people being in Africa were not able to, didn't have access to things like mobile money, they didn't have bank accounts, they didn't have cell phones. And now we know that with all of these things, it means that the figures of people who are affected by cyber crimes are higher, which means that what cybercrime is costing us currently in Africa has to be higher than the figure that we have there. So by just looking at this, we can already see that there really is opportunity in cybercrime for us to go and provide solutions. So there was a quote by Bull and Tokes: cybercrime is shifting towards the emerging economies. This is where the cyber criminals believe the low-hanging fruit is. So these cyber criminals believe that it is easier to trick people from our economies, from the emerging economies, from the countries that are developing currently, like Malawi. So this means we are more of a target than people outside there. So I know that we've been saying that most of the victims would be people from the village, people who are not well informed, but then we would be surprised to know that even some of us here in this room, or people who are of our caliber, have also been affected by these cyber crimes. So the group that is vulnerable is really big. Okay, and then we'll look at the cybersecurity job market. So cybersecurity professionals are one of the professionals that are highly desired all over the world. So because of the need that is there, because of how sophisticated cybercrime is, there's the kind of low-level examples that were being given yesterday, like through Facebook, through phone calls, all that, but then there are also some other ways, some other sophisticated ways. So because of how huge how these cyber crimes are, the cybersecurity professionals are on high demand all over the world. So it is estimated that there is a shortfall of 3.5 million people in the cybersecurity professionals. So this was based on the US Bureau of Labor Statistics in 2022. So the shortfall that was there, we can see that it's really big. And there was a survey that was carried out, and from that survey, they saw that companies have trouble filling cybersecurity roles, and they also have trouble retaining those talent. So whenever they have an application, a call for application for cybersecurity roles, they would have less people applying for those roles because most people are not qualified. And even after those people get into those roles, they would end up leaving earlier. So we have the figure which is showing us the ease of finding people. So the section for the ease of finding people is only 8%, while we can see that it is more difficult to be able to find these cybersecurity professionals. So the cybersecurity market is already big right now, but then it is also expected to keep growing. And by 2027, the global cybersecurity market is expected to reach 403 billion. So we can really see that there's space in cybersecurity to accommodate most of the people who are looking for employment. Okay, and now we'll look at women in cybersecurity. So women are highly underrepresented in this field of cybersecurity. So women globally account for 25% of the professionals. So this is on average. In some countries and in some regions, it would be way lower, while in some it would be higher. And the range is like from 24 to 25%. In some publications, 24% is indicated. So this lack of representation of women in this cybersecurity space can negatively affect the cybersecurity industry. So although we are saying that the percentage of women in cybersecurity is low, but we have still seen an increase in the participation of women over the years. So in 2011, we had 10% of women participating in cybersecurity, and then it has increased over the years. Now, in 2022-23, it's around 25%, and it is projected to even get to 30% in 2025 and 35% in 2030. So these are just projections. For us to be able to get these figures, it is up to us women to be able to start training ourselves to be able to fill up those roles that are there. Okay, so here we have figures on cybersecurity from the US Census in 2021. So in the whole labor workforce in USA, we have 50% as females. But then from that 50%, we have 27% in STEM. And from that 27%, only 25% are in cybersecurity. So we can really see that the gap is there, especially in cybersecurity. In the other areas, the figures are better on women participation, but then in cybersecurity, the figures are quite low. And looking at females in different continents, so here we are comparing participation of women in cybersecurity versus the whole labor force in those continents. So we can see that in all of the continents, they are really low. So based on this figure, we have USA and Australia having larger percentages. And for the lowest, we have Sub-Saharan, we have Middle East and North America, European Union, and Sub-Saharan Africa. And we also compared, there were also some other reports that compared participation of female cybersecurity, of females in cybersecurity versus men. So this was from 2017. We can see that from the previous figure, we have a little bit higher numbers because now a little bit more women have been able to go into cybersecurity. But then in 2017, this is what we had. In North America, 14% of women were participating in cybersecurity. And then in Middle East, it was still 5%. Africa, it was still 9%. So from this, we can see that in Africa, there isn't much improvement. So we have these small figures participating in cybersecurity, but then for the managerial roles, the figures are even lower. So women are further unrepresented in managerial and in leadership positions in cybersecurity. So we have only 14% chief information officers as females in the US in Fortune 500 companies. So these are large companies in the US. So based in these companies, there was a survey that was carried out, and they found that there were only 14% of these that had female chief information officers. And they also had that less than 1/3 of their leadership roles were filled by women in some other US major technological companies. So for the 500 Fortune companies, this would be just any other companies that are very large. But then when we look at the women who are in leading roles in technological setups, the figures are even lower, as we can see. And these figures on women participation are even lower in some parts, like in the Middle East. You would find that in some places there is even almost no presence of females in cybersecurity roles in senior and executive leadership. So the gap is really there, not only in Malawi. So based on another survey that was carried out, they found that in most of the senior roles that women would be found in would be marketing, or roles that are known as people roles, where you have to be meeting people, where you have to interact with people. Okay, so like in customer facing, finance and administrative positions. So these were the roles where females filled positions. So we can see that the gap is very large. So one question that we had to ask ourselves is why is it significant for females to participate in cybersecurity? So we have a number of reasons. One of them is that the cybersecurity field is facing a huge skills shortage. So as we have seen, there is room for everyone in cybersecurity. And women represent almost half of the population. So by being part of the population, it means that we are part of the solution. We can be able to be part of the solution to the problem of shortage of skills in cybersecurity. And the other reason why our participation as women is important in cybersecurity is because of the underrepresentation and underutilization of female talent. So this hinders the development. So you would find that, especially in the leadership roles, in the management roles, or can you go back to the previous? You would find that if in the leading roles there are only men, we won't be represented as women. Our thoughts, our problems that we face, the cyber crimes that affect us, we won't be represented. So because of that, the business would be affected. So there's a quote that says, having brains in the room that think differently produce stronger results. So from all of our discussions, we have been mentioning that in some way, women and men, we are intelligent in the same way, but then we think differently. We see things differently. And I remember yesterday it was said that as women, we are able to pay more attention to detail, things like that. So it means that for us being part of the management, for us being part of cybersecurity, we are going to bring a representation of women. We are going to bring the way that we think, and we are also going to be able to present our talents. We all have different talents. So we are going to be able to add that, and we'll be able to benefit whatever cybersecurity field we are participating in. Yeah, we can move to the next slide. So another reason why our participation is significant is because by 2028, it has been projected that women will control 75% of discretionary consumer spending worldwide. So currently, consumers, most of the spending in the world is online. Whether through banks, whether you're trying to buy things, currently most of the businesses are online. So you would see that because women are going to be controlling this part, if we are to, this part cannot be controlled well if you are not well conversed with the field of cybersecurity. So there are several security considerations that are important and are becoming important for consumers in their buying decisions. So by us being well informed about cybersecurity, we would be better in these roles. And one other thing that has been mentioned a number of times is that a large number of victims of cyber crimes are females. So our participation is important because we are going to be able to reach better to these people. If we are to sensitize people, whether in our cities, in rural communities, we will be able to get to them better, we'll be able to know how they think better, which means that we would be able to prevent some of the crimes, some of the cyber crimes that affect women mostly. So females are also at a higher risk of becoming victims of financial data loss, violations of privacy, and security breaches, which have been mentioned a number of times in previous presentations. So our participation is important for some of these reasons. And yesterday, Exile also mentioned that our importance is important to have those role models so that we can be role models to inspire other women. And the thing is, when you are in those positions, you don't just inspire women as well. You find that even men around you would also be inspired by the way that you carry out your things. As we have said, we are different. So in the way that you carry out your role, you would end up inspiring not just females and even males as well. And it is also important to achieve inclusion, to be able to get to our campaigns based on gender. Our participation is important. And in conclusion, the cybersecurity professionals are in high demand worldwide, as we have seen, and the percentage of women that are in cybersecurity is low across all continents. This is not only a problem in Malawi, in Africa, but then in all continents. And participation of women in cybersecurity is a necessity for the success of the field. So we need to train and motivate women to fill the gap. It's not going to be automatic that we have the space in cybersecurity and then we are going to fill it. But then we have to be trained. We have to motivate women to be trained for them to be able to fill these gaps that are there in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. Akuzike will take comments later on after our presentation from Airtel. So now I'm going to hand over to Airtel to give us their presentation. Virginia Jerry is the one that's going to take us through.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Virginia Jerry. I work with Airtel. Okay, so I'll be talking about factors that affect women participation in cybersecurity. I know that this topic has been popular the past 2 days, but I think it's just right also to build on what others have already highlighted, because we are here to build each other. So there might be other areas which have already been covered. I might not dwell much on those areas, but I'll still discuss other areas which have not been highlighted. So I'll start with a question. Do you know the name of the woman who's sitting next to you? Raise your hand. Don't cheat. She shouldn't be your colleague or your friend. Okay, so why did I ask this question? Sometimes women, we are our own enemies. We are here discussing about supporting each other, and there are basic things that we need to start rectifying. A simple greeting, just to say good morning to your fellow woman who's sitting next to you. Get their name. It's very unlikely for men to do what we women do. You'd find that a man will not sit next to a fellow man for maybe 5 or 8 hours without talking to each other, or even without getting the contact. And the next thing that you notice is that maybe after 5, they are together, they are somewhere, they are sharing connections, they are sharing contacts, they are sharing business opportunities. Why is it that it doesn't happen to us women, and yet we have all these ideas, brilliant ideas? So sometimes we might be here, trying to solve the big issues, but there are very simple issues that can help us solve those big issues. Let's start to love each other. Sometimes you never know. Maybe the only thing that that neighbor, that woman who's sitting next to you today, all she just wants to hear is, are you okay? Are you fine? Is everything fine? You might have brightened someone's day today if you were to do that. So let me go straight into the presentation. Okay, so I will not dwell much on the background. I think Akuzike has done a very good job on that. But let me just stress that only 24% of women are in cyberspace. That means 76% is still being covered by men. However, there is still an opportunity for us to cover that. We still stand a high chance because we represent half of the population, and we have everything that it takes to get to the top. We have everything that it takes to fill this gap. Next. Next, I want to talk about that. So why are we still stuck at 24%? At least I saw the statistic that Akuziko showed. It says 25%. Maybe we've moved 1% up. But we still but still the statistics are still not looking good. We are still behind, and we can still do better. And out of that 24%, only 9% are in Africa, which means the majority is still in the other continents. So there are factors that affect us women to participate in cyberspace. And the beauty about this is that most of these challenges are similar across, which means if we are to do this in solidarity, we can easily break the gap. Because whatever that a woman faces in Malawi, it would be almost similar what a woman faces in Zambia or Tanzania. I think that's why it's been so easy to relate and resonate with what other speakers from other countries were actually presenting yesterday. You could actually pick something that would fit in your space. So here are some of the factors that affect us in participation in cyberspace, in participating in cyberspace. Number one is stereotype. I think we had a lengthy discussion around this yesterday, but just to highlight that, so stereotype create a perception that women are not a good fit in cyberspace. So there is a notion that, you need to have certain traits, you need to have certain skills, you need to be smart, and there's a perception that we are not smart. It's only men who are smart. It's only men who are good at, solving critical issues. Of course, I think some of these issues emanate from way back. I think from our childhood. Even now, if you have, say, a girl and a boy in your homes, you would find that we usually tell a girl to say, you know what, you should be playing with a doll. And for a boy, we tell them to play with, maybe we buy them a car toy. So from there already, we have already separated them. We are already directing them into different directions. So what are we communicating? For a woman, for that girl, you're supposed to be kind. You're supposed to be calm, And for that boy will be rough because now he'll be, doing those car racing. We give them games, For the boys, we introduce them to clubs which actually help them with solving critical issues. We introduce them, say, to chase. And what do we do to the girls? We send them to dancing groups. So sometimes these issues, they start at an early age. And if we are to rectify this broadly, we also need to rectify from that age. Because even now, for a woman, if you are single, sometimes you are told not to achieve certain things because they'll tell you that, you know what, you not get married. No man will accept your status. And it's a notion that is there. And for a man, what are they taught? It's also a stereotype for the men. They are told that you are supposed to provide for women. You are supposed to go out there and hunt. And that is not instilled in us. We are supposed to be receiving. So that's why sometimes even when we are in our workplaces, sometimes we don't go an extra mile because we want something on a silver platter. We want to be receiving. We don't want to go an extra mile. We don't want to add value to whatever that we are doing. 2 seconds. No, still on this. And then also now another factor is a lack of representation. So already it's clear that, with the 9%, it means there are fewer role models. So even for us women who are in cyberspace, it's difficult to find our mentors. It's difficult to get experience because the professionals are few, unlike men. So already that misrepresentation is a barrier. And already will be underutilized because we'll not be able to contribute on certain issues that affect our daily lives because we might not be held. We might not matter in those boardrooms. And then another issue is on the skill gap. There are fewer opportunities for women to upskill. There are fewer opportunities for women to upskill. There is also, say, lack of sponsorships for one to further the education. I was so touched yesterday, I think, from some of the panelists. To be honest, I think I would say maybe many of us might not have gone through a smooth road, especially on our career path. There might be some of us who have actually maybe at one point didn't have school fees. Some of us maybe we actually, someone had to handhold us in our careers. But are we doing the same to others? If you got to where you are because of someone, if someone impacted in your life, what are you doing to the girl that is coming behind you? What are you doing to the girl that's next to you? What are you doing to the maid that's in your house? She has children. Have you ever sat down maybe to ask if she needs help? Sometimes what they need is not much. You don't need to go all the way out to help someone. Sometimes it starts from our homes. Sometimes we don't take time just to understand what is going on in their lives. And these are the people that are actually contributing to our career growth. They are there taking care of our families, and we are I'll have to shorten it. Okay, so, and then the other issue is on the work culture. It's so hard to work in a male-dominated culture that sometimes it leads us to start behaving in a certain way because you want to fit in. And this, it can affect your mental status because sometimes you lose yourself. You don't know who you are. Are you a girl or a boy? But you just want to fit in so that you are able to be recognized in that space. And then another issue is the lack of confidence. So I think I'll tarry that with the stereotype, I think, because we have been raised in a certain way that sometimes it leads us to lack confidence in what we do. We tend to question our abilities. And then the work-life balance. Being a woman sometimes can be exhausting because you have to juggle so many roles. You have to make sure that you're performing at work. You also have to make sure that you're taking care of your family. At the same time, you need your time to rejuvenate. You need your time to refresh. So with all this, it needs your planning. It needs how you need now to know how to where to dump your energy. This is where now you need to delegate some of your roles. You can't be, if you want to act like you're a superwoman, sometimes you can burn out. You may end up, focusing on things that may not contribute to your growth because you want to be visible. You want to be part of each and everything. You want to be a chair, shipere ganyo. You want to be in each and every community activity. At the same time, you also need to take care of your career. You also need to take care of your family. So you need to balance, delegate some of the things, just like we do at work. You can delegate in your homes. If the opportunity allows, you can have 2 mates. Sometimes you may have to make decisions that may not make sense to the society, but if it makes sense to you, and if it drives your growth, then go for it. At least by doing that, you have free time to do other things. Next. So I think I might have touched on the solutions on some of the issues. So I think on mentorships, on education and awareness, mentorships are very critical. I think it's time that we start, forming those mentorship programs where you pair a professional and a junior so that they share ideas, they uplift each other, and then they share a career path. That way, it becomes more practical. But also, it might not be just one way. Sometimes you can do reverse mentorship, where the junior coaches the senior. It might not sound sensible, but it is. Sometimes we feel like we are a know-it-all, especially when you're the manager. You think you are a know-it-all, but it's wrong. Sometimes all what you need is you might get a very brilliant idea from a junior, especially nowadays in this digital era. Not all of us, we are able to catch up with what happens on the internet or what happens in the outside world. We are living in a technology world. And these youngsters, they are the ones that are up to speed when it comes to these things. They can actually teach us, they can alert us, and tell us what is going around there. So things are evolving very fast. And it's good that we also include these juniors so that they also feel empowered and participate in our workplaces. And then we also need to help our girls to remain in school. This can be through touching base with the opinion readers, so the chiefs, but also even us, you know, just paying for, you can decide today to say, this year, I'll pay school fees for, say, you know, 20 girls that are doing manual. There are some girls that actually drop out from school because they cannot pay 1,500 to manual. And 1,500 to us is, to be honest, it cannot even buy you a loaf of bread. But if you decide today that, I think this year I want to change, you know, the lives of, say, 10 girls, I want to transform their lives. It's something that is doable. What it requires is discipline and also commitment. So on that, also I think it goes to, we also have other things maybe in our houses, like clothes, and clothes, you can provide sanitary pads. There are other women who actually, they are best hoarders. We have clothes that maybe we wore like 5 years ago, and we are just happy to see those clothes in our closet. Let's find them a better home. Let's give this to the girls that are there. Let's bring confidence in them. And then collaboration and partnerships. Thanks to Makla for this. I think this is the best illustration of collaboration. Imagine if we were to be having this, I don't know, maybe if it happens every year, but it's my first time being here. But it's so enlightening, it's so insightful, and if other organizations can also emulate, we might not do as big as this, but maybe at company level, you know. HR, our human resource departments can come up with such programs. Let women share experiences. Women go through a lot. And it's, sometimes you feel like maybe you are the only one facing that challenge. But those burdens get lessened when you hear that there is someone who actually went through the same thing and they managed to deal with it. Then we should also forge partnership with government on policy formulation. So I think she touched on this, that you need to be present on those tables. Let's review the policies that are there so that they should create a suitable environment for us. And lastly, last but not least, I think on equality and equality and inclusion. Yeah, so it's very possible to achieve gender equality, but I think it comes with a package. We need to have our guns loaded. We need to further our education. We need to have the best skill set, because even if someone pulls a chair for you, but if you don't have the best skill set, if you don't have the best qualifications, it will be hard for you to perform. Because it looks attractive up there, but it requires a lot. It requires a lot for you, especially when you start assuming those senior positions, because there are certain decisions that you have to make. And if you goof on those decisions, you can cripple the company. So you'd have to be a best fit, a person with, who is well equipped so that you are able to contribute properly. And then on self-defense and confidence, I think on self-defense, it's what I've just said. You need to have your gun loaded with all the requirements. Otherwise, you can easily fall. And confidence, fear and courage. I would say fear and courage, there's a thin line between fear and courage. It's just what the brain calls it. And it's what you give it power to. If you want to give fear power, it's going to reflect in you. If you give courage power, it's going to reflect in you. So it depends on what you do. It's very normal to speak out. It's very normal to be afraid to speak out sometimes. But sometimes you just have to ask yourself, how long are you going to stay there? How long are you going to take a back seat? And in conclusion, as women, let's continue to support each other. We need each other. That 35%, which that my beautiful friend there presented, that we're supposed to reach 35% in 2035. Come on, that's quite so long. It's something that we can achieve in 5 years if we are to put our houses in order, if we are to work towards what we are sharing today. Thanks so much.
Thank you, ladies. Before I open the floor to questions, allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Susan Dorsey. We also have with us Justice Zoan Ntaba and Justice Jean Kaira. I also want to recognize Habiba Osman. She's the Chief Executive Secretary for the Human Rights Commission. Welcome, ladies. With that, let me open the floor to 3 questions on the 3 presentations. We had yesterday presentations from MAST, we had one from Akuzike earlier on, and then we had our very last one. Comments, questions? 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I also take 4 at the back, and that's it. Please, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Victoria Kasoti from MAST. I have a question to the lady from Airtel. My question is, what skills do you need for a lady to have in order for you guys, like from Macra or Airtel, to pick that lady for an opportunity of internship or maybe a job, since you are encouraging us to have the skills so that we should venture into cyberspace. So I just want to know what some of the skills do you need for us ladies so that we should be learning them, that when we approach you, we should be able to be having those opportunities. Thank you.
Quickly, Yato.
Thank you for your question. So at Airtel, it's not just about being good at STEM subjects. There are so many fields that you can land on. We have sales, we have marketing, we have finance, we have the networks. So it all goes back to the qualifications that would make you the best fit in that field. So for example, if you're in, you want to come in marketing, you need to have the right qualifications for marketing. And same applies in other sections, but you don't need special skills to enter our industry.
Thank you. Christopher Banda, what skills do you need to work for the Malawi CERT?
Thank you very much. Malawi CERT is, I would say, an incident response department mainly, which means someone need to have a technical skills. I think from Monday we've been talking about the cybersecurity. It's a broad aspect. So the technical side, maybe you go through some courses like CH and the other courses. Of course, sometimes you can take a degree, in cybersecurity. But other areas, I think you might have heard about maybe cyber law. You can go that path. Even we talk of civil society. You can be an expert in advocacy on cybersecurity related to what to, through civil society. So it depends on your interest, but from our side, it's a technical department who need technical skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher. We have a career presentation in the afternoon, so I think we'll tackle these skills that are going to be needed in this career presentation. 1 second.
Good morning. My name is Sibusi Sonyasul, and I work for Airtel. I just thought maybe I should just still share a little bit, just to add on to what Virginia and the gentleman has said. I think one thing that I see as women becomes a challenge is that we are always scared. We limit ourselves. When we see that there's an opportunity, we first start to see that we have so many shortfalls, and we don't go ahead and, apply for that. I'll give you an example. There was a time when I was at University of Malawi at Chanko, and they were looking, a GIZ was looking for interns to do a research in Mangochi. The first qualification was you must speak Yao. I don't even know a single word, but I'll tell you what, I went ahead and applied. That is what I think we must always tell ourselves. There is no limit. And when I went to GIZ, they asked, do you even know how to speak Yao? I only knew the greeting, which my father had taught me because his friend was a Yao. But don't limit yourselves. And I'm speaking to the girl that asked that, what do you need to work for Airtel? For me, I did not have any technical qualification. I went ahead and applied as an intern for Airtel and had a Bachelor of Education. Frankly, I must have had a marketing course, or done engineering, or all sorts of things. But you apply and go ahead for it. Don't give yourself a limitation. When you get there, they'll say, oh, but maybe your skill could be upgraded. You can do a marketing course, or you can add IT or a digital course or anything else. So don't limit yourselves. Go for anything else that you see that is there. The word is actually there. That's why the sky is the limit, so go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. The consensus is don't limit yourself. I think yesterday Tokozani said the same thing. She said she's a lawyer by profession, but she was able to upgrade her skills in cybersecurity. Christopher talked about, I think, cyber law. So she was able to go that route. So I also spoke, I think, 2 days ago that I myself, I'm not technical, but I'm able to get into cybersecurity programs where I'm attending soft skills in cybersecurity. So you do not need to limit yourself in the field that you're in. You can always learn more. I'll take 2 more questions. I'll start from here and one in the back.
Good morning. My name is Doreen Dalama. I'm the country director for Malawi Tomorrow Trust. I'm also a manager for Adlib Executive Lodge in Area 9, as well as Adlib along M1 Road. So mine is more of a comment plus a question on the recent presentation that has been done, which I find it very beautiful. She has stated many points, but the point that I really want to tackle about is about confidence, as well the limitation we women have. In the industry of hotel and hospitality, when you're landing, for example, a lodge that I'm landing in Area 9, being a single person, people would comment different things about you, thinking you are astray or whatever you're doing is not adding any value in today's economy. But people lastly do not know that those comments do not only affect you as an entrepreneur, but it affects the people that you are motivating. For example, your staff, your family, the kids that look up to you. So the question comes in, how does the cyber security company how have you strategized to protect such comments, and how can you advise to those who want to come in the same industry but they are scared of the torture that they might get on the field to go ahead? Because, for example, we have a woman who learns Ziterepano in Salima. Nobody can put her as a role model because we think Ziterepano is just a Ziterepano section. But then, to be truth through taught, it is a certain tourist attraction that when people are going to Salima, they have to stop in Ziterepano. So how do we encourage ladies to say it's okay to do such businesses and you can still gain the respect that every woman gets when they are working in government offices? Thank you.
So this question, I think, is also going to the floor, not just a previous speaker, because I think it's tackling on the perspective that we have on women that are doing certain businesses and how best can we encourage them to maybe break the glass ceiling in that particular field. And maybe for Airtel, you were talking about what policies they have in place in terms of maybe online comments on the various businesses that these women have. Do you have any deliberate policies or strategies pertaining to that? All right, as Airtel is discussing that, I'll take, there was a hand in the back. Let me take that hand and that hand over there, and we are done for this Q&A. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Tadana Maona from MUBAS, under the Electrical Engineering Department. My question is going to the first speaker, Aguzike. Aguzike emphasized that the cyber market space is big enough, even internationally. I know some of the speakers here are Malawians, but then they have penetrated into the international cyber market space. So my question is, what tips can you give for someone who wants to go into the international cyber market space? And also maybe what are some of the challenges that one can face if they go into the that international cyber market space? Thank you.
Thank you. Akuzike, before you take that one, I'll give you 2 seconds to think over it. Let me take the question in the back, the last one, this side. Yes, please go ahead, right at the back.
Hello, my name is Victoria Gankoke, and I'm a student from Zeus University. Mine is not a question, but a comment on the factors affecting women participation presentation, which was done by Virginia Jerry. And she raised the point to say stereotyping and bias is indeed one of the factors. I just wanted to comment on what she said when she stated out that indeed the boys and girls in our continent, Africa, are raised differently. The girls are more introduced to softer skills and activities. But I wanted to also share forth on what Angela Matlapeng said yesterday when we had our breakout session as young ladies in the next room. She said that these softer skills, such as nurturing and being empathetic, these are the characteristics indeed that can make forth a good cybersecurity specialist. She gave out an example to say, give out a scenario where a young lady comes in the room and she's crying. When she's going to approach a man concerning the issue of cyberbullying, the man most definitely, in most cases, he's going to look at the situation and start asking her questions such as, what did you do? What buttons did you click? What links were you going forth to search? But when she's going to approach a lady, this lady is not only going to look at the situation at hand, but she'll also try her level best to look at this lady and say, can you explain to me what happened, detail by detail? And in so doing, not only is she breaking down the problem, but she's also making forth plans to solve the problem. And so with that example, I most definitely saw that some of the skills that we women have, such as being able to nurture for people, we not only help with the problem at hand, but we're also helping to uplift the ladies and women in the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if we have diversity in these spaces, it comes out more. I think we can see the evolution of such applications like Instagram. We believe most of the programmers and the coders, these must have been men. That's why they came up with such things as the like buttons, how many people you follow, because lately Instagram is removing that feature of how many people have liked your photo simply because of the confidence issues that were happening in terms of young girls. And I've also seen that they have limited the number of comments on certain posts simply because the victim of cyberbullying were mostly women. So I believe if we had women in these spaces right when they were doing these applications or bouncing these ideas, as you're putting it, some of these things would not have been there. They would have been solved right at the beginning. Airtel, your comment?
Okay, so on cyberbullying, what is Airtel doing about it? So we are also guided by the generals. We don't have specific policies that are tailor-made by Airtel for cyberbullying. So we are also guided by the generals, just as it was presented yesterday.
And this cyberbullying will be tackled soon after tea break. We have Justice Daba, she'll take that one up. Inspector Kobaro is also in the house. So these issues will be tackled. Christopher, do you have a comment?
I think someone asked about maybe making international, I would say, influence, how we can go into international influence through cyber. I would want to say that, you know, you start small, okay? As you start, and then you could be within Malawi, and with the work which you do, it definitely will be recognized internationally. So start small, get networked, and prove it, and then the world will be able to recognize you. You may not really start very far when you have not maybe started locally or small. Thank you.
Thank you. Akuzike?
So as he has said, you have to start small. So you can start wherever you are, right here, while you are still in Malawi. If you're looking for international opportunities, you have to start by looking for more opportunities to upgrade yourself. Because yes, we want to have more women in cyber, but then the gap is there because people are not qualified. So you have to make yourself qualified. Excel yesterday shared some, he said he can share some course, some link to a course which is for free. So you'd need to start those courses to start upgrading yourself. And as you're in the progress, you have to look for opportunities. There wouldn't really be a time where you can say that now I have all the qualifications. As the second lady from Airtel was saying, you also need to believe in yourself. You need to have confidence. Whatever point that you are at, you can be able to start looking for those opportunities, and you have to be applying for them. And one more other thing, as you're looking for and applying for those opportunities, is to be able to, don't be humble when you're writing them, because I've heard that as Malawians, we have the problem of always being humble. So if you're writing your CV, if you're writing your cover letter, whatever little things that you have done, whether in school, whether from an internship, you need to be able to sell yourself, make them to look like big achievements. I saw this other meme on social media which was saying, if you're on LinkedIn and then you want to write that you're able to change a light bulb, you would write it in a way that someone would think it's a very big thing. So if you're looking for international opportunities, you're competing with people who may be more capable than you. So even the small things that you have been able to do, even the big things as well, you need to be able to write them in a way that you are selling yourself. People would want to have you on your team. And as Angela was saying yesterday during the panel discussion, if you're interested in working with people outside, you need to know that, especially if it's outside of Africa, you're going to be a minority in a number of ways. First thing, you're a woman, you're young, you're black, you're a foreigner, so the challenges are going to be there. You have to be ready, and even as Ngabo was saying, you have to be emotionally ready as well. All of these barriers that we were talking about, you're going to face them as well. There may be even more, but then you have to be confident, you have to be emotionally ready to encounter whatever you're going to face there, because just because you're going outside, it doesn't mean it's going to be an easy road. So just be confident, and when you're there, there's this thing that was also mentioned by Ellen yesterday, the imposter syndrome. When you're there, don't feel like you don't belong. You have applied, you have done whatever, you have been chosen because you deserve to be in that place. So you have to believe in yourself that I'm here and I can be able to do the work. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. A big hand for all our presenters. Something interesting that is coming out, they say if you ask an ally, if you have an ally sitting next to you, ask them what they do or what they hold. They'll be proud of themselves. They'll tell you with confidence. Ask a woman and we are timid. Let us be proud of our qualifications and what we do. Let us stand tall and have confidence. I'm going to hand over now to Grace Liwewe to take us into the next session. Grace. You have 20 minutes, Grace.
Good morning. It's been a very interactive session, and I feel like we should still go on. And yes, I should also just share with the interesting question that came from the young lady there. Indeed, you don't have to have all the qualifications. I did business information systems at the Polytechnic, but guess what? I was in sales at Airtel for 7 years. It's now that I found myself in a career that is similar to what I did. So you don't have to have any qualification. Just have that attitude of I can, and say more yeses. Now, we will have a presentation. And also, just to say that I think, ladies, we've started at a good point, because after the presentation, we are going to have demos. So ladies, we are not left out in the cyberspace, because the demos are going to be done by the young ladies. But first, it will be a presentation. I think we need a clap for those young ladies before they even come. So the first presenter, I have to mention right now, that is their mentor. And this gentleman is Wezi Lukele. Just a bit of a background for Wezi. Wezi is a managing director and lead consultant in cybersecurity and digital forensics at Sofonet. Wezi is a seasoned lecturer at MAST. Wezi has made presentations and trainings in South Africa, Kenya, Zambia, Botswana, just to mention a few. He's also worked for National Audit for 8 years. I am going to skip his certifications because they are cover to cover. He has masters in computer security and forensics, bachelor's in IT, diploma in accounting, and computer TIA authorized partner. He is an entrepreneur. And today, being someone that is an expert in cybersecurity qualifications and being an entrepreneur, he is going to share on a topic called successful cybersecurity, entrepreneurship, or business. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Wezi Lukele.
Thank you very much. My name has already been mentioned. You'll see there are two pictures over there. Who is this one? Sorry, I'm actually used to teaching, so I move around, so, sorry. But you see there is a picture from that end. Can you recognize that picture to your right side? Who is that one? No, that's not me. That's not me. Yeah, let me hear from...
That's your twin brother.
My twin brother.
Wanangwa.
Yeah, that's Wanangwa Rukele. He's actually my twin brother. He works for Malawi Revenue Authority. He actually also did a master. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Yeah. He also did a master's in forensic accounting and auditing in UK, and he actually also did with a distinction. You know, at some point in time, your degree has to have a surname. Yeah. So Wanangwa, as well as myself, we have master's degrees with surnames. Of course, they skipped something that is very important about my accolades. I also did Bachelor of Arts in Human Resource Management, and of course, it also has a surname. Yeah. So that's Wanangwa, and I've got my sister, cousin. Well, actually, I didn't know that she's also coming here. Let me let her stand so that you actually know her. Yeah, that's Susan. So my issues are actually not very much. Okay, so we start with the Bible for those who actually believe in the Bible. Whatsoever thy hands finds to do, do it with might. For there is no work or device or knowledge or wisdom in the grave where you go. So make sure that whatever you find to do here on earth, whether cybersecurity, whatever, do it with might. So that's something that encourages me whenever I'm actually trying to do business. So there are several areas that one has to look at if you want to be a successful business person or entrepreneur. So the first, actually, these are the things that I actually go through, but I know they are quite big. Some of them, people have been talking about them, but I'll actually talk them in the perspective of cybersecurity per se. So the first thing, you have to have in-depth cybersecurity knowledge. So you have to understand some of the concepts that are in cybersecurity. Like you have to have specific skills in network security, cryptography. I'm now going technical aspect of it, not the soft aspect of it. But so you need to actually understand cryptography, ethical hacking, digital forensics, cyber laws, and policy and frameworks. So you can choose the skill set which you actually want to pursue. You can just choose network security if you want, or you can do ethical hacking, okay? And I don't know who came up with the name ethical hacking, because hacking, as far as I know, is to hit someone, or to, so how can someone say ethical whilst you're killing someone with a knife? Okay, anyway, let's just leave it that way. So you also need to have qualifications, have been mentioned, and then you have to continuously learn to update yourself with latest cybersecurity trends and threats. If you see there on top there to your right, that's something that people mostly ignore. That's a security by design framework. Someone can just master in trying to look at the frameworks, okay? Look at the frameworks that are around, that are actually in the world, and that is security by design framework, whereby you, when you're developing a program or a software, security is actually part of it. You don't actually look at it as an afterthought. So that's a framework is supposed to be actually part of the people who are developing software. That's why you see we have lots of vulnerabilities in this world because people take security as an afterthought. When you're developing a software, you do all the coding stuff, and then at the end you start saying, okay, can we do now the security aspect of it? So we have some girls who show us some of the tools that would help us to work on the software. As you're developing the software, how do you test the vulnerability and security? So one of the girls will come over and actually demonstrate some of the tools. So these are the certifications. Some of them are very important. I think most of them, you know, Computer Security Plus, CH, Certified Information Systems, these are just to mention a few. However, the verse still stands. Whatever your hand finds to do it with might. So you also have to understand the threat landscape, okay? Not just knowing how to, or studying stuff, but you need to understand threat landscape. I think you actually all saw this one, right? Bank of Zambia, Facebook being hacked. Yeah, so they actually replaced the picture for Bank of Zambia with those people. Yeah, so that was a Facebook. And you see, like, I think this last week, Sudan hackers disrupted Kenya's e-visa applications, so people were not able to actually apply for visa online. And you see that last week or so, Kenya had a problem. The power tokens hacked, so we have a problem. And this is not new. If you see, this is something that has been circulating around our WhatsApp, isn't it? Yeah, so it's been circulating ESCOM unit giveaway to all customers. So it's a scheme, okay? It's a fake ESCOM numbering harvesting scheme trying to capture the meter numbers for ESCOM. But ESCOM is not affected because actually the guy is not touching the network for ESCOM. He's trying to deal with the customers. But he's also, in another way, is getting the ESCOM meter numbers, which is something that ESCOM has to be serious about it. I don't know how serious they have taken it, but meter numbers are actually going somewhere else. So there'll come a time when one student, I've said Joyce, Joyce is at the back there. She'll showcase how to actually look at this activity, what this guy is doing, and how far he has gone. So she'll actually demonstrate that. That's one of the demonstrations that she'll show to us. So you also have to understand threat modeling. Threat modeling is something that, as a organization, you have a network. So you have different devices. So you've got network diagrams and all that. So for each device, you have to map out the threat that could be actually attached to the device. Maybe it's a router, it's a server, you actually map out. So there are a number of tools that you can actually use online. So you can master in threat modeling as part of your career. So that whenever someone wants someone to optimize the network, like network optimization, you can actually do with this kind of tools. So this is a threat modeling tool. These are free softwares. Like this one is Microsoft Threat Modeling Tool. When I was at MAST some time back, 3 years, I was also teaching the students how to do this, and most of them, they know threat modeling. So these are some of the issues that one has to know, the knowledge. And there is also something that you need to do in cybersecurity space. You have to be able to game up, okay, continuous development. So there are issues of artificial intelligence cybersecurity. So OpenAI actually has come up with a grant for people to actually write scripts, programs, and all that. So that's a list of projects that one can actually try to do. And you can get funding from the OpenAI. So they actually, the sky is the limit. So through self-practice, you can be doing it on your own, discover stuff, and then you can actually choose to do some of these projects which OpenAI is actually doing. So the other thing that one has to do as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, you have to identify the niche market. So which one is my market? You have to identify, and as well as you have to be tailing into cybersecurity. Okay, look at cybersecurity solutions. What are the problems? So those are the issues that you also have to look at. As a business, you also have to come up with a profile. People have actually need to actually know about you. So you come up with a business profile. Don't just start a business without actually putting out something, because people would ask you if they want you to do a service. They'll ask, do you have a profile? So you also have to come up with a business profile. So the other thing is that you have to also be compliant with legal and regulatory frameworks, or it could be GDPR. You also have to have that knowledge. Sometimes you can just master into that. And then compliance doesn't mean understanding the aspect, but also if you're someone who is actually hosting some data for the clients, you need to protect that data. So like Airtel, TNM, whosoever actually is in charge of hosting some data for clients, they have to be very serious. I wonder, there was a time when actually I was wondering, say, how come the Ministry of Health knows my number? Because there was a time they sent me a message to say, Katemira wakolela. I said, where did these guys get my number? Did I? So I think that's an area where we have to adhere to some data protection and privacy laws. I don't know the reason. Maybe there is some public interest. That's why maybe they have the numbers. Maybe correlate the problems for the public. Maybe they decided to say, this is a public interest. Can we go and get numbers from Airtel or TNM? We have to let them know what is going on. So for public interest, I know the regulations actually may bypass some of our privacy laws. Okay, so the other issue that I actually was trying to say is like we have to be protecting our clients' data and maintaining privacy. If you're an entrepreneur, make sure that that is done. So Tionge Moro from MAST, I think she's an ex-student. She's graduating this year. She will actually showcase hands-on technical aspect of risk of misconfiguring your server without secure socket layer. So she will actually demonstrate this. So she'll come and actually tell us what it's all about. So as an entrepreneur, make sure you do that. You protect your clients. Okay, so the other issues we've been talking about, building networks. So this is something else that we've talked about. The other aspect for you to be a successful business entrepreneur, you also have to look at the business model. Are you going to be a consultant, or are you going to actually go for managed services, like you offer Office 365 to clients, okay? Or you'll be actually buying products like digital forensics detectives on behalf of them, like a partner? Or are you going to be a trainer, authorized partner for? So those are some of the business models that you can actually go. Or are you going to be a software developer? Okay, so however, you also have to be able to have multiple revenue streams, because the other area fails, you're actually able to manage your cash flow. You have to be able to be stable. So those are some of the things. And as an entrepreneur, you also need to develop something, a cybersecurity product or develop. So for instance, with this issues of WhatsApp problems and social engineering, you can actually come up with a tool that will be able to detect malicious actions on a mobile phone using artificial intelligence. So you can learn natural language processing. There are tools like Antler. These are some of the tools that probably we don't teach in our universities to do with parsing and all that. Coming up with AI, you can develop your own artificial intelligence tool using some tools like Antler. So issues of grammar, there are issues of natural language processing. You can also come up with your own Chichewa programming language in Chichewa or Lilongwe. So for financial inclusions, for instance, you want to reach out to people, a bank wants to reach out to people in the rural area, but then people don't know English. You can come up with a chat box the same way the chat box is in Chichewa, or you can put it in Lilongwe. That's also a product that you can develop and give it your name. Okay, so some of these things you can be reading them on there. You also have to look at the marketing and branding strategy. Before you actually look at the start your business, make sure that you have a logo somehow. Like I also did the logo. You have to have a letterhead. You also have to have that profile, even a website where people can actually reach you. Okay. You also have to build a comparing brand story that can attract customers. For instance, with Cyber Softnet, actually, we have a comparing actually brand story that can attract customers and build trust. It's called Cyber Defense Professionals. So if someone just looks at Cyber Defense Professionals, you know that, okay, if I'm having problems in terms of cyber, let me go to the guys who are dealing with cyber defense. Okay, we're not saying that we are the soldiers or what, but we just try to defend the infrastructure and as well as the people that are involved in the cyberspace. So you need to have effective marketing strategies. Yeah. So, but on Facebook, we are not on Facebook. Of course, Facebook is something that people would go. It depends on the type of service that you're doing. Because somehow, if you're in defense, somehow you don't have to be very like looking at issues in Facebook and say, okay, comment something on Facebook, do a lot of stuff, yet you're actually doing defense things. So you see that we are not on Facebook. It depends on the style of your business. Yeah, so you also have to maintain customer trust and reputation, because if one customer is actually confused by what you've done, then just know that you've confused all of them, even those that actually haven't actually approached you. So customer satisfaction is very important. So you also have to be able to know some maths, at least some financial planning and management. Okay, you also have to do some, so that whenever someone gives you some money, you be able to manage it. Risk management, yeah, at some point in time, you need to make sure that if you are using emails, it should always be available for people to contact you. This is just a screenshot which shows where the Yahoo is complaining that unable to deliver a message after multiple tries, giving up. So it's like someone was sending an email, but is failing to reach out to you. So make sure that you've actually removed all the cyber-related threats. So you have to have SSL. There are a lot of things that you actually need to consider when you're developing your communication platform as far as cyber is concerned. Now, this is, I think, this is the last one. Yeah, this is the last one. This is the last one. Yeah, so you'd see team building and leadership. You see there are some girls there, 3 girls, you see. Those are the first cohort at MAST. the ones that actually managed to do Bachelor of Science Systems and Security at MAST, and that I don't know whether they are here, but I wanted them to stand up. Are they here? These are the first ladies. There were only three, the whole Malawi, to do I think some of them are already employed as interns, and I've seen there's also this gentleman. I don't know whether this gentleman is around. Nathan. Oh yeah, please come over so that you can speak a bit. I'll actually talk about this gentleman. Has been also one of my mentees. I've been working with him for now a year. He's now going to be teaching at MAST as an associate lecturer. So when we talk about mentorship, it means you have to actually make sure that these youngsters actually also take your role. Because I was a lecturer at MAST, and look at this gentleman now, he's now taking my mantle. Yeah, so maybe let me just hear him talking. But there are also two girls that far, at the corner there, that far. You'd see that they are here. These are the ones that will demonstrate. MAST students win USA award. All of them are my students. The first cohort to do cybersecurity. The second is here, and those are the third that are graduating right now. So let me just give him space to speak, and then.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to thank him for the big journey that he installed in me, because we have done a lot of things. I would say in 1 year we have achieved a lot of things. Just to cement on what he has already just said, on the issues of security by design, it's very, very important. I think recently you have heard of Move It being hacked. It's because of the errors in the application itself. The SQL injection, that is the one that did a very bad job, and it affected more than 300 companies. And also, me and him have already said that we need to up our games. We have to dive into AI for cybersecurity. And also, if you look at the proof of concept of Move It, the SQL injection is not the basic SQL injection that we have had recently, but it was very, very advanced, so that it had to take down the application itself. So we need to move fast as possible. So I would like to thank him for the opportunity, and thank you very much.
Yeah, so yeah, my advice to him is that when he goes there, he also has to mentor the girls, because the issues that we are talking about here are girls, isn't it? Yeah, so like myself, I've got those two girls that I've been mentoring, the ones that will come over here to actually to present. So team building is where now you mentor someone to work for you. So you also don't just mentor them, you need to pay them so that they can be motivated, okay? Sometimes you just say, okay, you'll be my mentor, but someone works for you without being paid, which is not okay. So those are the issues. I think that's where that's in conclusion. Whatever your hand finds to do it with what? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Wezi. Another round of applause for him. Brilliant, brilliant. We can all attest that Wezi is one of those that are contributing in bridging the gap. Yeah? That was not an energetic response. Don't we agree?
We do.
Thank you. Tuonge, it's your time. You can walk in front for the presentation. Please, Tuonge. Your demo.
Hello everyone, my name is Tuonge Mwowo. I am a pending graduate from the Malawi University of Science and Technology for the upcoming graduation next Friday. I'm doing, yes, computer systems and security. So today I'm going to be giving a simple demonstration of HTTP and HTTPS. I'm sure most of us like to tell people that you are better off visiting a site that has HTTPS than a site that has HTTP, but maybe we don't know the reason. So I'm just going to give you a short demo of what someone or a hacker can actually do with your data that you impute, or maybe stuff that you do on a site that's just HTTP. So, okay, to carry out this, I had to create 2 websites, because as an ethical hacker, you know that you cannot just be using people's websites to hack or test stuff. So you are forced to also be a software developer. So I just created some basic websites, like HTML 101 websites, so that I can just demonstrate this. First of all, I'm using this virtual machine, which is CentOS 07, and I'm going to firstly demonstrate the unsecure login using HTTP. I'm running this unsecure website on the local host, so I'm basically just going to impute the IP address for the local host. Here is the website, which is the unsecure website. So to scan the traffic and for us to be able to capture the packets or anything that the person that inputs their data on this website are going to put, we have to use a tool or a packet analyzer, which we call Wireshark. So I'm going to be using Wireshark, which I'm just going to launch right now from my terminal. So in Wireshark, I'm going to monitor the traffic that is going from my machine to my machine, because the website that I've just created, it is running on the local machine. So the server is still the same local machine. So I'm going to choose loopback, which is like loopback. Yeah, so it makes sense that the traffic is traveling from the machine to the machine. So we're going to scan traffic that is traveling in loopback. So there, the packet analyzation has started, and I'm going to go back to the website, and I'm going to be a user and put in my details. So for username, I'm going to go with Tuonge, and for the password, I'm going to go with Women, Girls, Cyber 2023, and I'm going to log in. After logging in, I can continue to do whatever I want to do with the website if it was a real website. But someone who is sitting in our network and is analyzing the traffic can now go back to Wireshark after you have logged in, and they can go and see and look at the HTTP methods or the post methods that were conducted in the website. And for example, here I'm going on this HTTP with the post method, so you can just go there and start to monitor all these communications that were happening. So if we go on line-based text data here, you can see that the Wireshark captured actually your username and your password. So if someone is sitting on your network and you are using a website that's HTTP, they can use a packet analyzer such as Wireshark to capture your data. So with this, that means they can impersonate you, they can do identity theft, they can do whatever they want to do with your account. Being done with that, I'm now going to demonstrate HTTPS. For you to have HTTPS on your website, you actually have to you have to enable certificates. So you have to enable the SSL, which is Secure Socket Layer Certificate. So that's what I did, but I did it locally because you're supposed to have an actual provider do this for you, but I generated this locally, so I had to configure it manually into the website that I created. So don't be surprised when the key is locked, but it still has a triangle on the corner. It's because it's a local certificate, so it's not official, but I'm using it for educational purposes. Here, I'm going to stop the traffic. I'm going to restart the capture. After restarting the capture, I'm going to go back here, close this unsecure website, and now log into mwowo.local, which is the secure website. As you can see, it has HTTPS, and as I said, it's locked, but it still has a triangle on the corner because it's a local certificate. It's not issued by an actual certificate, SSL certificate provider. So here I can put in my name, and I can put in the password, and then log in. After doing that, I can go and look at the packets. So as you can see, for those that maybe do IT and everything, you can see that there's a lot of acknowledgement and synchronization packets going around. That is because now we have a certificate. So there is this communication between the client and the server, where the server has to send a certificate to the client so that the client can verify that the certificate is real, and also to make sure that the communication that's going to happen after that is encrypted. So here, as you can see, no matter where you go, you will not find those details. So I can try and go on anywhere, maybe written application data, yeah, like this one, to check on application data, the data that was being transferred or anything like that. You can see that instead of having text line, whatever, now it says secure socket layer. And if someone goes there and tries to look for more information, you can see that at the end it's going to tell them that the communication that was happening is secured. So here it's encrypted application data. So everything that happens in an HTTPS website actually is secured. So I hope that was helpful, and next time when we have enough time, maybe others can also follow along on how to do this and how to ensure the certificates, to enable them, to configure them, to code, whatever, and all the other things. Thank you very much.
Tiwonge, we have so many comments, so many questions, and some are speechless right now. Huh? But lovely audience, your questions, your comments, reserve them. We are going to have them at the end, after Joyce's presentation. We are going to have questions, comments for Wezi, Tiwonge, as well as Joyce. So Joyce, it's now your time. Please walk in front with your demo. And Joyce is going to demonstrate on the incident response. Joyce.
Thank you very much. I'm Joyce Kaligwenja, and I'm an ex-student of MUST. I'll be graduating next week, as my colleague has already said. And I'm here to present on incident response. As we are all aware, last week, I hope most of us received this this message on our WhatsApp, either on a group or in our DMs. We received this message, and some of us received that it was fake, and some didn't. Like, for example, I received it on 19th July. When I saw it, yes, I received it with the other fake message that the thing is fake. But then, as a cybersecurity student, I was like, I think I have to find out more about it. I didn't just leave it like that. I wanted to do some more forensic about it. So I had to unmask it. So the following are some of the steps that I took in order to try to unmask it. Firstly, I'm going to run the site, this site that is here, on OWASP. This tool is a tool that most programmers or penetration testers use it in order to scan the sites in order to scan the security and the vulnerability of, in order to perform a vulnerability and the security scan of a website. So I'll have to show you how I did it and some of the things that I found. All right, as it is scanning, because I did it on the 19th, there were a lot of things that I found, and this site had a lot of vulnerabilities on that day. But it had almost 19 vulnerabilities. As you can see here, alerts, it had almost 19 alerts. But then if you check it today, it was, the number had depreciated, meaning that the person who had created that site is still working on it and is still modifying it into a better way, meaning that whatever he's doing, the attack that he wants to inject on ESCOM, or whatever he wants to do with the meter numbers that he has collected, he has collected from the people who didn't know that it's fake. It's still on, and there is something that the person wants to do. If the ESCOM guys haven't yet worked on this, I think it's better they have a think and work on it, because this person might attack them when they least expected. So it's still scanning. So let's wait a bit, because I've realized that this person is really smart, and yeah, he knows that there are cybersecurity specialists who might attack him. So he's trying to remove all the footprints on how they can use to attack him, to find him. Be patient, it's almost 92%, so it will finish soon. Yeah, as you can see, the list of sites that are available, there are only few, and even here on the alerts, today it's only 14 alerts, but then on 19th, when I had scanned it using the same tool, it was showing me that it had plenty sites, and there were also plenty alerts, meaning that, yeah, he's still working on it. So in case maybe you might have received a particular site and you want to find, you want to see or verify if that site is vulnerable to clickjacking or anything. So you can use clickjacker online. You just go online, you can just type clickjacking online. Then it brings you to this site where you have to paste the name of the site. If you have pasted the name of the site, it shows you that this site is vulnerable to clickjacking. And the first day that I took a scan on it on 19th, it showed that on the list of sites that were available, it showed me that the person had pasted a counter so that it should be showing, this counter which is here. He had pasted it on his code. And not only that, as cybersecurity analysts, we can't just leave a thing like this. We need to find more about this person. So you can take the IP address, copy it, and you can also go online and Google speed guide online. Yeah, you can, okay, speed guide. These two tells you the actual owner of the site. The IP address, sorry. So, yeah. Yeah, we could see that the person didn't host the site here. He hosted it on Google. And if you try it again, it just changes the IP addresses, meaning that the person is not using, isn't using, okay, he has, how can I say, okay, he has made to, he uses specific IP addresses. He might be using a VPN so that he shouldn't be traced. So, as you can see, that this person has hosted his site on Google. And also, not only that, this person is from Malawi. I found out that using the same OWASP ZAP, when I had checked on 19th, it was showing me this important information here. I hope you can see that the X country code is MW. X country code shows the origin of the server. So the origin of the server is Malawi, and the nearest point of presence of the server is Johannesburg, meaning that, yeah, this person he might be in Malawi. I believe so. He's in Malawi. Yeah, but he hosted his site on Google. So not only that, on the first day that I checked, I also found that there was this important information of this site, because I have told you that it blocked me a lot of sites. So there was this site. If you go on Google and paste it, if you paste the site that I found, it's showing me that, yeah, it's this one. So in order to analyze more about this picture, there are also a lot of forensic tools that you can use in order to find more about this picture, as in where it originated and who did it, how or who did it. So you can check on photo forensics. So you just have to paste the URL. See that it's bringing the picture of ESCOM, and you can digest it to see more about it. You see that this person used a snipping tool to take a screenshot of this particular photo. You might have gone on a website of ESCOM to get a screenshot of this photo. You might agree with me that the moment you use snipping tool to take a screenshot of a particular thing, it actually brings you the date, and I mean this thing, he didn't even change anything at all. He just took it as a screenshot and pasted it on his code. So he took this screenshot on the 15th of July. So reaching this far, I think this is how I can go, how far I can go, but this person can be found. It's either we can use the software of going to ask, the software which is using the legal way of asking the Google guys that we want specific information of this person, since we have known that he hosted his page on, his site on Google. So they have all the information about this person. But also we can use the hardware, which is hacking him. But we can't go that far because we don't have any permission. Thank you. That's all I had.
Time for comments and questions. Comments, questions for Joyce, for Tiwonge, for Wes. One, two. Okay, we can start with you, madam.
Oh, yeah. Okay, mine is a comment, it's not a question. I just wanted to say what came out is quite interesting stuff about maybe especially how girls are using ICT. And maybe some of the questions we could be asking would be, what has that got to do with women? So I think a lot of issues that they were highlighting about who is hacking, who is doing what, is quite critical in terms of now thinking about who is now going to be at the receiving end of that hacking, who is going to be the most vulnerable person who is going to be targeted. So when we view it in such a way, we might find out that it probably would be women and girls that would be easily duped about ESCOM giving that kind of information. So I was just trying to kind of like link it up to say why is this critical, and women and girls in cyber. So the girls that are doing that, because I think also what is also critical when we're thinking about these things is that some scholars argue that when you're coming up with the design or algorithms, I'm not the tech person, what happens is that these things sometimes are designed in such a way that they're not gender sensitive. So that's also a critical point to note that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I saw your hand. Yeah, please.
Hello, my name's Jacqueline Tinyade Jailos. I'm a MAST alumnus, but now I'm working in compliance. I have a question going to Mr. Lukere. You took us through entrepreneurship, mainly in the field of cybersecurity. So I would like to ask, looking at how broad cybersecurity is, because I am in compliance, you're on the offensive end, there are some who are on defensive side. What role does specialization when you're getting certifications play when you want to set up your business?
All right. If you remember, actually, I mentioned that one has to identify a niche, a market. You need to identify the area which you actually can focus on, because those were the areas that I mentioned, that you can go legal, you can go tech, and if you're going compliance, you can also do the same. So it's just a matter of you actually going to the right direction that you actually prefer. It's not like you can take everything as an entrepreneur. So find your own niche and then follow that.
Thank you, Wezi. Madam Day Chair, how many minutes do we have? 2. Questions, comments? Yeah, we'll take 3, 4. So 1 this side and then 3 this side. Let's cross over. Sue?
My name is Simusiso Nyasulu from Airtel. Thank you, Wezi, and your team from MAST. It was very enlightening, specifically for myself. I work in customer experience, and I see a lot of these frauds that do happen, even to Airtel. I know with Airtel we have so many controls that we've put in place, but I'm just now looking at now, since all stakeholders are sitting in this room, I wanted to know what is maybe government doing in terms of, making a policy whereby us, the general population, are able to report some of these things. I do see some of these fake websites, so I know maybe if I received it, I probably will send it to ESCOM. But in ESCOM, it depends who receives it and what are they going to do about it. Do they have the expertise which they've been demonstrated here that they'll be able to manage something like this? So I was thinking that maybe there has to be a deliberate way of government coming in to make sure that we make it watertight and have these people brought to book so that we have less of these threats coming to us. I think this is just my general observation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our chair lady for the conference. Is it a comment or a question?
I had a comment, but I think the question, I'll leave it to Chris and maybe just comment after his response. Okay. But what I wanted to say is I would like to commend Wezi and your team. That was really brilliant and insightful. It has also demonstrated to us maybe some areas that maybe as the organizing chair of this workshop, that maybe we should have also included a presentation on digital signatures and certification authorities, just to provide that background information for the team that was presenting, because I was 100% sure that there are other people who do not even understand what certification, what the certificates that were being talked about were all about. But I recognize that as we should have known that that should have been a topic, since it's something related to cybersecurity. That was just my comment, but I would like to commend the girls as well, that was really brilliant. And as I said yesterday, the future really looks bright from our side. Yeah.
Thank you. I want you to be the last one, so let's stay with the 2, then you make all the conclusion and the question. Yes, please.
Thank you. So my name is Rita, and I'm a software developer for Old Mutual. Now my question goes out to Mr. Lukere. So I picked out something common from a lot of people's presentations, where there were talks about challenges like lack of confidence and imposter syndrome for ladies in the industry or the workspace. Now, it actually branches off from what my colleague was talking about. I would like to get your views. Do you think the lack of specialization in the general tech industry is playing a very huge role as well to contributing to some of these challenges, such as lack of such as lack of confidence and imposter syndrome. I'll give an example. Let's say we've got a lot of young ladies in here. You find, let's say they're studying information technology. By the end of the day, if you ask, what do you do? Or who are you career-wise? They'll tell you that I'm in IT. But now you find that when you go into the industry, these ladies have to take up roles that are tailor-made to special skills. Do you think that's one of the contributing factors to things like lack of confidence and imposter syndrome? Thank you.
Yes, I think you're right. That could also be a contributing factor. I actually know some of the girls that were actually studying at MAST. They were doing the same course that these ladies are doing, but you find them working in institutions where there is no issues of cybersecurity. They are just doing general IT, and for someone to recognize them, it will be a challenge. The second cohort, there are about 18 girls that actually were doing Bachelor of Science, computer systems and security. So you'd see that the ones that are actually really doing the cybersecurity are very few. So issues of specialization, and the other issue is where you have to actually look at the institutions. There should be some measures that cybersecurity should be taken as a serious issue, because if it doesn't take that as a serious issue, you would find out that we have professionals in cybersecurity, but they don't have somewhere to go. But then the other issue is where you just go to entrepreneurship. You just develop yourself, because you can't get all of you cannot get employed. That's why the issue of entrepreneurship comes into play. So as you are a software developer in IT, you can concentrate to say, I'll be developing security-related software like AI, cybersecurity. So you can actually do that. So you can go cybersecurity from your software development career in IT or any other IT. Maybe you were doing forensics, you did forensics. You can actually also concentrate on forensics, but you did IT. So I think specialization is also good, and you can be known if you've actually specialized on a particular field. Like myself, you see that people know me because of cybersecurity and digital forensics. So it's good to specialize.
There was one hand. It was supposed to be the last one. I think it was from you. Yes, then we'll go to the gentleman and conclude.
Hi, my name is Lynette Jetaika, an African Bible College student. I major in mass communication. So knowing the media plays a role in cyber risk, I just want to know what measures have been taken with the presentations that were made, especially the last one, which is a current affair, right? So I want to know what measures have been taken for the protection of these talents in here, because if it's a skill that, I mean, okay, if it's an affair that is actually being worked on right now, I'm sure this person out there might be looking at this or might be seeing this. So what measures have been taken to just to protect this person or these people and this talent? I just want to know.
Joyce, are you ready to spread your wings, or you're still under Wes?
Okay, let me just try to answer. I think there was a time an auditor from ESCOM actually approached me to say there is this incident which is going around. So we actually have to consult you and help help us out on finding the culprit. So I waited till today. Still waiting. So I think like the way the lady has actually presented that side, she said the guy is clever because he's actually closing all the loopholes. So whenever, at some point in time, you might say, okay, now let's pursue the gentleman. It will be very expensive because now someone will say, this guy, is this going to be a tough job? But if actually an incident was actually addressed immediately after it appears on 15th July, I think would have been talking of a different case to say ESCOM has done something on it. But I don't know, maybe they have done it, excluding myself, because the silence doesn't mean that they haven't done anything. Maybe they have done something, but we just do not know. So maybe we can just call them, and see. Thank you.
I hope you will call them. Yes.
Thank you very much. Maybe I requested those who are showing the screen to. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So I think if you look at the screen, this is the portal which we have. When you have anything in terms of reporting an incident, this is the portal we have developed. This portal was on since December last year. So we understand we are doing some awareness, but if you have anything, you can report using this portal. That's www.mwsec.mw. That's what the government of Magra we have done. So you can report any incident. Maybe let me also further say that the national set we work with different stakeholders. I talk of private sector, even public. And we do a lot of this vulnerability management, reporting, and including the telecom. When we get in touch with the technical people. So basically, that's what I would say. That's the work, which is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's commendable that an action has already been taken. Let's give another round of applause for our presenters. Before I hand over to our day chair, I just want to know if we remember where is this verse, which is very important. Yeah. Whatever your hands finds to do, do it with all your might. I think it's just the people in front that got it. You still have a big job. Madam Day Chair, I now hand over. Leme. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those presentations. We are going to go for tea. Tea is being served in the next room, and soon after tea, we've got a presentation which will be taken by Ms. Habiba Osman, and then soon after that, we'll go straight into the panel discussion. Tea is strictly 15 minutes. do not get the ball rolling, we are going to be late on our other panels. And the two panels that are coming after this one are very, very important. So I know we'll take time to ask the women that are in this room, that are in leadership position, that we have the chance to interact with. This will be our chance. So I know we are going to have a lot of questions for Honorable Susan Dorsey, for Justice Intaba as well, for Inspector Kobwaro. So I'll ask Habiba if you're ready.
Good morning. I know that the building is not full yet, but you'll allow me to maybe buy and steal some time to recognize the two honorable justices that are here present, Justice Sintaba and Justice Kaira. And then I would also want to recognize our two honorable members of parliament, the chair of Public Appointments Committee, Madam Joyce Chitsulo,
Agogwa Joshua, and the chair of Media Information and ICT. I would also like to recognize the chair of the conference. I think she's out. And also recognize you all, honorable distinguished delegates, women and girls, and gentlemen that are present. My presentation today is going to touch on women in cyber, bridging the gender gap and breaking the glass ceiling, men's role in Malawi's cybersecurity. Just a little bit about myself. I am Habiba Osman. I'm coming from the Human Rights Commission. I would also want to thank MACRA for including us in this conversation. This is the first of its kind. I think we have all heard of that. And more importantly, I think we also had to squeeze ourselves, taking advantage of the fact that our institution is one of the key institutions that enforces the Gender Equality Act. And I'm sure the past few days, you've also been talking a lot about policies and about where to report, but also just discussing issues of harassment, which actually fall within the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. And in my presentation, you'll be able to appreciate some of the key areas and some of the issues that you've discussed the past few days. However, my presentation today really is also leaning towards the vital role of men in cybersecurity. For the presentations that have been made and the presenters, the distinguished presenters that have presented over the past 2 days, including today, we are all discussing the issue of how men are historically involved in cyber security or cyber industry. And the statistics are also showing that, there is a lack of diversity in the field, particularly for women. So advocating for more women and minorities in this industry is very important and very timely, particularly with this conversation or conference that we have, because that will strengthen the talent pool for women to be in this sector. And we do believe that women have a lot to offer. Key examples were what we saw this morning, the bright two ladies who are graduating next week. What they just did was marvelous. And I would say that I'm actually one of the victims that, fell prey to that ESCOM thing, I have to confess. And I would also confess that I even went further to say to my 70-year-old mom that, so, it looks like it's an easy thing, but really even the most educated of us could easily fall prey to such scams. So I am guilty for being one of those ones. However, as this presentation is about men, we believe as women that this sector is dominated by men, so men should actually use their influential positions to be allies and advocates for inclusion. And I'm sure that even the panel that will come before us will actually dwell more on that. In terms of stats, I don't want to dwell so much on the stats because I think the past 2 days we've discussed a lot of statistics concerning the significant underrepresentation of women in this space. But more importantly, I think for my end and for the organization that I'm coming from, I'm very much interested in systemic barriers like discrimination and the gender stereotypes, like access to education and the supportive work environments, which also contribute to the gap. So it's great to hear organizations or companies like Airtel and others and Macra really coming up with a gender lens in the issues of cybersecurity or women in cyber and girls. However, we would say that having also a school like MUST is giving us hope in the sense that we may see more and more girls pursuing STEM education and careers as opposed to it being a career for men. And it is very important, again, when we look at an inclusive environment, we must also try to address the issues that hinder or the barriers that affect women and girls to join the sector. Discrimination clearly is one of those, as well as the bias that is even in automated systems themselves can further perpetuate and further entrench gender inequalities. However, yesterday, as I was also doing some reading, it was very interesting to note that as much as we are seeing discrimination in the tech sector and also in some of maybe the systems, I've always wondered, and I think I'll ask the experts a question, why is it, for example, that the phones we have, when we ask questions, like when you're wanting to search something, it's usually the woman. So you ask, I think there is, what's the name, like when you're doing search? Siri, and it's very, yes. Yes, so you find that when you're actually using the automated systems, they're using females or female voices. I would like to understand more, but that's a very interesting aspect when we look at how technology is being used. However, still there's a lack of inclusion of women in the digital world. And I think I would want to dwell on the fact that it's even estimated that 1 trillion GDP of low and middle income countries in the last decade, had registered a loss, and that it could even grow to 1.5 trillion by 2025 without action. So you see how timely this conversation as well as this conference is. And particularly when I also look at the stats in the sub-Saharan region, we remain amongst the worst and lowest in terms of gender gaps in digital use, just to emphasize the same. So it's very important that Malawi is really leading the way. In terms of gender equality, it's a very important conversation, but it's also a very important aspect of the work that we have here in Malawi. But more importantly, I would say that our laws have been very progressive, because even in our constitution we have what is known as the Women's Bill of Rights, the Bible itself. It really talks a lot about the rights that we have as women, and in that regard I think Malawi has even gone further to come up with laws, and I'm sure you have had this discussion about the Gender Equality Act, and that even when the appointing authorities are appointing, we should make sure that they are not less than 40% or no more than 60% of either sex in public positions. And to ensure the provisions of the Gender Equality Act are enforced, it's actually the function of the Human Rights Commission, where I'm coming from, that we actually monitor and we also check on compliance of the same. And that compliance and that responsibility has been given to the Malawi Human Rights Commission. what is our role, for example, in cybersecurity and space? Since coming in, joining in the commission, one of the things that we noted that was really taking us backwards is the fact that even when we were taking our complaints, we were using manual ways or normal physical ways. So you'd come in, would register. And really it has been very difficult as an institution that has been there for 20 years plus not to be going digital. But now, because we are going digital, we are also trying as an institution to really make sure that we are not left behind. And so the role of Malawi Human Rights Commission, particularly the role that we have in enforcing the Gender Equality Act and implementing the Access to Information Act, means that we must really be on top on issues of cybersecurity. So this picture, for example, we were being trained on complaints handling and how we can do that using digital means. Again, as I said earlier, since our institution really is involved in looking at all human rights issues in a broader sense possible, we also look at issues of cyber crimes and attacks online. So these are also reported to the Commission. But again, the Commission really has a very critical role of implementing the Access to Information Act. So I'm very happy to see that the chair of Media and Information and ICT is here, and I'm sure that I think you also dwell in on some of the important aspects of the Access to Information Act when it comes really to information. And again, what the Commission does, it makes sure that as much as we are monitoring what is happening online, we should investigate any crimes as well as sexual harassment in the workplace. And we also do this offline and online. Again, more importantly, we have two directorates, the Gender Directorate and the Child Rights Directorate, which are very key for reporting. I should confess that it is very challenging perhaps to find the Commission because we are not in every district. But again, we've noted that we're getting a lot of complaints, through emails or through Facebook and through other means, and even people writing in and others coming in. But ideally, we should have perhaps a hotline. And I think one of our roles that we do is to have MOUs with organizations like Yoneko, who are able to also process the complaints that are coming in for the Human Rights Commission. But again, what we're also doing as a commission is to make sure that we are, putting in practical steps like, the training in digital complaints handling that I just mentioned, but also even putting our reports online through other human rights important documents like the URIDocs, and also the continuous upscaling skills for junior staff. And when we're doing that, I, as a head of the Secretariat, I have to make sure that at least in every training that is taking place, we should include women and men, or we should include the younger women and men. So even when it means sending people abroad for training, and they're asking two, I never send two men, I'll send a woman and a man, because I believe that we must really empower women like that. But more importantly, I would also want to share that the Commission has also been given the mandate really to come up to collect a database for all women professionals and executives. Well, others may say, well, maybe that's discriminatory. Why are you not adding other categories? But we had to start somewhere, because initially we did not have this. So we've actually created a database. It's a new database. So for those that are graduating, those that are looking for a job, those that want to be on the database, you are very welcome to send your CVs to the Human Rights Commission. This platform really seeks to challenge the stereotypes that there are no qualified women by profiling and celebrating thousands of women. So ideally, we've created a database for all women professionals and executives, because we have, for example, reached out to some institutions which are being led by men and say, but where are the women? How can we find them? So one of our critical contributions from last year was to create a database for women professionals and executives. Of course, this website is still up and going, it's still under construction, but as you can see, we've even included women from various sectors. So we've included those with master's degrees, we've even included women in STEM, and we've also included women in gender and human rights. This is just an example, but the website itself has even the various categories or the various industries that women are in. Combating discrimination, that is our business as a commission. And just to say that this has also been provided for example, in the law. And sex discrimination, sex-based discrimination, and sex-based discrimination are all areas that have been defined in the Gender Equality Act. And I'm sure, as my colleagues earlier were presenting, they were able to also mention, the definitions and the very critical sections of the Act that are prohibited in all its forms. Accordingly, you may think that, maybe this can just happen physically, but also this even caters the abuse that happens online. And so this, I just wanted to emphasize, because as also a rule, the Human Rights Commission, for example, has developed a sexual harassment policy. This policy is on the website, but also we now are happy to note that other institutions have actually used the sexual harassment policy to come up with their own internal policies where they can curb sex-based discrimination and other forms of sexual harassment. Some examples that we've noted, for example, in organizations or institutions that may be led by men or sometimes even women, is that some women may not be hired based on the assumptions that she will not fit into a traditionally male workplace. So if you're looking at, for example, an IT specialist, you want to employ a man as opposed to a woman, or a young man as opposed to a young woman, and then not paying a woman and a man the same salary for the same work. These are issues, these are examples. Again, not providing the same opportunities to employees for training, mentoring, and promotion. This really falls under the Act. It's a form of sex-based discrimination. So all the discussions that we've had today about sex-based discrimination, about why there are less women in the tech sector or in the digital world, it is because sometimes the policies that have been placed in those institutions are denying women opportunities for training, for mentoring, and promotion. So it's very important that, we must make sure that we must recognize that even our laws prohibit such practices. In terms of access to information, again, as I said earlier, this is very important, but again, it gives also us as Malawians or citizens the right to request and receive information from public bodies. Apart from the fact that it helps us in promoting transparency and accountability, it's also very important that it is used to publish information, digitize data, and respond to information requests that are within set timeframes. There are very important challenges that are meant to note. So, for example, there are still issues that are to do with the Access to Information Act, that there is limited public awareness, and there is also sometimes bureaucracy within public bodies and maybe resource constraints. So someone maybe may want to go to the Anti-Corruption Bureau to get some information about some individual. Yes, they're supposed to share information, but sometimes they may not share information because the matter is in court. But however, public bodies are meant to share information, and even us, some people can come to the Human Rights Commission and say we want information. We are obliged, following certain guidelines, to release information that is very important to the public. So full implementation as well of this particular act, even though it was enacted in 2017, requires that there must be public education, there must be capacity building of information officers, and also progressive use of technology. For without progressive use of technology, it would be futile or an exercise in futility for us to really understand the Access to Information Act. Now, when it comes to the role of men in cybersecurity, we believe, and seeing the statistics globally, including Malawi, we note that most of the CEOs are male. So it's a very predominant male domain. But what can we do? What should be done? We believe that, more CEOs, or if you're male leaders or male lecturers, there is need to upscale training and skill development of women in these male-dominated organizations. So even when someone is coming in to start a job, from the onboarding process, the employees must be trained in cybersecurity matters. As someone had said, I think a day before, to say that even just to use your laptop or to use any other gadget, you should be able to be trained. You should be able to know when your laptop, for example, is warning you that your antivirus is going to expire. So from the onboarding process, employees must be trained, building digital skills that are also tailored to women and girls' needs. For the commission, for example, we've even started making sure that we are also building digital skills even for people with disabilities. Let me mention that it's very important because sometimes we also leave out other people with different disabilities. So for example, even if you look at materials, reports, they must be in Braille so that even someone who can't see or can't read can be able to access those kind of gadgets. So even our computers at the commission, when we are receiving donation, because we're a public institution, we emphasize that give us laptops that are disability friendly, so that at least even people with disabilities may be able to use the computer, so that we are not discriminating our interns or we are not discriminating anyone who is on board. Again, I think COVID-19 taught us that it's very important that we adapt to what is happening, like remote work, as well as having, for example, maybe work plans that people can use. We never know, there could be another cyclone or there could be something else. So in this kind of way, we've seen that we've worked well with Zooms and what have you. So it's very important that we continue enhancing remote collaboration, but also the way we work. So because COVID-19 has actually taught us that. But at the same time, again, one of the things that, the male-dominated sectors, or let's say the CEOs, are also aged to make sure that, they are also exposing women or females deliberately to training that really boosts productivity. Because with that, you find that it will have the industry growing. But if we completely just select a few and leave others, we may not accelerate a productivity that is needed in the workplace. One of the things that also as a commission we emphasize when you're doing sexual harassment trainings, for example, or when we're even engaging with stakeholders, is to avoid online messages. So this is something that, I'm speaking to the men. Unfortunately, we're now living in a tough world where, men may also feel that it's really tough for them. Kale maybe it was easy. Mwina kumfusira muntu ngumuzote kumande ugoneka bwino, olo kukongola, olo mwendo wako oli, mwendo wako ndeo kundisangalatsa. You can't do that now. It's a little bit dangerous, because you may say to someone, kuti komande, anyway, when we are seeing Nigerians, they call it nyash. Your nyash looks good. You just never know that, you're sexually harassing someone. So again, avoiding sending online messages that can be deemed sexual harassment is very key. So that includes even the gadgets that the men are using. So even work gadgets. So for example, the screen cover. I was just training some people, I don't know, in one organization. So I told them that even just your laptop, for example, you have your laptop sitting here, and then on your laptop, there's a picture of a woman maybe who's naked, and you're in your office. Without offending anybody else, if you have, for example, the screen cover, which has got maybe a female posing somewhere or whatever, it has to be avoided. So these are also things that, must be avoided, because you may not know that you're offending the other person. In other countries, and also in other institutions like the UN, for example, you are told that, having also covers, or maybe being caught online watching YouTube during work time, or watching movies, that are not in line with the workplace, you may find yourself to be accused of promoting issues of sexual abuse online. So again, that is also very important. So for us to avoid all these things, it's very important that each institution should obviously consider having a gender lens in their ICT policies, through either disaggregated targets or even using gender champions within the institutions that can be able to speak about sexual harassment frequently, but also just gender champions within the organizations that can also support women, particularly when it comes to issues of harassment, avoiding the same. But again, I also believe that, opening up procurement opportunities to women-owned IT firms or companies, that could be also a very good way of, those industries that are dominated by men to consider that they must give business, for example, put maybe a certain percentage to say, we'll put maybe 10% will be giving businesses to women who own IT firms or who have, who have a cyber issues in their organization. It is very important that those deliberate steps must be taken. And again, when we look at how we should be proactive, it is important that there must also be proactive disclosure and public outreach to help the gender gaps in accessing information. So the Access to Information Act, it is very important that each institution, whether the university, whether the private, whether the public, whether an NGO must be able to have such ICT policies within their organizations. As I said, women face a lot of barriers due to low literacy levels, but we do need to make a deliberate effort to have the same within even the primary school. Of course, we now know that we have must, but I think the digital divide, we must even start it at the kindergarten level. I had heard the First Lady saying that her grandson is able to use the laptop, and it's true for most of these young children. They are adapting and they know how to use technology faster maybe than some of us. So it's very important that we already break the social norms and also be able to teach the children at a younger age. So I believe again that it's also very important that the gender biases that continue to affect information, how it is collected, stored, and disseminated by institutions must be broken. Unfortunately, it's not very easy for institutions to abide with that, but it is very important because it can also help us understand, for example, like how many institutions are training their women or training their young people in issues of cybersecurity. In conclusion, if you look at my presentation, really it's an umbrella of all sorts, but what I wanted to emphasize is that the role of men in cybersecurity is important, and yet it's often overlooked from a gender perspective. So more initiatives and policies are needed to encourage greater participation of men in cybersecurity while ensuring gender equity. We're not saying that men must be left out, but what we're saying that more initiatives and policies are needed, and then skills-based hiring and mentorship programs would also be very important, particularly for those male leaders or for those male CEOs that have such companies. And I hope that MACRA, when we're doing, since Madam Chair is here, you've done a very brilliant job for organizing this amazing conference, one of its kind, following what the UN did in March. This is amazing, probably the first in the sub-Saharan Africa this year. So what I wanted to emphasize is that as we're talking about the role of men, let's also have a lot of CEOs next time coming in so that we can already challenge them in terms of how they can employ women or how they can employ young people within their industries. This, I think, a kind of conversation will be very relevant to them. Let me finish by what Antonio Guterres said. He said that technology can expand pathways to education and opportunities for women and girls, but it can also be used to amplify abuse and hatred. And this is a conversation that has been discussed over and over again the past 2 days, including today. So today, women make up a third of the workforce in science, technology, engineering, and maths, and women are underrepresented in developing new technologies, and discrimination may be baked from the start. That is why we must close the digital divide and increase the representation of women and girls in science and technology. So education is very key, and that's why I'm very excited to see young people coming in front and really, sharing and also, showing that this is the future, and the future is female. But more importantly, we can also remember what Plato, an old philosopher, said. He said, if women are expected to do the same work as men, we must teach them the same things. So I do believe that if we're expected to be, cyber experts or digital experts or work in the tech field, we must be able to be taught the same things as men, or the girls must be able to be taught the same things as the young boys. Thank you very much.
We'll take 3 comments or questions from the floor. Okay, I see a hand. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. And I think for the past few years since you became the executive secretary, we've seen how more and more you're handling issues of sexual harassment, how you're going to different districts to do trainings, and how you're following up on cases of sexual harassment, which is not easy at all. I just also wanted to say, recently the Minister of Gender has also come up with a male engagement strategy, which they launched a few weeks ago. And I'm just hoping, I haven't read it, I have a copy, and I'm just hoping that issues of how men are supposed to behave in cybersecurity, or maybe in terms of the digital divide, they're also highlighted. One thing I also wanted to say is that when we talk about male engagement, what exactly does it mean? This comes on top of a situation where we also have women that are probably called feminists, and yet sometimes we also have gaps in women themselves understanding what gender is. So one thing that I have challenges with is when we talk about male engagement, sometimes it's not really clear, because sometimes men come in and occupy spaces that women or girls are supposed to occupy because they don't understand what they're supposed to be doing in those spaces. So my comment would be, I think we need, I wish I'd read the male engagement strategy so that we know that we need meaningful engagement of men in such initiative, that they use gender lens as you've highlighted here, and also that by using gender lens, we can have men that are feminists. Yesterday, I think I was engaging a young man at the back there who was telling me, oh, you're going to do a presentation and it touches on feminists. Don't talk about feminists. So then I was trying to think, what do we understand by feminists? What do we understand by feminism? If we have women feminists, can we also have male feminists? That simply means that men that understand what their role is when it comes to gender, and men that have the knowledge, deep knowledge of these conversations, so that they can also contribute meaningfully, since we're talking about issues that are contentious, and we're talking of patriarchal imperialism. It's not about pointing fingers that these men are whatever, but it's just about understanding the space and how we can level the playing field. So when it comes to cybersecurity, I'm also thinking about along those lines, that we can only address the structural inequalities you're talking about if we really have male feminists besides having female feminists. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We'll get there's one here and one in the back, and the last one is this side. So take the three.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. As I introduced myself yesterday, I'm Ella Hamwaka, a cybersecurity specialist with Department of E-Government. So we've had several people talk about the access to information and privacy laws under human rights. If I recall correctly, we had Exile and Wezi talk about it. So my question to you, I'm just going to read out these two laws in reference to the Constitution of Malawi, then I'll ask my question. So the Human Rights Law, Section 37, under Human Rights, Access to Information states, subject of any act of parliament, every person shall have the right to access information held by the state or any of its organs at any level of government, far as such as information is required for the exercise of their rights. And Section 21 talks of privacy, so it says, every person shall have the right to personal privacy. So my question to the Human Rights Commission is, don't you think the right to privacy and right to access information contradict each other in case of investigations? Because I understand that, let's say there's a case where somebody is being harassed or there's an issue in offices, they report to you and it is up to you to do these investigations and see how to handle it. So how do you handle people's information? And I believe accessing people's information, as stated by Exile, when he stated that
he was getting messages from the Ministry of Health when he has never submitted his information. It means they're getting it from somewhere else. So my question goes back to, don't you think the right to privacy and right to access information contradict each other? Thank you very much.
So I suppose Madam Chiwonge wasn't asking a question per se. She was just making a contribution and an observation. But just to say, I think we've seen world leaders. I just wanted to comment, like, you know, Guterres, who made that statement. We've seen also the Canadian president, who've actually come out publicly to say that they are, you know, feminists. That's a debate for another day, but basically what they're saying is that they support feminist policies, and that within their governance systems, they've made sure that, you know, they have a gendered lens or a feminist lens when it comes to their government policies. So there is nothing wrong with that. And I do believe, I think also the same concept may be shared later, but it's a he for she concept that was, that garnered support in 2014, was the whole idea of having male champions support gender equality or gendered issues in terms of equality and parity. What you have asked, I would say that there is no contradiction, and simply because that when you look at the issues of Access to Information Act, yes, it gives the Malawian citizens the right to request and receive information from public bodies. So the information, for example, some information is harmful, some information is sensitive, some information is unlawful, some information is very critical for some people to, for example, to do investigations. So if it's, like, I'll go back, if it's the Anti-Corruption Bureau or if it's a Human Rights Commission specifically, that it's been given that special mandate within the Gender Equality Act, which is the act that we enforce, we are able to go in each and every institution to go and you know, obtain information because it's within the mandate of the commission. But not only that, through the Human Rights Act as well, it empowers the commission to make sure that it's also monitoring all violations, monitoring everything else that is happening, for example, in the refugee camps, in prisons. We can go in prison today, we can just walk in the prison and say, we want to know what is happening here. Why are prisoners not having food? That is the mandate of the commission through the enabling acts that it has been given. Perhaps if you say maybe an NGO, it may be difficult for an NGO just to walk in an organization. So we take, for example, any other NGO cannot just walk in MACRA and say, we want this information, because they do not have the mandate. So yes, MACRA can come back and say, no, there are issues of you know, privacy, but there are also issues of mandate. Do you have the mandate to come in our organization? The right to privacy is a very sensitive one. I know that, yes, policies, we are working towards policies to address that, but at the same time, if you're using that information, for example, to find information that someone has done something unlawful, at that point the law does allow you to access that kind of information. So I would not say that it's contradictory, because on one hand, like for the Human Rights Commission, we are implementing the Access to Information Act because of our mandate, but on the other hand, we are also able to enforce gender violations or gender-related issues through the mandate that we've been given through the Gender Equality Act. So it also depends with which institutions you're talking about, but clearly I would say that there's a delicate balance, but again, you would also want to analyze that what is the information being taken for? Has someone committed a crime? Has someone done something that is unlawful? Those are the things, I think those are the questions that you must have at the back of your mind.
Thank you. A hand for Habiba, please. You may take your seat. We have a presentation on data privacy in the afternoon. Tokozar will take us through that one. But now we are going to go into a panel. He for she. Susan, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Leme. Thank you very much, Habiba, and thank you very much to all who have spoken before this panel that's coming up. I must just say that this panel will have the easiest job, because everything else that they're going to discuss has already been discussed by the previous speakers. So with that, I'll invite the panelists for this session: Stephen Perete, Horace Chipembere, Chiku Walani, and Exa Njoka. Please give them a round of applause. These gentlemen have the duty to discuss the role of men as allies in promoting women's participation in cybersecurity. It's an important subject because who better to demonstrate what men can do in promoting the inclusion of women in cybersecurity. So, gentlemen, I'll throw one general question to you. What can you do, or what can you encourage men to do in promoting the inclusion of women's participation in cybersecurity? You will take the floor one after the other, and then we'll proceed.
I think a lot has already been discussed. So basically, as Morita said, we're just revisiting that. My experience has been that the role as a man, maybe you lead a team, and in that team, you have to have the intention to have a lady as part of your team. That is the active task you have in order to offer the opportunity, but also to address the imbalance that's been highlighted. I think it's also incumbent on the lady with that opportunity to make sure that she takes the role model role, she takes that as a role model so that she can offset the bias that will naturally be against her in that position. And I think as a man you have to make sure that you are giving honest feedback to the lady. In this Me Too environment, sometimes men are uncomfortable to communicate honestly to women where they are slacking or whether they need to take some training or some certification. I think there's a need for women to focus that part so that they are performing roughly at 60% when the general average is 40%. Because generally, if a woman is performing at the average level of the team, she will become more visible as a weak link, and she should not allow that opportunity, because the bias that she will face within the team is controlled by the leader. But the biggest bias is that the team leader now, any failure with his team is associated to the lady. This is now the bane of performance that the team leader will experience. So that is, I think, also critical and incumbent on this group. We are talking of cybersecurity. Currently, it's a growing industry, and I think roughly the projections are that by 2030 it's going to be close to $500 billion business. Currently it's around 120. Even the number of people in the industry are not adequate enough. Actually, someone who speaks good cybersecurity and maybe has one certificate to show will get the job, because most of the people don't have the full adequate skills to be in the industry. So understand as ladies that for you this is an open field. You can really do a lot, and prove yourself easily than maybe the other sectors. I think that is the key thing. Skill up, and there are a lot of free training and certification sessions that you can go into, but the biggest skill is that you have to know the job. You have to know it and know it well, because that is going to prove you more than a paper. I know a lot of people that are very skilled, that have done a lot, but by proving that they can do the job and not just showing the paper. So this, I think, is what is incumbent on the women. That is what you can control. And that you can control, even to take off the biases and the stereotypes that are already in the industry. I think our role is to make sure, have a person in the team. I'm proud to say that I've always had a lady in my teams wherever I have been, and they have actually done very well, and I have not had a huge challenge in that sense. So I'll leave it to that. Thank you.
I'm glad that we are speaking to people who are actually experienced. So you've said that you are very intentional, or men have to be very intentional, but then again the women must also live up to the standard in order for them to create a positive experience. Excel, can we also have what your thoughts are on that one?
Yeah, just to add from what Steve has said, I think yesterday I made mention of a fact that if we are to deal with cyber security, we need to cover it in a complete hemisphere. What I mean is that you will see that men and women are all participants of the cyberspace. And there are always two school of thoughts or two world views, which a man has and also a woman has. So if we are to deal with the threat as general, it means that we need to make sure that we do it together. I read some interesting book which talks about men coming from Mars and women from Venus. It's just about understanding how we are all wired, how men are wired, how women are wired, so that all in all we can be able to communicate better and to work better. So I feel like as men, maybe who have moved ahead in the field, we need to make sure that we are able to understand how women work and see how best we can collaborate with them. Otherwise, most of the times we have a tendency of threatening. You know, yesterday I was talking about threatening maybe women in the field with jargons, with those buzzwords to make sure they get scared. But as we learn to accommodate each other, understanding how each other behave, I feel like we would all work together to a common goal of making sure that the cyberspace is secure. So let me stop there for now.
And Horace, can you also share your thoughts?
Thank you so much. As I have already been introduced, my name is Horace Chibambere and I work for Hafatech, which is an organization, a tech organization basically that is aimed at bridging gender digital divide in Malawi through various activities. So I've shared this background because the context of my response basically will be in line with what we do as Hafatech. I believe that as males, we have a role to play in encouraging females to take part in the cyberspace. When we look at the cyberspace, basically it's a large field because it encompasses what we call STEM, of which I understand most of you would understand STEM here, because when you talk of STEM, we talk of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And basically when you look at these fields, you're gonna find that traditionally these fields have been male-dominated. So most people think that technology or cyberspace is a male-based domain rather. But then if you go in context and find out, you're going to find out that there's a role that women have to play. Because if you study basically and go deep and understand what the cyberspace, you find out the effects that comes in the cyberspace, if are negative, they don't only affect men, they also affect the females. So I feel like as men, we also have a part to play in encouraging females I'll give an example. Maybe in the morning we were listening to Wezi, who is encouraging some females as a mentor, the females who were presenting from MAST. You know, I feel like one way that we as men can do is encouraging these females, mentoring them and giving them support. He gave an example of how sometimes when they're working in these fields, they can be given something like a stipend, so that it should be encouraging to say, okay, that means there's a little something that we can get in these fields. If I take you back to the statistics, you're going to find that according to the World Economic Forum, there is 25% of women who are in the cyberspace as compared to 75% of men who are there. And this stat just shows that women are lagging behind. And if you go further and read even further, you're going to find that other statistics like the Cybercrime magazine also shows the same statistics, that 25% of women are in the cyberspace as compared to 75% of women who are there. And another way that I feel like as men we can take part in spearheading this conversation is by breaking the stereotypes. There is an unconscious bias that usually exists when you come into places. So we have conscious and unconscious biases, like sometimes you find people generally just unconsciously maybe just feeling like women cannot do certain things. I'll give you an example of the cyberspace that we're talking about. If I talk of, say for example, a hacker, we all understand maybe that hacking is in two ways. We have bad hackers, the black hat hackers, and then we have white hat hackers. It's a conversation of another day, but then there's a bad group and there's a good group. So if I mention a hacker, for example, the first picture that is gonna come into the minds of most of us is that a hacker is some male who is sitting somewhere on a computer doing operations. Why don't we imagine a female being somewhere on a computer, operating such a computer? You understand that we have women who can achieve. We've seen some demonstrations here of girls who are able to analyze, trace packets, and even find out maybe how couplets can be tracked. Girls are able to do that. So if girls can be able to do that, you see that men can be in the space promoting the participation of women. And another way that I feel like we can do as men in this space is that I feel like we can do this through sharing stories. There are various ways of sharing stories or spotlighting women who have achieved success in the cyber fields. Because most of the times we feel like women can be mentors to other women, but also men can mentor other women into these fields. So through different publications or just sharing stories or articles of some women who have succeeded in these fields, I feel like we can encourage more women to join in this field. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Horace. Clearly there's a lot. Thank you. Clearly there's a lot that can be said about how men can encourage women to join the cyberspace. But let's also hear from Chiku. Chiku, yesterday you were in the session with the young girls and you had a lot to share. Please share with the audience in here.
My name is Chiku and I'm a lead trainer, a digital trainer for Half4Tech. I'm an engineer by profession, and aside from that, I run a business. I'm a CEO and founder of Smart Farms. So, you know, I'll just first give you a background. I've never been a fan to give my work to females because I've always believed it's not going to be well done. And that's so sad because I've experienced that several times, and one day I sit down and I was asking myself, why do I believe that work is not always done? And also, why is it that I have evidence that some work is not well done? So in my business setup, I saw that I gave these two ladies some work, it was not well done, and I was very furious, and I was like, I cannot take a person to lead the business. And now I asked myself, what is my role? Because now what I was looking at is what is their role in upgrading their skills? Why don't they come to the part? Why don't they rise? Why don't they become better? Now I'm just looking at them. What I did not think through is, what is my role to make sure they become better? You know? So what I took a step and asked them to say, hey, what's really making your life hard? Why are these things so difficult to you? You realize that there were just some basic skills which they needed. So this is where I came to say, sometimes that is needed is to understand the area where the lady is lagging and support them. So I volunteer in a lot of places to support and train females in tech. Now, in my business, I offered a couple of trainings to the people in the areas of tech. We do design tech solutions. I have seen a big difference because I have seen people who have performed certain things better than I do. And now I have chosen the chief operations officer of the business to be a female because she has performed. And when I went to South Africa, I came back, people were like, she did better than you. She is very better than you were doing. Why? Understand that it's not always looking at what is she supposed to do to be better, but also what am I supposed to do to make them better? What are the skills that are lacking? Can you give the skills to them? Give them. As a business person in a business environment, what are the hiring tactics that are not hindering females? What are the company acts that are not hindering them? We expect, I've realized that whenever I say we need to meet 8 p.m., we usually have virtual meetings. And females were always very late. I was trying to understand. As a guy, I don't clean plates, I don't do this, and a female has been busy cooking and all that. So all these things, they're put into aspect. I think we also need to, I think it will give us to a place where you need to understand that we can only supply skills to the person who needs them. Now to the females, be willing to say that I want to be better, but these are the areas that I want to be better on. Can you support? As males, come to Flint and say, these are the skills that you say you want to be better at. Bring in support. What else do I do as a business person? I use my influence to influence other people. To say, whenever I tell someone you are going to work with this girl, they'll be like, no, I'm going to do it alone. I say, no, I have already assigned myself to work with another female. And you're trying to use your influence. Since the industry of cybersecurity is already dominated by male, why don't we use our influence to influence other people? Be someone who influences others to understand things the way you do. So if you need skills, females come up and say, I'm failing to do this, but this is my gap. If a man noticed the gap, instead of just saying, why aren't you better? Come forward and say, can I support you in the area that you're lagging? Because once you do, you realize, because diversity has got a secret. There are certain things that females are going to do better than you do. That is why research has shown that. Research has shown that companies improve about 19% of their sales if diversity is put into place, because it improves the innovation and the decision making. Much as men has dominated the field, they cannot be good at everything, because another mind will obviously bring something different. Instead of saying they're not good, let's leave them. Why are they not good? What skills are they lacking? Are they willing to be helped? If they are, support them. Give them the training they need. And once you figure this out, I believe that that can also contribute positively as men being allies in their role of supporting women in cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiku. I want to ask all of you a question regarding male domination. It's almost a cultural issue in our society. And when I say male domination, I mean men are generally already aggressive. They are born energetic, aggressive, stronger than women. Somebody addressed this. Naturally confident, which is a little bit different for women, because women's socialization is changing now, but historically, hitherto women's socialization has been very soft natured, because we are mothers, we are nurturers, we are not naturally aggressive. Now, this tends to manifest in workplaces. I just want to hear from the rest of you what you are able to do to shake off that aggression that comes with being a man. What can you do in order to help women to understand or to soften a little bit that aspect of male domination? Each one of you can just speak about it very briefly.
I think men are naturally aggressive. They are raised with a natural burden to perform, and lack of performance means failure. And normally the world is not going to forgive you or feel sorry for you. So as a woman, you need, this is my experience, is that If you allow the women in your team to be skilled or point them to the skills that they need, if you have a budget, allocate that training budget. After the training, they are more confident and they are more affirmative and assertive in what they need to do. It also allows them to, because a lot of women have creative ideas, but they don't voice them out. They have a challenge of voicing them out. The training and the knowledge sessions tend to give them a lot of confidence. And they actually become very good at doing multi-configuration activities. If you really have a well-equipped, trained lady in your team, my experience has been that she's the best person to delegate a multi-configuration task that has to be done accurately at all times. And any variability has to be tested before it is put in production. You know, men can put a variable in production out of their wits to see what it will do, taking a lot of risk in the process for the organization. A woman rarely does that, from my experience, and this gives you the assurance that this multi-configuration task will be done as it should be done, and the issues that can crop up from there will be things that you can tame and control.
All right.
Yeah.
Wezi, what's your take?
Okay, thank you so much. I've worked with a lot of women, and I think I have one ethic which I always use when working with women. I always say that the priority of our work, one of the priority ethics of our work is to make sure that we are professional first before we start talking about whether I'm a man or I'm a woman. I'm saying this because, you see, this whole notion of fronting to say that I'm a man or I'm a woman brings about some challenges as far as work is done. You know, sometimes you hear to say that, you know, you are doing some technical work and a woman will tell you to say that I'm tired, you know, men are better, I'm tired. So already it's a barrier, it's a ceiling which is there, which hinders even women from, you know, breaking, you know, that glass ceiling. I have worked with Tandy. Tandy, you can just raise your hand. I've worked with Lokia. Tandy, we are in college together, and I remember in our final year group, you know, projects where we were doing it in a group, we were in the same group. But she would agree with me to say that there was nothing like Tandy is a woman, then she can't be allocated laws. If it was programming, we were all coding. If it was meeting for discussion at 1 a.m., it doesn't matter, she's tired, we are meeting at 1 a.m. I also remember we also had another lady in our group, and by then she was expectant. And for us, we didn't care whether she was expectant or not. That comes second. What we care is that everybody should work, everybody should deliver. At the end of the day, the grades will all benefit. So we were working like that, and it worked. With Lokia is a network engineer, and I remember where I was working before, she was offering me service. So if I tell her to say that, Lokia, I want my network to be up in 30 minutes. I don't care whether she hasn't eaten, I don't care whether she's in mood swings. What I want first is my work to be done. Because at the end of the day, it's about work being done. We'll talk about being female or maybe me buying a lunch later on. So all in all, what I'm saying is that let's put that in mind to say that for us to thrive in any profession, more specifically cybersecurity, we have to be professional and understanding the field, because the field requires a lot. It requires studying each and every day. It requires research each and every day. It requires at times working overtime. Hackers will not be there saying that you are a woman, we want to hack you. They will hack everyone. So the same effort which I have to put I also expect a woman to put the same effort. Let me stop there.
Thank you. That's very important. It's very important for you to put it out to the women that whatever effort a man can put in, a woman must put in. Stephen had put it a bit more strongly by saying that he expects a woman to do 60% of what a man can only do at 40% but still be graded the same. So let's hear from Horace what your thoughts are. And Horace, I want you to be quick because I'd like us to give the audience an opportunity to ask.
All right, thank you so much. I'll be quick because I've been asked to do so. But then I just wanted to highlight an example that maybe most of you might be aware of. I understand maybe some of you have heard of the International Telecommunication Union, which has a department which is called the International Telecommunication Bureau. For 150 years, the Bureau was being led by men all over. And if you look at the issue of men having domain in most places, if you look at the education sector, even in politics, in many places you're going to find that men are the leaders. But most of the times, you're going to see that this does not mean that women do not have the capability or the ability to have the space in these leaders. If you look at ITU now, the one who is leading it is a woman. We call her Doreen Bogdad-Martin. And if you study about her, you're going to see that the way she's directing the whole bureau is very beautiful and amazing. And she's able to accomplish even some of the things that were not being accomplished in the past years. So I feel like it's not only about overlooking on women, but then it's about giving them a chance with the skills that they have them to see if they can deliver or not, because I believe if they can be empowered, there's so much that they can do. And one other area also that I wanted to highlight is that if you look at these fields, you're going to find that there's more that we can do, there's more that we can advance when you talk of these fields and when you talk of men having domain and leadership, because you're going to find out that we have policies. If it's in companies, we have policies. As government, there are policies that are there. So men can be allies in pushing the policies that are there, that are already existing. We have gender policies that already exist. If men in leadership positions can push for these policies to be up and be acting, it's going to increase the participation of women in these spaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Horace. Chiku, I'm going to ask you a different question. The fear of women taking over. I mean, we all always hear that the future is female. And sometimes people say the future is now. So there's a potential for women to take over the world. What are your thoughts around how men can reposition their thinking about the fear of women taking over, especially in cyberspace, in the cyberspace?
Okay. First things first, I think I went to this other company and I was shocked. I realized that there are more female workers than males, you know, and I was like, what's happening, you know? The mindset, I'm like, why? There are more females working than males. And then I realized that out there, it's not about whether you're a female or not. In most cases, it's whether you're qualified or not. So I'm gonna implore more the females to position themselves well, to gain the right skills, to work extra hard. I'm telling you, if it is a company and you come for interviews and all the females have done well, nobody has it. I mean, everybody cannot resist the power of your skills because you deserve that. So first things first, the females themselves have to work hard, have to put in the effort because success demands it. So whether, you know, we can say this company has a policy, it must be 50-50 law, where we take 50 females and 50 males. But what if the females that have submitted their applications are not strong enough to take them? Should we put the whole company at stake because we want to balance or we want to allow females? So the first things first, females must work hard, must position themselves well. The second thing is, I think males should change their minds by giving females a chance. For me, I've always been so afraid, like my top management of a business, it's a tech business, CEO, COO, and the rest, they have never been female. I've always been like, oh, are they going to do it? Are they going to accomplish this? We should all understand that if there are skills that we are looking for to run a company, if the skills are with a man and if the skills are with a female, they're going to perform the same way. So it is about giving each other a chance. It might be our mentality, but let us remove that mentality and give the female a chance and see what she does and see how far we can take it from there. So it's about willingness to understand that it is not the gender that does the work, it is the brains behind it. You know, I've met a lot of tech people. I've met a lot of people who code. Right now, the business I'm running, it's run now by, I'm just a background person, it's run now by female. So the fear has to come out. I don't think we should say women will take over, because this word, it will make people feel like men are going to be left behind. But there's going to be a strong collaboration to push things forward. Because we have got a problem where maybe men are thinking otherwise, and they think maybe females should not go forward. Females should not do this. But now we want to break that gap, to bring together, working together. Not anybody else thinking they can go far ahead than another. It's all about, are we pushing enough to have the skills that should usher us into the right position? Even if we release a vacancy today, if you don't have the right qualifications, if it says you need a master's, you need a PhD, we are going to consider that. They're not going to take a man because they're a man. If they don't have the qualifications, they won't go. So please, men should change their mind by giving people a chance, more especially female people, to say, let us give them a chance. Because the skills are there, mainly it's just their mindset. I have always had that mindset. I am changing now. I have seen a different path. I've seen females that perform better in certain areas than me. And it's okay. There's nothing wrong. Because that's it. Because others have other skills than me. I have other skills in another area than me. The diversity that we put together, if we go forward by bringing diversity in this cyberspace, now it's going to help us to bring resilience in terms of our tech space. So yeah, I think everybody has got the potential. I think everyone should position themselves. While men are supporting, allowing females to take over, females also voicing out where they're finding problems, men coming in to support where things are supposed to be. By the way, men will also learn so many things from females because they've been distancing themselves, not knowing what the brain of other females are keeping. Thank you.
Clearly the narrative is changing. Men are not afraid of women taking over. Men are thinking collaboration. Thank you so much for all those sentiments, but you're still here. I'm just going to allow 4 questions from the audience, just 4, 2 from this side, 2 from this side. Please introduce yourself and be very brief. Make it a question, not a contribution to the debate, unless it's just a, yes. So I'll take 1 from here, and the 4 from this side. We'll start from here and then we'll move to the side.
Thank you so much for your participation.
You can choose to direct it to a particular discussant.
It's for everyone. Okay. It's okay. Right. So I think let me just start off with a scenario, and then maybe you can now answer the question that I'm about to ask. Of course, this is something that happened to a friend of mine who ended up getting a scholarship. So a friend of a friend who got a scholarship to go, I think it was in UK or US, right, to pursue her career. So they had an agreement with the spouse to leave. Then later on, he stays behind, and then other issues started coming up, if you know what I mean. She ended up coming back and abandoned the scholarship. Yeah? So my question is, I'm asking for the young girls who are here, especially maybe high school, now going maybe to undergrad and all that. How would you advise these girls, especially you being the male models, right? You are either a father, you are either an uncle to these little girls. What would you advise them to do, especially maybe, obviously some of them would want to settle down later on, right? Some qualities that they should know, that I think this person is going to impede my future and I need to progress my career. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I will take all the questions at once, then respond. Yes, madam.
Thank you so much, moderator. Justice Kaira here. I am worried.
Me too. Me too.
The comments that have been made by Steve and
Stephen.
Horace. The reason why maternity leave is longer than the paternity leave is because we accept there is a difference. And that difference is not only in the laws, that difference is in the circumstances that we go through. In the cybersecurity field, we would want to make sure we have more participation. And that participation is not competitive, but complementary. The figures I saw this morning are somehow going up, but would want to see better figures. More females involved. Now, if I come to a point where I hear a comment that I would want you to perform regardless whether you are pregnant, give me the same deliverable as a person who is not pregnant, I am worried. Because if we are to be realistic, we have to be gender responsive. If we would want females to be part and parcel of the IT sector, we have to be age and disability sensitive. So, my worry goes to the two of you, especially when you say that you would want to see the same results within the same period, regardless of the peculiar circumstance that a female is going through. I would give you my example. When I went for my master's, I was pregnant. And I had to perform. But the lecturers had to accept that for a person who is pregnant, their speed of doing things will not be similar to a person who is normal. Because a person who is not who is pregnant is not normal at all. It is not that you lessen the level of the number of things that they will deliver, but I guess you take into account their unique condition, because there is a principle of safeguarding. After I was pregnant, I delivered, but I still needed to go into class, and my child needed to be taken care of. And as a matter of fact, because the lecturers were very accommodative and they took this into account, I had a distinction in my LLM. So I want to bring home to you the issue that the previous speaker has said. This is a comment and it is a concern coming from us, that that lady who withdrew because the husband wanted her back home to take care of the children is because she didn't have a husband who was able to appreciate what it means for a lady to leave a child behind. What it means for a lady to leave a scholarship for a master's degree and come back to Malawi. And I don't know if this marriage continued, because if there was even a divorce, that's even worse. So the sacrifice of females when they are single, they are not married, they are not pregnant, is different to a person who is married. And therefore, that should always play a role and should always trigger something at the back of your mind as a CEO who is in charge of females. Please, I offer to give you some talk on gender sensitivity and responsiveness so that we are able to move together in this cycle. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Justice. I will not only take that as a question, but I'll throw it as a challenge to MACRA. For the next year's event, please include a topic that will address the issues that Madam Justice has raised. Thank you for that. We'll take the next 3 questions, and then we'll revert to the discussants for responses.
Hello, my name is Christina Mavuto. I am a business administration degree holder from Mubas University. My question goes to not only the panel, but the other presentations that were held. As much as they were informative, I noticed that the statistics being used were either global or from the US. So 25% globally, and in the Airtel Malawi presentation, they used 9% in Africa. I wanted to know, is there any statistics from Malawi or any research that's being done within Malawi to deliver these numbers of what's happening on the ground in the cyber industry within Malawi? Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll take the last two questions. We'll start the lady there and over there.
Good afternoon. I'm Yeo Muntali, a holder of a journalism degree from MUBAS and potential employee of MACRA. My question is, the topic of this discussion was male's role in cybersecurity, but we've received a lot of hypotheticals of what men should do and a lot of advice of what us women and girls should do. So I just wanted to know from the individuals that presented, what is it exactly personally that you have done to help inspire these women, help inspire these girls, or create a specific space that will allow us to break this said glass ceiling? Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think this is part of what the discussion has been, that you must put yourself forward. So Makra, there you are. The last question.
Thank you so much for the informative presentation to Ms. Habiba. That was really, really good. And also for our panelists, thank you so much for portraying what you have been doing in playing a part in empowering women in cyber, but also in other areas. So my question goes to the communities, the hard-to-reach communities. In those communities, there's one girl, there's one child that really wants to get into college and study cybersecurity, and as well as issues around cybersecurity, and also be involved in issues around IT, technology, and engineering. But my worry goes to how best are you engaging with those kind of hard-to-reach areas. For instance, I'll give an example. I implement a certain project in Machinga, TSI. It's a really, really hard-to-reach area, and the norms are really sticky. How best are you trying to get into those spaces and empower them and allow men to also support you? Because I feel like the power that society has given to men is really, really big. And a question also to you panelists, are you willing to share that same power with us women? So it's also a question that we men have to have within their circles, because like, yes, you are talking to us, you are telling us what's happening, but the mentality that other men have in the societies, other men have in the communities that we implement projects is not really the same. So I want to appreciate also, despite you doing that, how best are you reaching out to men to play a key role in this? Not just reaching out to women, but also even fellow men out there. Have you had these discussions like we need to share this power that society has given us? So that's my first question. The other question I really, really wanted to ask when Habiba said this, but then I didn't have the chance to. It's concerning the national male engagement strategy. I really want to appreciate the approaches have been set inside the strategy, and how Malawi Human Rights Commission is committed to set approaches that really are going to reach out to the hard-to-reach areas, the rural communities, because I feel like these issues are seldomly discussed at urban level, and then we really, really sideline the rural areas, which these things are where the actual things are happening. That's where that girl is failing to access this kind of opportunities. So how best the approaches we have set for our fellow young women, our women in the rural sites are able to access that same opportunities, are also able for men to support them. So my question goes to both the panelists and Habiba. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Clearly, this is a very passionate subject, and I have failed to limit the size of the questions. It speaks to how passionate people are about it, and I would be failing in my duties if I attempted to curtail. So, panel, I'll solicit for your views. I'll just go through the questions again, and you can take whoever one of you feels competent enough to take whichever questions, I'll throw them at you in the order that they were asked. So the first one was from our sister there who asked what advice you can give to women who find themselves in situations that they are failing to advance their careers because of marriage obligations, as we heard in the example that was given. Any one of you can take it.
I think if logic prevails, then I would say that which one is easier to replace? The talent that you're going to get after the course is going to become a part of you, and it's not very easy to replace or to lose. Whereas this guy, okay, you can replace him. When you think about it from that angle, when logic prevails, it means that once you take your emotions out of it, you can logically look at this situation. What is my intended goal? What is the financial accrual, social benefit, etc., that will accrue to me for the rest of my life after gaining these qualifications? And even if you go back, are you going to guarantee what you are trying to preserve? No, you cannot guarantee that. So logic prevailing, then you rather pursue this course that you're doing to its fruition, and if you have arrangements to make for, if you've left children behind, probably make those arrangements, because I'm only using logical assessment and not other aspects to it. Just the logic of it means that I will advise that take which one is permanent than which one is temporary, and which has the option for you to replace. That is to address that question without dealing with the emotional and the other attachments past that are social and beyond actually my sense of logic. Now, there was another question that followed, directed to, I guess, to me and Horace, about the demand on women. I'd mentioned that this is my preference, that the women that are in my team, and from my experience, is that I deal with the women in my team to make sure they are performing as the expectation as well, that they perform at way above the average performance. Because I'm looking at them to become role models to the other women. Because normally the teams that I head are on the edge of very difficult technology that people do not associate with women. And I want the women in my team to be the best performers and to deliver that skill. And I normally communicate my expectation that I'm not expecting you to perform on average. On average, then you could be any other woman, but I want you to become better than the boys. If you have to put in extra hours, you should be better than the boys, because it lessens my challenge, because the people that are, the bias is not only directed to you, it's also directed to me, that I have a woman in my team and probably I'm underperforming, or my team is not doing as it should because I have a woman in my team. I have experience of actually delegating a critical task to a woman and being advised or urged over and over not to give it to the woman to execute. And using that and my insistence to make sure it's the woman that is actually doing that task, so that she then can take out that bias because over a period of time and executing that task, she's going to take up to address that bias. And once she addressed that in maybe a senior person or over, I know that that is going to go a long way to address the situation overall. So when you are a woman in a team that is dominated by men, you should know you have a burden to be a role model, meaning that you should not perform average. You should be above average, because your leader has already crossed the barrier to bring you into the team. He's not the person you have to convince. It's the people outside the team that you have to convince. And your team, even your team members that probably not fully amenable to your presence, have to be also convinced. Meaning that if you're performing on average, you'll be visible as not at average. So you have to work far beyond that challenge. Yeah. And also, this is based on, there's a quote attributed to Harriet Tubman that says, for some of the biases, for you to deal with them, you have to become an undeniable talent. And to become an undeniable talent, you need to perform above average.
Thank you for that, Steve. And in just agreeing with you, I mean, once a woman makes it beyond, please switch off there. Once a woman makes it beyond the interview into the job, they've already made it. All they need to do now is to become an expert at what they do. And we heard from Angela yesterday how she addressed that issue. She stayed over longer hours, and now she's one of those women that are being referred to as a woman that has broken the glass ceiling. So yes, it might take a bit longer because of our biological differences, but it can happen. Can we hear from you?
Thank you so much.
Just be quick. I've just been given 5 more minutes. So.
Okay, thank you so much. I will start by addressing a question on asking much from women, more specifically in those situations whereby they're expectant or maybe they are not able to be in their best form. I gave an example of a lady who was a colleague in college who was expectant. And I gave that context which I want to be understood properly, to say that she was in this situation whereby she's expectant and she still has to write exams. She still has to participate in projects. In as much as she's in this situation, life has to move on and we have to find ways to make sure that we support her. So in this context, you'd see that as a team, we will think that maybe this woman is the weakest link. Let's leave her, let's continue without her. But just even by sidelining her, we have just killed her. So what we did in our team was to make sure that regardless that she may be tired, she may be not able maybe to wake up at night, but we're always there to make sure that she's participating. So that is the context which I just wanted to clarify. As I already said when I was contributing in the beginning, to say that, the cyberspace, we need to complement each other. Men, we have to complement each other. As I already even quoted to say that I know men are from Mars, women are from Venus. We need to have that understanding that there are those differences, and we need to be able to see how best we can work together. But at the end of the day, if we start having, that biasness just because of the situation which maybe the lady is, then that's where now we also have a bit of a challenge in breaking that glass ceiling, because always that will continue. So I think that's what I would say on that one. Just to tackle the other question about that female dropping out from school because of marriage. I don't know if that was marriage or that was relationship. It's interesting that somebody who loves you would not want you to shine. I've always, as a man, been a believer to say that my girlfriend or my wife needs to be better, because if she shines, I shine. Like, I will show that I'm doing a good work by the way, even the way she's looking, the way she's progressing in her career. My fiancée was selected to go for chevening. The time when we are processing our wedding, we had to postpone all that to make sure that she goes there. And she went and pursued her master's. Now she's back, and everything is back to trial. So what I'm saying is that it's unfortunate that that happens. Should we say that it's our choices? I don't know. Is it life happening? I don't know. But I feel like as men, we need to encourage our women to make sure that they achieve, those greatest level in life. And not just as men, even women encourage us to push higher. So I think that's what I would say. On the final part, which I just want to also answer to say that, what are you personally doing? I was sharing yesterday that I've been mentoring women, more specifically in cybersecurity. I know I can mentor women in IT. I've been a developer, I've been a networker, but where I've done much of my specialization now is cybersecurity. I've been mentoring women, a lot of them, and some to an extent that they have certified now. And I'm continuing doing that. I was even offering to say that there is a free course which is being offered, and I've even offered it to all the women here to say that those who are willing, enroll. I will take you through the coaching processes, and you write exams and you'll pass. So on my side, we're also doing that. And I'm a lead organizer of Mark on Cyber. Mark on Cyber is a yearly conference for cybersecurity specialists in the country. And I remember when we did the first 3 sessions, there was no any woman who was there. We tried to, ask some women to come in. Everybody was afraid because everybody was like, no, cybersecurity is about men and the like. And two years ago, when we had to bring in a woman, and that was the beginning of it. And this year as well, we are seeing a lot of women coming in to say that they want to come and participate. So we are getting there. Thank you.
Thank you, Exal. Chico did speak to what he's doing with women in his business, so I will not expect you, Chico, to respond. I think you're walking the talk. I'm just going to ask Horace one question on what can we do in order for us to reach that 70% that the First Lady addressed in her opening remarks, that is left out of the market, that is left out of what's going on in cyberspace. And please, 30 seconds, because we are eating into lunchtime.
All right, thank you so much for that question. I'll address it quickly as you have advised. I believe that there's much that can be done to address that population. I remember there was a stat that was mentioned in the area conversations that we also have a population that is not residing in the urban communities, and it is based in the rural communities. So I believe the first step that has to be done so that we cover that 70% is that we need to spearhead the conversations that are happening around this topic. And thanks to Macra for organizing such an event, because in events like this, it's where we get to hear the insights and get to discuss what can be done. And also in the context of Half-a-Tech, I will answer that there's more I believe that should be done. Because if you look at, for example, what we do as an organization is that we provide trainings. So most of our trainings have been mainly focused on maybe teaching girls about computer programming or introducing them to web technologies. And I believe this is another area that we have to branch into. And also we're organizing a new project that we want to reach other population which are in the rural areas with radio programs so that they can be able to listen and hear some of the insights and maybe get inspired to be sure. Because I believe that inspiration is something that drives everyone, including these girls, to take part in these conversations. And one last thing that I would add is just to encourage maybe the girls to read more. There are a lot of publications that are released, and these publications contain more information that can be inspiring to them. And I believe that if this step can be taken, it can be a point of inspiration where they can get to learn more. Another last thing that I also wanted to mention is that we need to learn how we can pursue opportunities. There are lots of opportunities that are around. There was a question that was asked about the stats that we're using, mostly that we're just quoting international stats and we're not quoting local stats. So we've got local statistics, but then most of them are projections, and the real statistics are not mainly published. So in the same statistics that is even low, we believe that much can be done. So there are lots of opportunities that are available on online spaces. Even in the area of cybersecurity, you hear of Google issuing out scholarships. Recently, they released a scholarship which they wanted 2,000 participants to apply. And then as Half-O-Tech, we have a community of girls where we share opportunities like these ones when they arise. So I believe like taking these interventions can really help to bridge that gap in as far as the percentage, the 70% that is remaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Horace. Chico, I'll give you an opportunity also to respond, and if any one of you can also take the very last question regarding male engagement strategy, which was also addressed to the Human Rights Commission. Once they do, you can also speak, madam. Thank you. Please be very brief. We can never have enough time to address this question. So if any one of you can pick it up. If not, then I'll ask Madam Osman to respond. The question was regarding national male engagement strategy. What are we doing about it? You can take that one, or you can take any other. But it was specifically addressed to the Human Rights Commission. You can take it up.
Okay, thank you very much to the one who asked. The male engagement strategy is possibly a new strategy that maybe not many people are aware of, maybe including even our panelists, because it was just launched, I think, last week. And it's from 2023 to 2028. And one of the things that I've noticed, it's got several strategies, strategic areas that it has put. But one key one, especially related to our question, is that it's recommending that there must be outreach and sensitization, particularly through various implementing stakeholders. And one of them is the Ministry of Education. And I believe that what they're supposed to do is to review the curriculum from primary to secondary to university. So I think that will address the concern that she has, like how do you reach, for example, the girl in the rural areas, because it's actually mandating the Ministry of Education to revisit the curricula from primary school level. But again, just to add that the strategy, the policy holder for that is the Ministry of Gender, so it's not the Human Rights Commission. It's very clear in the strategy itself, and perhaps maybe also it discusses issues of sexual reproductive health rights, gender-based violence, and addressing social harmful norms. I may not be, I may not see maybe the issue of ICT coming very strongly, or cyber issues. Perhaps they'll be taken within the gendered lens when they're looking at gender equality in its totality. But I would say that it's very important that I think for the implementing stakeholders that have been given that responsibility, the beauties I've noticed have even included the private sector. So MACRA, for example, should use the engagement strategy to really revisit or to assist other stakeholders in the issues of maybe cyber security, etc. But it's not coming out very clear, but I'm sure when you look at the definition of gender-based violence, it does include issues of sexual harassment that happens online or offline. But that's how it is. It's got many implementing partners, including NGOs, and the Ministry of Education will be very key because they'll be having that mandate of revisiting the curricula to include the male gendered norms, but also the strategies that are there to involve the males in the implementation of the strategy itself. Yeah.
Half a second, please. Half a minute, not a second, half a minute.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. I think I just want to add on what she has said. Malawi has the National Cybersecurity Strategy, and one of the issues which was recommended was to look at the curriculum issues which she's talking about, that maybe we need to have cyber security, maybe cyber hygiene topics, even from primary to secondary. I would want to say that we are taking some steps, and on 24th August this month, we are having a workshop, a conference for the academia, and we are inviting all colleges and also even the Ministry of Education. It's the issue to look at this part of capacity building and also the curriculum issues to these levels. So I just wanted to agree and maybe just to add what you have said. Thank you.
Thank you for that. On the issue of statistics, I know that we have a PhD student, a Malawian lady in here who's pursuing her PhD, and she's come back home in order for her to research on this matter. So hopefully you will contribute to the availability of local statistics. She's there, you can just, so that people can know. Yeah, so due to the shortness of time and also recognizing the fact that we can never have enough time to discuss this issue and we will never have all the solutions, I'm so grateful to this panel for being able to bring out those pertinent issues that have clearly stirred up debate. We've heard from Madam Justice there, and we are contributing to next year's agenda already, given that this is such an important topic. And thank you so much to the audience for all of you staying in here despite being way past lunchtime. It speaks to the level of interest that you've shown, not only in this topic, but also in the whole event that MACRA has organized, because from day one up to today, the hall is still very packed. This opportunity also to say thank you to MACRA, Madam Chair Lady, and your team for a good job well done. Team, you can leave the podium.
Thank you. All right, that is all for the morning sessions, and we spilled into lunch, so we'll go quickly for lunch for 1 hour and come back and get straight into our second half. We'll have a breakaway session for the girls. It will take place where I did yesterday. We'll talk about cyber hygiene and the likes. In here, we are having a panel on cyberbullying. This is going to be a very interesting one because we've got Justice Ndaba here who will be on the panel. We've got Inspector Kubaro who is on the panel as well. We also have Honorable Dosi who is on the panel, and Miss Malawi. Lunch is being served at the foyer. Please get your coupons as you're going out. Thank you.
the area of international law and trying to develop an African perspective on these questions and to assist the member states of the African Union in engaging with these challenging issues in the field of international law. So when I was invited to brief the Peace and Security Council, this was back in November of 2022, the issue that I brought to the table was the application of international law in cyberspace. And what I wanted to highlight to the Council was the following. There has been an ongoing debate at the international level as to whether international law applies in cyberspace, and if it applies, how does it apply? How do the rules of international law adapt to the unique characteristics of cyberspace? And initially, I wanted to highlight to the Council and to the member states the distinction between questions of cybercrime and questions of cybersecurity, because that's often a distinction that individuals or experts who are not actually dedicated to the field of cyber don't recognize. So many policymakers think, but wait, in the context of Africa, we've already dealt with cyber because we have the Malawi Convention on Cybercrime and data protection and data privacy. But the first thing I wanted to highlight to the member states is that no, there's actually an important distinction between questions of cybersecurity and cybercrime and data protection. So the Malawi Convention, the Budapest Convention, and other agreements, including the current agreement that is being negotiated at the United Nations on cybercrime, are not exactly what we're talking about in the area of cyber security and cyber attacks and cyber operations. So the general question we're dealing with is, how does international law apply in cyberspace in the context of cybersecurity, as opposed to cybercrime, which deals with basically acts that are criminalized under a domestic criminal system, but then that are enabled through cyber means. So I told the Peace and Security Council, those are areas that we've already taken important steps to address it on the continent. But the question of cybersecurity is another matter that is the subject of an ongoing debate, but that we as Africans and as the African Union have not been as engaged and have not taken the lead to articulate an African position on these questions. So then I highlighted to the Council, the Peace and Security Council, what exactly are the issues that are being discussed in this debate at the global level. And the answer is basically, there is a debate on, does international law apply in cyberspace, and how does it apply? And the danger, or the matter that concerns me in this debate is that this is a debate that potentially can change many of the fundamental rules of international law. So for instance, there's a major debate on the definition of sovereignty. And there are basically two views. The first view is that sovereignty is not a rule of international law, but that it is a general principle from which specific rules are derived. In other words, sovereignty itself is not a rule, it's just a general principle, and then we can deduce certain rules from that general principle. So according to this view, sovereignty does not protect states against cyber attacks because sovereignty is not a rule of international law. Instead, states are only protected against cyber attacks that violate rules such as the prohibition on intervention and the prohibition on the use of force. Now, there are important implications. The implication is that these two rules, non-intervention and the use of force, have very high thresholds for them to apply, which means that certain types of cyber operations that do not meet that very high threshold would not constitute violations of international law. So that's one view of sovereignty. A different view of sovereignty is one that claims that sovereignty is indeed a rule of international law. However, the method of its application in cyberspace is not the same as in other fields of international law. So let me give you a very simple example. if the agents of one country cross the border into their neighboring country in order to enforce the law, or simply if they just cross the border, that would be a violation of international law. It would be a violation of the territorial sovereignty of the neighboring state. Now, the second view of sovereignty, which accepts sovereignty as a rule in international law, argues that this rule does not apply in the same way in cyberspace as it does in other areas of international law. And specifically, the argument is that in order to violate sovereignty, a cyber operation has to cause a certain threshold of damage. So simply crossing the border, which is illegal in the physical world, is not illegal in the cyber world. You actually have to cause a certain threshold of damage. This is just one example of the kind of debates that are going on with one particular question, which is the application of sovereignty. You have the same kind of debates and the same kind of divergences of views in virtually every other rule of international law. So you have a similar view on the question of the use of force. Again, as international lawyers know, the prohibition on the use of force is a peremptory norm of international law, which means it's the highest rules of international law that cannot be violated. But we don't exactly know how the prohibition on the use of force applies in cyberspace. We don't know how to define the concept of force in cyberspace. Does an attack have to cause physical damage in order to constitute a violation of the prohibition on the use of force, or merely does the corruption of data, which does not cause physical damage, does the corruption of data alone constitute a use of force? Again, that's another example of the kinds of debates that are ongoing in. There are also debates about international humanitarian law. How does humanitarian law protect against cyber attacks in the context of an armed conflict? As you know, international humanitarian law is the body of rules that governs the conduct of armed conflicts and that provide protections for certain individuals in the context of an armed conflict. So there are major debates about how humanitarian law protects individuals against cyber operations in the context of an armed conflict. So for instance, what kinds of targets cannot be attacked in the context of an armed conflict using cyber weapons? What does it mean to apply the concept of military necessity and distinction? Now, those are, for example, fundamental rules of international humanitarian law. The principle of distinction, for example, says that you have to distinguish between civilian and non-civilian targets. The principle of necessity says you cannot engage in a military operation that causes damage beyond what is necessary from a military perspective. Now, applying all of these rules in the area of cyberspace is incredibly challenging, particularly because of the effects of attacks on cyber networks, where many cyber networks are of a dual-use character. They're used for civilian and for non-civilian objectives. And attacking a cyber network that provides certain assistance to military operations often have significant effects on the civilian uses of these cyber networks. So again, the purpose of this is I'm just trying to highlight to you what I told the Peace and Security Council were some of the issues that are being debated at the international level. Now then I told the Peace and Security Council that here's the problem. We're having this debate at the global level, particularly at the United Nations, at the open-ended working group, which operates within the first committee of the General Assembly of the United Nations. But then the question is, or the problem or the issue is, that many countries, at this moment, almost 40 countries, have issued unilateral statements on the application of international law in cyberspace. these unilateral statements basically express the official governmental position of those states on many of the questions that I just highlighted to you, such as sovereignty, use of force, intervention, due diligence, attribution, humanitarian law, human rights law, diplomatic and consular law. Basically, what these statements look like is that every one of those questions are dealt with, and the government presents its official position on each one of those issues. Now, what this means is that this is the process of how international law is created, right? International law, its primary sources are either treaties or custom. And in the absence of a treaty, what you have are customary norms. And how customary norms are developed are through the practice of states. And these individual unilateral statements are actually a form of practice. So, and here is really what the danger is. The danger is that as more states express their positions and express their views and they put it publicly on these issues, what we're going to witness is that there is going to be a development of customary international law on many of these essential questions in the absence of an African voice, in the absence of our active participation in the process of articulating and developing these fundamental rules of international law. So when I presented all of this to the Peace and Security Council, the Council reacted very positively, and the Council adopted a resolution, number 1120, that basically said the following. First, it emphasized that cyberspace and information and communication technologies are essential for promoting peace and security and stability, and affirmed that from an African perspective that international law does indeed apply in cyberspace, especially the prohibitions on the use of force, non-intervention, and state sovereignty. More importantly, the Council also instructed the AU Commission on International Law to prepare an African statement on the application of international law in cyberspace and to submit it to the Peace and Security Council. So basically what the Council asked us to do, the Commission on International Law, is to develop a common African perspective on the application of international law in cyberspace. And the reason is because we did not want to remain silent. We could not allow this conversation, this debate that is ongoing at the international level to continue without an active African participation and without Africa's voice being heard in this conversation. Then in March of 2023, and I don't know if this is, if this has been covered in the news, the African Union as an institution, the African Union Commission in Addis Ababa, was the target of a major cyber attack that basically debilitated its cyber networks. And in fact, the Commission has not yet fully recovered from the impact of this attack. And as a result of this, the Council held a second session in April of 2023 and adopted a second resolution on the question of cybersecurity. It's Resolution 1148. And it basically, the Council expressed deep concern over the increasing trend of global cyber threats and attacks that threaten national, regional, international peace and security. It condemned the cyber attack against the AU Commission and warned the perpetrators that they will be brought to account. And it also called on the AU Commission to expeditiously complete and submit the African Statement on the application of international law in cyberspace. And so I'm happy to report to you is that we, as the African Union Commission of International Law, have completed that exercise. We have completed that mandate. What we did is we prepared a draft statement. I submitted it to the Council, I submitted it to the Commission on International Law in its latest session, which was held in May of 2023, and it was adopted unanimously by the AU Commission on International Law, and it is now ready to be presented to the Peace and Security Council. And I believe that we have already set a date to present this draft statement, this draft common African position to the Peace and Security Council later this month, later in August. So we will probably have another formal session of the Peace and Security Council on August 29th to present this statement and to decide on the way forward in order to adopt this statement. And so that's what the process, this is how the process has evolved. But I think ultimately the message that I would like to highlight really is the following: that as part of this debate that is ongoing, and as I said, the danger of the significance of this debate is that this is a discussion that potentially will completely change many of the foundational rules of international law. So the danger here is this: if our voice as Africans continues to be missing from this conversation, we may find ourselves bound to rules that regulate cyberspace that evolved without our active participation. In other words, our silence could amount to acquiescence, and our failure to express our views and to influence the normative trajectory of this field may ultimately undermine our rights, interests, and security. And so that's why we think it's essential for the AU to engage with this question. That's why we have prepared this draft statement and we're bringing it to the Peace and Security Council in order to provide a common platform and a common language for African states, but also, and this is really the most important part, to encourage African states to develop their own national positions. You know, some countries may choose to think, well, the common African position or the statement adopted by the African Union is adequate. We would like to adopt that as our national position. But other countries might say, well, we would like to perhaps adopt a different view or to change our national position based on the African common statement in a way that suits that country's policies better. So that's really the purpose of this statement, and that's the purpose of this exercise, is basically developing a common language, developing a common platform for all African states in order to develop their own national views on this position. And just very briefly, the draft statement that has been prepared and that will be presented to the Peace and Security Council at the end of this month, it's a comprehensive statement. It covers many of the questions that are currently being debated at the international level, and it presents a comprehensive African perspective on these questions. It addresses the question of how sovereignty applies in cyberspace. It explores how the prohibition on intervention and the prohibition on the threat or use of force apply. It also discusses the peaceful settlement of disputes and how international humanitarian law applies to protect against the harmful uses of information and communication technologies. It discusses the question of attribution, which is very complicated in this area, and discusses the obligation of due diligence, which basically requires states to not allow their territory to be used to harm the rights of other states. So it really is a comprehensive statement. And as I said, the purpose is basically to provide a platform, to provide a foundation that AU member states can then use to elaborate their own national positions and perspectives on this matter. So that's really all I wanted to say. And I'd like to, again, thank you very, very much. I wish I could have been with you in Malawi for this important conference, but I'm sure there will be many, many other opportunities to engage with you. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to discuss these matters further. But thank you again to all the organizers and for this very kind invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. We'll open the floor to two comments only so that we can get into our next presentation.
Thank you so much, Prof, for the enlightening discussion on cybersecurity issues and especially how they relate to us on the African continent. My only comment comes in from the point of view that I work in the judiciary, so most times, most of these things within the African continent, the judiciary seem to be the last people that are actually in touch with these particular aspects of the law. How much is the African Commission going to work with judiciaries to actually make sure that they do know these things, because ultimately these disputes come into their spaces? Thank you.
Thank you. We can get the last one and then we can hand it over to the Prof to tackle those issues. All right, I think we don't have any more comments. Prof?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I think that's a brilliant question, and we're already seeing. So let me put it this way. The short answer is that we don't know yet how these judiciaries in Africa. That's the short answer, and the reason is the following. The reason is that we are at a stage where the law is still developing. We're not entirely certain how international law is going to develop in this area. So that's where we are right now. So usually what happens with international law is that there's a period where the law is being developed, the law is being articulated, and as you know with international law, it's a messy process. It's not it is not as organized as the domestic legal system, and the reason, of course, is that there is no global legislature. There's no central lawmaking process through which laws and legislations are promulgated. So with international law, it is a decentralized system, which is exactly what we're seeing now in cyberspace. Different states or regional organizations are trying to express their individual views, and hopefully when you have a coalescence of views, when you have enough views that are being expressed, you hopefully that process will lead to the articulation of certain established rules. Now the next question would be, well, what about enforcement? How do we enforce those rules, and how do we ensure that there is respect for these rules that were developed at the international level? Now, really, there are two routes. If you have a treaty, if a treaty is adopted at the international level, sometimes that treaty can become domesticated. Of course, different countries have different legal systems domestically relating to the application of international law. So some countries require domestication through national legislation that turns that international law into national law. And at that time, it would be enforceable under international law. Excuse me, it would be enforceable by domestic judiciaries. So that's one aspect of it, is that ultimately there will have to be a process of domesticating some of these rules at the international, that have developed internationally. We need to domesticate them at the national level. But then there's another perspective, is that currently many of these rules actually apply not so much as international law, but as domestic law. And let me give you one example. Many states, and in fact most African states, have what are called CERTs, which are computer emergency response teams. And I don't know if there are any representatives of the Malawi team, but I'm assuming that there are, since it's the regulatory authority in charge of communication technologies that is organizing the conference. And so one of the mandates, or one of the missions of those national CERTs is to protect the national networks the national cyber networks against attacks or malicious cyber operations that are happening from abroad. Now, one of the challenges is the question of international cooperation in protection against cyber operations and malicious operations. And here is where the obligation, for example, of due diligence is very important, because that obligation establishes a requirement on states to ensure that their territory is not used to harm the territory or to harm the cyber networks in another country. One way of implementing this rule of international law is through the national CERTs, the Computer Emergency Response Teams. That's one of the mechanisms that are looked at as essential in enforcing international law in that area. But I think it's a very good question because it relates to enforcement. And I think that once the rules become clearer, once we have more clarity on the content of the rules of international law, I think the next stage of the conversation will be, well, what about enforcement? And in fact, Your Excellency Judge, that is the debate that is ongoing in the area of cybercrime, right? In the area of cybercrime, where the rules have already been established, where we have greater clarity on the kinds of activities that are prohibited pursuant to national penal codes and national criminal codes. The current conversation in the area of cybercrime is how do we ensure that there are mechanisms of international criminal cooperation in the area of cybercrime. So things like the recognition of national judgments or national criminal procedures, cooperation in the area of gathering of evidence, ensuring that, again, that cyber networks in one country are not used to harm the human rights of individuals in other countries. So that really the current conversation in the area of cybercrime is about enforcement. And how does the judiciary apply these crimes that often have a transnational element? Unfortunately, in the area of cybersecurity, we are 2 or 3 steps behind. It's basically, we're still in the area of, or in the stage of trying to articulate the rules. And I think that the step after that is going to be, how do we enforce the rules? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think I'll have to let you go now. Thank you for the presentation. Truly, the law sometimes is behind, and I know maybe Togozan will touch on this because we are reviewing our laws as a country and introducing more laws to tackle the challenges that are currently in the cyberspace. 2 announcements quickly before I hand it over to Matilda. We have a cocktail tonight, which is good news. So yes, after 3 very long days, we're going to have like a few hours to relax. The cocktail is going to happen at Capitol Hotel in the Mulanje room from 6:30. We've given out invitation cards, but if you don't have an invitation card, don't worry, you can still come. The second announcement that I have is we have a registration outside. The registration, 1, is for women that are interested in being mentors. This is not a one-time thing. We don't want to come here and go back and forget about it. We want this to be an annual thing, but also to form some sort of a working group for all women that are interested in the cyberspace. So we can't uplift our girls if we don't have mentors. We are looking for mentors. So if you feel like I want to mentor somebody, please do register so that we can work together. Secondly, it's for the girls. We want to also uplift you. So we want to be able to pair you with a mentor and to also build your skills. We've talked so much about there are different courses out there that are free. I think Exile touched on that one, so did Chimwemwe and the likes. So we want to have your database as well. If you're interested, that is, in cybersecurity, tell us the area that you're interested in so that we know how best we can assist to build your skills. With that, I'm going to hand over to Matilda. Before you come in, Matilda, Togo.
Sorry, before you hand over to Matilda, I just also wanted to say that there will be three forms. The other one is for those who are interested to do some mentoring, and the other for professional colleagues, and the other one would be for those students or young girls who would want to be mentored, as Leme has said, but there will be another one, another form where anyone who would be interested to actually be part of the Women in Cyber Malawi should also register. So that one for Women in Cyber, it can be both the girls as well as professional ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Togo. At this point in time, I really hope it's a good time after consuming all and everything that we had to consume. But we are going to sail through this one, just as we've done with the rest. I would like to welcome to this panel, which is going to discuss empowering women in cybersecurity, confronting cyberbullying, and building resilient communities. The panelists, I'm telling you, this one is power-packed. We have Judge of the High Court, Zwone Ntaba. As I mentioned your names, you come to the front. Inspector Kubwalo, is he around? Yesterday he was itching to say something, so I'm sure your time is here now. We also have Honorable Susan Dossi, MP, Chairperson of the Media and Communications Committee of Parliament. And finally, but not least, we have Miss Malawi. Please do come to the front. So as I promise you, this one is going to be power-packed, and I'm sure you can see that this is a panel that has people that are very, very passionate about issues of the law, issues of cyber, and everything else in between. While they take their seats, just to mention that the uptake of ICTs for women in general is slow. Now, if the cyberspace is not safe for women, they get discouraged. Yeah, so let's make the space safe for women and ensure that while our uptake is coming up, we are sailing in a safe space. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this panel. And to kickstart this panel, I would like you to just briefly introduce yourselves and the work that you do and how it may generally impact on cybersecurity issues. You may also give us personal experiences in case you've encountered cyberbullying and how you have encountered it. Thank you. So let me start with Ms. Malawi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jessica Natalia Mponda, and I'm the current Miss Malawi. And I hold a bachelor's degree in business administration generic. Do I go ahead and explain about my experiences, or I give a chance to them to?
I think, yeah, you may go ahead, just delve into it, because I think we also have limitations of time.
Okay.
So you can also start to talk about your experiences as well.
Just to share about my experiences when it comes to women and girls in the cyberspace, challenges that they face, challenges that they meet. As we all know, I'm the current Miss Malawi, but from the moment that I was crowned, I have been a target to cyberbullying, from name calling, body shaming, and whatever it is that people decided to do on that particular day. So these are things that I keep facing in my everyday life. I keep getting direct messages. Some do threaten me. Some do try to remind me that I don't deserve the position that I'm in. Some do try to remind me each and every day that there are people more beautiful than me, that I am not pretty enough, that I'm only here because maybe I slept with somebody to earn what I have. So each and every day I get cyberbullied online, and it's all the pages. the official Miss Malawi page, my official Miss Malawi page, my personal page. Some do get my personal number, and they still try to remind me that, of course, you're not beautiful enough. Of course, somebody else should have had what you're having right now. So really, for women and girls in the cyberspace, it's a challenge, because not only me as a public figure, but a lot of women and girls are going through such, and it's really a challenge because it limits us from what we can achieve on the internet. I mean, we have so many opportunities that we can get on these social media platforms, but most women and most girls are afraid, and they shun away from expressing themselves, on putting their opinions out there. It can even be these small businesses. Maybe somebody is trying to sell something, and somebody will put out a nasty comment out there, totally unrelated, saying, I saw this very same thing and somebody else is selling it at a cheaper price than you. I mean, if it's expensive for you and if you saw it somewhere else and it's cheaper, just go there. It doesn't have to go like that. So in my everyday life, I see these things, and I've had an interview with the Malawi police on the same, because there was a time that it really got so bad. And I mean, if it was somebody else, they could easily quit, but this is an everyday battle that we're fighting. And if I quit, it means already I've lost it. And I'm doing it for the girls that are coming after me, for the people that are coming after me, so they don't find themselves in the very same situation. That's why I have to fight it right now, and that's why I have to win it, whatever it takes. So it has really been a challenge, but I'm sorry, I just can't talk about how I have managed to still stand here without putting it out there that I am a believer. And well, it has only been God, because how else can I explain it? There was a case of former Miss USA who committed suicide last year due to depression, God rest her soul. It was because of these very same issues that she was getting cyberbullied quite a lot, and she succumbed to depression, and then she committed suicide. So people don't really understand how much impact these have on somebody else's life. I mean, online harassment does have an offline impact, because online it's just us using the phones and hiding behind the cloak of anonymity, but then that person that is getting cyberbullied out there, they do think about it and they develop mental health issues, which is not okay, which is an everyday issue. We do speak about mental health issues, or mental health is a big problem, it's a serious thing, but yet out there we're different people and we're the same ones that are contributing to it. So it's really been a hard journey, but yeah, mostly that's part of my experience with cyberbullying.
All right. And we have to assure you that I think talking about here, it takes someone very brave to come here and talk about it. And we assure you that I think we stand with you. There are many people that say things to us online that they cannot say to us face to face. I think most people get masked when they are behind their phone and they believe they can just practically say anything to anyone. Inspector Kubwa, Malawi Police has been mentioned in it. May you please tell us what Malawi Police is doing by first introduce yourself and the work that you're doing.
Thank you. My name is Senior Superintendent Graduate Kubwalo. I'm the head of Digital Forensics and Cyber Crimes Unit. I have a master's degree in digital forensics and cyber crimes, which I obtained. Obviously, you know, those masters, they cannot be obtained here in Malawi. So we had to go somewhere.
Masters.
So I got it from India. Basically, Malawi Police Service is one of the law enforcement agencies here in Malawi, and as Malawi Police Service, for it to be efficient and effective in this fight against crimes, it has been divided into several branches. We have the Criminal Investigations Department, where the Digital Forensics and Cyber Crimes Unit belongs. There are, of course, several branches like the Interpol. I've seen the head of Interpol is within us here. I think he's going to make his presentation tomorrow. But what we do at the Digital Forensics and Cyber Crimes Unit, we make sure that we investigate all cyber crime related cases. We also do the unmasking of fake Facebook accounts. Of course, the challenge is what Toko yesterday said, that most of the times when we want to contact the Facebook support team, we meet challenges like they want cases that where life is in danger or there's threat to life. Otherwise, if you tell them to help you to investigate cases involving hate speeches, they are so reluctant, and even you can't get the feedback from them if you try to get the hate speeches. But as the Cyber Crimes Unit, most of the cases that we are receiving right now, there are those that have something to do with the social engineering. There are a lot of cases that we are receiving, and let me make this point clear to you, that most of the cases that are being reported to our office, they are reported by girls and women. About 70% of those cases, they are reported by women and girls, 30% by males. And unfortunately, about 87% of those cases, they are perpetrated by males, and 13% of those cases, they are being done by females. You may wonder why most of these cases, they are being done by men against women. The guess is as good as mine on the reason, because I know for sure that you know the reason. I'll give you a simple scenario of the past 2 months. Most of the cases that we have received, they have something to do with what we call sextortion. Girls, this time around, you are fond of like taking your own nudes and then you send to your boyfriends or blessers. And then, when the relationship goes sour, what usually happens is the boyfriend or the blesser will say, okay, fine, if you are leaving me for that person, then you give me money, or I should be kind of knowing you each time I want. Otherwise, I will post your nudes on social media. A lot of these cases that have happened, and it's so unfortunate that those nudes that are being done by yourself. You take the news yourself, and then you give your love at that point yourself, and then when the relationship becomes sour, then you come to us to investigate. Of course, we are doing our part. I think if you read on the newspaper, on the website for Malawi Police Service, there are a lot of cases that we have investigated and we have secured convictions. Let me also give you this scenario where only one case was reported involving a male person, only one incident, where the blesser was drunk and then the lady was taking pictures while the man was drunk. And then because that lady was taking the pictures without the authority of the man, so the man came and complained against this lady. So the lady had to face the consequences because it was not with the consent of the owner of the pictures. And again, as it is now, most of the cases that we are doing, we are relying on the Electronic Transaction and the Cyber Security Act, which was enacted in 2016, and of course the Penal Code. We are also relying on other cooperating partners who work hand in hand to make sure that we achieve our goal of the fight against crime. We work with MACRA, TNM, Airtel. There are, of course, a lot of law enforcement agencies which are within here, like the FIA. Of course, there are so many, I cannot mention each and every one of them. But we are working hand in hand with those cooperating partners to make sure that we achieve the goal to win the battle against such crimes. And now, what we are doing as Digital Forensics and Cyber Crimes Unit, we'll make sure that we not only that we investigate those cases, we also do the awareness campaigns. One of the factors that we make sure that we relay to members of the general public is to ensure that you have to verify or confirm any information that you receive before you take any action. I was talking to another gathering, I was making a certain presentation somewhere where somebody was saying, okay, I received a phone that I've received goods, and those goods are at the border, so we need to send the money for the goods to be cleared at the border. When I asked, it was a her, when I asked, do you have a relative or a friend in South Africa? He said, no. But you send the money, yes. So how were you sending the money? Yet you knew you have no any relative that side. You know, so we need to verify this, any information that we receive before we take an action. And then there are also some other factors which we can do. We can make the two-factor authentication if we want to make sure that our accounts are safe. The other thing is what Toxano already said, that we should make sure that we should not leave private or confidential information online. Those are your confidential information. They are not supposed to be accessed by anybody, no way. You need to safeguard them and keep them safe. I think for the start, I have to stop there. Thank you.
Be assured that you have a lot of questions from the audience. But what he's saying is that let's verify information, protect your accounts, and zamanudzi ringosiya, zamanudzi. So, but before I go to Honorable Dosi, I think, let me just find out from you, the unit at Malawi Police Service, in terms of capacity, how many more people are you training in cyber security? How many women are there? And what strides have you made towards the full establishment of this unit?
As already alluded to, currently, like the Malawi Police Service, there are very few forensic investigators or those people that can investigate cyber crimes. But we are trying our level best to make sure that we just orient some officers who have the interest in the investigation of forensics or forensic related crimes. And we're working hand in hand with MACRA. We wanted to make sure that we have our own fully fledged lab, and those plans are in the pipeline. I think if everything goes on well, we'll have a fully fledged lab, which means most of these cases, or even the analysis of digital evidence, it won't be difficult for us to investigate or examine, and then help us in the investigation of such crimes. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'll skip Judge Ntaba to Honorable Dosi. I want to have an understanding of the role of Malawi Parliament in the issues of cyber security. You have interacted with the communications industry. What are your thoughts on this matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Susan Dosi. I'm a member of parliament for Chikwawa West constituency. I'm the chairperson for the Media, Information and Communication Committee of Parliament. I have a bachelor's degree in business administration. I'm also a member of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. As a committee, as Parliament, we're really working hard to make sure that the laws that we pass in Parliament are being implemented, because it's one thing to pass laws and it's one thing to implement them. So as a Parliament, we would always want to have the laws that we pass being implemented. And as a politician, I've learned a lot. There are a lot of things that are happening out there, especially for us women members of Parliament. We really face a lot of challenges on social media and other maybe websites and other media platforms, whereby when you are a lady, you are a woman, there are a lot of names that we are called, especially when maybe they know that you are doing something great. Just to mention, we have the chairperson for the Parliamentary Committee on Public Appointments Committee here, as well as Honorable Magonjwa, the youngest MP in Parliament. She's here. In Parliament, we have the Women Caucus. As a caucus, we have 40 members of Parliament. And in our discussions as members of Parliament, as women members of Parliament, we always talk about having more MPs in Parliament. But some of the issues that comes up, some of the issues that we noted is that there's a lot happening out there, especially on the social media, which hinders a lot of young people, young girls, young women to do politics. And it's something that you wonder that sometimes when maybe something has been posted on the social media, we as women are the ones mainly who go there on the platform and maybe talk badly about the woman instead of maybe protecting our fellow women. So it's something that as a committee, as media committee, we really want to follow up on issues, especially on cyber security issues, on issues which are hindering women to become members of Parliament, issues for women to become maybe decision makers. Because what I, as a chairperson, as a politician, I noted is that we have tolerated people maybe to pull us down, whereby whatever they say, we feel maybe it's something that most of the times it pulls us down. But whenever we realize that whatever they are saying is something that they just want us not to go up and take those decision-making positions, then as women, as girls, we will be able to fight and combat this malpractice, whereby we as women, we are always the targeted people. And I've also noted that it needs a multi-sectoral arrangement. I might expect something like we have to work together with more stakeholders to make sure that, for instance, here we have the judge, we have the police, we have stakeholders who we can work together to make sure that whenever there are issues of women being harassed, maybe being violated, especially on the internet, or especially on the media platforms, then the judges should be able also to come in. The police should be able to come in. And it's really good that we have the police here who are saying they are working with MACRA and working with other stakeholders to make sure that this malpractice we curb this malpractice. So in brief, as Parliament, we are ready to work with any stakeholder in Malawi to make sure that the laws that we pass are really being implemented. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And to crown it all, I request you, Judge Ntaba, to show us how the legal frameworks provided for us in this country can help us build a resilient community, especially as far as cyber security is concerned.
Thank you. I think, I'm not sure, I might be like my fellow judge and raise a concern again, and I'm afraid that the man is sitting right next to me when I'm raising this concern. First and foremost, I think one of the biggest things that we must understand that when we're on this, especially for us that are in public spaces, cyberbullying and cyber harassment is part of the things that we constantly having to face with. Like Ms. Malawi, I've also been a victim of cyberbullying. And the cyberbullying is not always necessarily about you, sometimes about the work. And I'm sure a lot of females that are in decision making will find that issue come through. But I think the first point of call we must understand is and a country that is built on the rule of law, the Constitution says we all have equality and non-discrimination. We are not supposed to be discriminated against just by the mere fact that we're women. Secondly, everyone here has the right to privacy. The fact that people are public personas or they're in the public space doesn't mean that it takes away their right to privacy. And the Constitution says we all have that. Lastly, as women, we also have other rights as women under the Constitution. But the biggest right that we have is the right to human dignity. And I think everybody fundamentally forgets that when you do the harassment, when you do the revenge porn, or when you distribute other people's intimate images, that concept of dignity is eroded. And it's a right that we all fundamentally have. And maybe let me put it in Chichewa, what that right actually talks about. It's the right to umuntu, to keep a person's umuntu, because everybody deserves umuntu wao. And when people harass, whether in the cyberspace, when people do revenge porn, when you communicate, because when it comes on social media, people like to definitely spread the message on WhatsApp when you receive intimate images of other people. We like to spread them. The fact remains, what we're doing is against the law. And the law is clear. You have the Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act. I'll just point out a few provisions. Section 86 talks about harassment. You cannot harass anyone in the cyberspace and expect to get away with it. And it is incumbent upon the police to investigate, and it's incumbent upon the prosecution to actually prosecute those matters. And then it's incumbent upon us as the judiciary to adjudicate on those matters. You talk about Section 87, offensive communication, sharing it. How many of us, the minute we receive something, we call it juicy, juicy material, how many of us share it?
Gist.
Yes, what's the gist? What's the latest? Who's in the, we share it. And it literally is you might share it. Sometimes you even accidentally share it on church groups, accidentally, But the reason why you found yourself having sent that to a group is because you were sharing it. Under the law, you're an aider, and you are abetting the person who actually did the first crime by sharing it. And under the law, you're also being offensive to the law because the law says you can't share it. And that is, I think, fundamentally what everybody needs to understand, that the law is saying don't do it. The question everybody forgets to ask themselves is, how would I feel if this was me? What would it do to myself, or to my family, to my psyche, everything? And you should remember that there's always intentionality with the law. If you send it, it means you intend for it to be used effectively by whoever it is, whether they share it again or whether they use it to harass the person next. So I think the fundamental issues, we need to understand the law. We need to understand people have rights and freedoms that have to be protected, and we cannot abuse those rights and freedom. But further than to that, if we've been cyberbullied or we've been victims of non-consensual, and that's why I said I have a concern with what my fellow law enforcement officer said was, he said that the problem is we ourselves took the pictures, isn't it? Yeah? The law is, even if you took the pictures yourself, the concept is you shared it between the two of you. When you were in a consensual relationship, when that relationship finishes, that does not give that person a right to share that information. The only thing they have a right to do is delete it, forget me. You and me are through, forget what? Forget I existed in your life. But the fact that you share it, I have not consented to that sharing of that information. And I think that's the fundamental aspect of how we can the law exists, is to protect that particular issue, is the non-sharing. Whether it was to a blesser or to a boyfriend, to a husband, to whoever it is, if you took a nude, it was to that person alone. When they send it to a third party, it's a problem, without your consent. And I think that has to be fundamentally understood. And we also have to realize that the other, apart from the Electronic Transactions Act and Cybersecurity Act, we can use all other acts for, some other acts for enforcement. We can use the Gender Equality Act. Section 5 talks about harmful practices. Some of these norms that we've created of sending nudes is a harmful practice that can be also done under the law. You look at Section 6, which talks about sexual harassment. A lot of the cyberbullying or the revenge porn, or just, it happens online. A boss can be using the phone, sending winks at inappropriate times, sending nude images to you. All sorts of suggestive issues happen online. You can also always use Section 6 of the Gender Equality Act to actually enforce your rights. You also have the penal code that can also be there. And if it's in an intimate setting, we still have the Prevention of Domestic Violence Act, where you can come and take an order, especially a protection order or a harassment order, a protection order which would include the harassment. So I think fundamentally the law is there to assist each and every person who's been a victim of cyberbullying or revenge porn, or revenge porn is called also non-consensual distribution of intimate images, and with also online violence. We've got also a lot of online violence that's going on out there. So in terms of the law, that's what I could say. But in terms of also the issues that we need to do, I could say that apart from reporting to MACRA, apart from reporting to the police, you can also do your own access to justice, get your own remedies. Sue. The courts are available for you to sue. You can sue for defamation. You can sue for a number of issues in tort that will make sure that this man or woman who has invaded your privacy or has cyberbullied you to actually get redress. And so that's something that you can do. If it's in the workspace, go into your workspaces and institute a proceeding against this person. And it's always necessary that you do so. But one thing I would encourage is that we stop victim blaming the person who has been cyberbullied or who has had a revenge porn issue. The fact that she took the pictures did not mean she wanted them shared or he wanted them shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tools are available for us. Let's not just act in silence. Yeah? There are tools available for us. Under it all, there is you can sue. So let's try that one. I think I'm going to change things a little bit. Okay.
I just want to echo what our judge has said. Most of the times that you take the pictures or the nudes, you send it to your boyfriend or the blesser. That's okay. That's not a problem. But if the blesser now says, okay, I'm taking this for maybe to do some trade, that's illegal. And one thing that I have to warn you, more especially you girls, if you see or you receive nudes of your friend, you are the ones taking those news, resending them to so many groups, WhatsApp groups, to Facebook, and it's you girls, you who are here. And now when it comes to us to investigate those cases, when we now try to find out the trail, we find out that you are very close to your friend who is complaining, and then you were on the forefront sharing the same. If we find you, obviously, we'll arrest you. If we find you, we'll arrest you, we'll take you to court, and the judge is here, is not going to...
So I'm going to reverse it. We are going to have questions, and then they will conclude. Given the time that we have, we are going to take very few questions, but we are going to, I think you'll still be around for teas and everything else. Further interaction is still going to be there, but we are going to take a few questions, keep it simple, so that, so now I have already seen 10. I stand to be guided, now there are 15. I stand to be guided how we handle it. Should we take all the questions? No? Chair, Togo? I'm seeing over 10 questions. What do we do? Okay, we'll just randomly take the questions? We'll try. We'll try. So, no, Wes, you'll be the last one. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for the informative information. I just want to directly ask the gentleman from the police that now with the verge of emerging technology like your AI and stuff, we tend to really get attacks that look like they're real but they're not. So for instance, deep fakes and tools are being used to spread fake news or even harass people online, but they're perpetuating people that are not real. So I just wanted to understand if you have any means of, coming to catch up with the technology itself. How are you capacitating yourself as the police to be able to keep up with the trends in that regard? Thank you.
The lady in yellow? Unfortunately, my eyes are really bad, but I think that's yellow, isn't it?
Thank you so much. My name is Naomi Mzembe, and mine is a question and a comment at the same time. My question goes to Inspector Kobalo, and perhaps Judge, you may also take it. Inspector, you spoke about people receiving messages to say that you should come and collect stuff, goods, and things like those from your relatives from South Africa and stuff like that. And I think that is really quite a huge problem in Malawi. But I wanted to say that I think as Malawi, we're a developing country, and we can accept that there is so much poverty in Malawi. And if we don't address the issue of poverty, and we should expect more of that, because people want easy money now. And I think sometimes we ask ourselves to say, Kodi Samaganiza, like, couldn't they use common sense? But you find that a lot of people in Malawi, even here in Lilongwe, if you go to some areas, you find that there are people whom you look at and you wonder, can't you just, isn't this, like something you need to use common sense? But you find that common sense is not common. So I think we shouldn't really think that these people are thinking like us, the people in this room, but I think there's also need for more sensitization for you as a police unit, but also as organizations. Perhaps we could all hold hands and go out there and sensitize people more on these things. And my question is I wanted to ask, to say that who do we report some of these issues to? Because I think sometimes it's a matter of reporting and not knowing who to report to. So there are a lot of influencers on Facebook and a lot of people who spread news. As Judge said, that people like gist and hot news. So the moment something happens, you find that those people, they've already put up the news. And you find that most of these things are things that are not uploaded on the Zodiac page or even Times page. But these influencers, they like to put up such news. Are they allowed to do so? What do the laws say about these people? And how do we stop such things? Thank you.
All right, on this side, I think these will be the last two. Oh, and where's? Lady in blue, then red, then where's?
Thank you. My name is Sophie Piri from Airtel. Thank you for the very enlightening discussion. From what we're hearing, when people get cyberbullied, there are avenues which they can use to seek redress. And as the judge said, the law has provisions that gives people the right to sue the perpetrators. But from what we see in the public, most people are not aware that that is available to them. So I wanted to find out if there are any deliberate efforts that are being put in place to make sure that the masses are aware of the redress avenues that are available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our panelists, and thank you so much, Makra, for bringing in this topic. I am Belinda Gombachika. I come from Kamuzu, University of Health Sciences, the university that God blesses. Yesterday we had UNIMA, God loves, but KUHES is the university that God blesses. My question goes direct to Judge Ntaba. Coming from a background that I'm in the health field, we have challenges as well. People take pictures of patients, take pictures of us working there, record whatever we do. And there was a time where we did agree that maybe we need to have a policy to say no phones in the hospitals or our working areas, our space. But people actually said no. They also have rights. They also need to bring their phones. But to be honest, we are also bullied. Sometimes we don't come out there to say, the problems that we are facing, but this is also a challenge to us. So probably maybe you can assist us. Should we go the route of saying no to phones in the hospitals or our spaces? Thank you.
Finally, on this side.
Thank you very much. My name is Wezi Rukere, the Managing Director of Cyber Sophonet. As you know, I'm in cybersecurity and digital forensics. My question is going to the judge in respect of admissibility of digital evidence. As we know that evidence in digital form is regarded as hearsay. So what processes are there in court of law that actually ascertain the admissibility of those pictures, looking based on the question that my colleague from Botswana just asked, what processes are there in the courts of law to accept such kind of evidence which is regarded as hearsay?
All right. I think we can break it there and then we finish this side. But Kelias Mlenga, I think some of the questions you may have to come in, especially on consumer awareness. I think at one point after the responses from the panel. So I just wanted to alert you to get ready. You may start picking it.
Thank you very much. Though some of the questions are not directly asked to me, firstly, I wanted to tackle the one which is, has been asked to the police on the issues of messages being received by someone sending a message that we have your parcel, maybe from South Africa and from. As a committee, Media Committee of Parliament, I just wanted to mention that we had some interface with the mobile providers, mobile service providers. We also had a meeting with the police. We had meetings with Reserve Bank of Malawi, Finance Intelligence Authority, and other. What is happening at the moment is that the mobile service providers will say, no, it's not us, but it's the people in the prisons. So as a committee, we had to go up to the prison to find out what is really happening there. So it's an issue that has been going on for some time, but most of the stakeholders push the issue from one to the other, another to the other. And I just wanted to start maybe responding to it so that when the police comes in to respond about it, even you Makra, because one of the people that were mentioned in our discussions was, I think, as a regulator, what is Makra doing? And at the moment, we are even failing to bring a report to Parliament because we haven't interacted with Makra. We had a meeting with Reserve Bank, we had a meeting with, as I indicated, the Finance Intelligence Authority, the Malawi Prisons Board, but we still not getting to the
conclusion of the matter. So I think it would be also good so that the public should know, because as a committee, one of the issues that we raised was on the public awareness, because as the Reserve Bank said, no, people can come and report to us, but we said we as the members of parliament, we represent people in the villages who doesn't even know where Reserve Bank is. People who are in the villages who doesn't know even where Makra is. But those people, how can they be able to know? Can they know that the message I've received is not someone wants just to steal from me? So just to maybe agree with the one who asked that question, that there is really need for more public awareness for people to know that whatever the message that they receive are not mostly just fake ones. They are there just to steal money from people. And from the mobile providers, we were also worried because we were asking them, how do these people know our numbers? Is our data protected? Because we wonder how someone will just send, maybe to me, I've also been receiving the same messages. Someone will send to me, oh, you have a relative in South Africa and he has sent something. Then whenever you say, I don't have a relative, or maybe when you say, no, I don't know that, they will swear at you. So as mobile providers, we are saying, what are you doing also? So it's something that we really need to hear from the police, but still, the mobile providers are there, the Makra, you are here. There's a lot that we have to do. And as a committee in Parliament, we are really worried, and our people out there are not protected. And if we just sit quiet and think that all is well, then we are lying. We really need to do something on this matter. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think Malawi Police Service, there's some questions to you, messages from fraudsters, technology and the police, and digital evidence. I think digital evidence will be tackled by both you and the Honorable Judge, and I think Kerry has also weighed in on this one. Thank you.
Sometimes we find ourselves in a very tricky situation where we have a prisoner scamming people, and then we do our investigations and 100% sure that this is the person who has scammed this person, who has stolen money, for example, 20,000 from this person. And then when we confront the two, like the complainant and the suspect will say, okay, take me to court. I've accepted, but I will not tell you how I used the money. I'm serving a life sentence here, so if you take me to Judge Ntaba, you just maybe convict me to maybe 2 years or maybe 6 months, that will be over, because he's there for life imprisonment. So we find ourselves in those situations sometimes. Let me give you another scenario where at that point I was second in charge for CID, that was in Southern Region. We received a complaint from certain ladies, and then when we tried to investigate those cases, we came across 2 men. They were at a drinking joint. And then when we caught them, we asked them, how are you getting the numbers? And then what they told me, they told me that we were just trying the numbers. We don't have the numbers, and we don't even know these guys. We were just trying the numbers, 0999, whatever. If that is not, they try another one. That was what they were doing. And this is a proof. That's why we are saying that anybody can be a victim of these people. Even the MPs, even the judges, they are receiving those messages. Had they known, those guys, that this number belongs to this one, maybe they would not have done that. The issue about what is being done to make sure that people are protected, Makra is doing a lot. I think Togo carriers will tackle that. On the issue of awareness, I'm one of the guys, we moved the whole Malawi from Southern Region to the Northern Region, making sure, sensitizing people on how you can secure your information online. I am of the view, even right now, that before we know we are in the situation which we are in, but at least make sure that you confirm any information before you take in action. Some of the people that we live with are the ones who are perpetrating this kind of fraud. For example, if someone is in prison, there's no way you can go out and then cash out the money. There are people who are out within our communities that are the ones helping those in the prison to cash out the money from the Airtel Money agents or Pamba agents. We have to be careful with these people, because let me just give you, there was an article like 2-3 days ago where a woman took a phone and was trying to smuggle it into the prison. Fortunately, the prison authorities, through their search techniques, they got hold of that woman and they seized that phone. It was a woman, not a man. You know, most of the times, ladies are like, they do have mercy. They want their husband to enjoy life in prison, and then they try. There are some people who are currently in prison because of a crime they committed with a prisoner. They are together in Zomba prison. And if we try to look at the numbers, we find that most of them, they are women trying to help their hubby or boyfriend. And again, there are some issues. Let me just finish with one thing. You ladies, maybe you hear that your hubby is moving around, is going around with another person, and then you mobilize your ladies, and then you take that lady into a certain room or your house, and then you start beating or undress that lady, and then you take videos of, and then the whole social media is awash with such videos. That's unacceptable. If we catch you, the law will take its course, because there are very good avenues or nice structures that have been put in place, which you can always follow for you to make sure that justice is within your side. And information, for example, if we have your phone, for example, your phone has been given to me for analysis. I cannot analyze your phone unless I have the legal papers. What we do is we make sure that we go to court, we get the search warrant, we have the affidavit to back us up, and then I can go into your phone and analyze it. Let me also warn you people in here, you are lucky that I'm here today. There are some boys, they are coming to my office. There are some boys and men, they are coming to my office with the brand new phones. They say, okay, this is my Spark 10. I want to give it to my girlfriend. So make sure that you marry this phone with my phone. So if you marry this phone and his phone, it means if he gives you this phone, it means any information which you write or on Facebook or WhatsApp or even ordinary message, it will go straight to the phone of that person. And then you wonder, what's happening? My phone is with me, but this person is knowing whatever that I'm doing, because your phone is married to his phone. You were happy, okay.
You're assisting them.
Yeah, no.
To the judge.
You are happy because you have received a new phone, but you never know what that person has done with that phone. Okay, for me, if somebody says, or even the judge here comes with her phone, he says, okay, can you marry my phone with my computer? I will do that, because he's saying, in good faith, the phone is hers, and the computer is hers. We are not trying to encourage her to take that phone and then give it to another, then monitor whatever activity that person is doing. No. But he's saying, okay, this is my phone. That's what those guys do. They come, like okay, this is my phone, I just want to marry this phone and my computer. They can't say, okay, I want to monitor my girlfriend. No way. So when you receive gifts, you girls, when you receive gifts, oh.
Public warning, eh?
The message is yours. Judge Ntaba, on the question of digital evidence and technology, artificial intelligence, and all that.
I think on the issue of digital evidence, I think the courts, not only in Malawi but across the world, have actually have improved in terms of admissibility of evidence. We're not using the hearsay rule on a lot of the issues. If you will notice, even right now, you can serve a person on WhatsApp and the court accepts that as service. And as such, that means we have gone beyond the normal rules of evidence in terms of verifiability and all those things. But we're still growing. It's a still growing aspect, because as long as with evidence, the issue is admissibility goes to the relevance of that particular thing you're trying to bring in, as well as the verification of it. Who's going to verify it? And that's one of the reasons why when she asked about the deep fakes, if it's going to be a legal issue, is somebody has to be able to come into court and verify this is a deep fake and put into play which parameters will it be, is it a deep fake on? It's like any scientific evidence. Scientific evidence has to have assumptions, it has to have verifiable issues and the data that goes with it. So with digital evidence, that's the same issue that we're dealing with. You will have judges and magistrates who will be more inclined to hear that kind of evidence. Then you still have others who are still skeptical and want the traditional levels of evidence. But the fact remains, bring the evidence and let the lawyers ensure that it's relevant and that it's verifiable so that it can be admitted into evidence. The issue is it's a test. And you just must pass the test of relevance and admissibility as it stands. But the E-Transactions and Cybersecurity Act definitely helps us because it has a lot of parameters of how you can admit evidence into court, whether it's a signature, all those things. So that's one thing that a lot of us are relying on as judges and magistrates sitting in our courts. But I think the deepfake ones are new. And it's an area that we as also people in law enforcement need to start understanding it better. But for us, we're usually at the tail end as the courts. So we rely on the people who are investigating and prosecuting to have done the issues that need to have done. The verification, the authentication, and also having the necessary experts to come into court to actually give that particular evidence into court, yes.
I think one more question from the university that God blesses.
Oh yes, the privacy.
Yes, privacy issues in phones in hospitals.
What I would say is our phones have become a tool of human rights violations. That's what I would say. I say this because it's not only in the hospitals. You see an accident is happening, a person is basically needing extreme help and people are taking pictures and then sharing them. That we need to get to a level that needs to understand that, as I said, I keep going back to the very essence of the concept of dignity and the right to privacy. The right to privacy is fundamental for a lot of us because of the very nature that if things that go around us and in us is intimate to us. And a lot of people don't realize that, and especially for people in the hospitals. People in the hospitals are already in a vulnerable position. A lot of them are not in the position to say yes or no to that picture. But even if they say yes or no, some might not be in the relevant mental state to actually agree and consent to that picture. I keep going back to the concept of consent. Consent is very important, especially for anything that you must have to, if you're going to share it, outside the space of that person and you, since you would have agreed. If there's no agreement between you and the nurse, unless you're going to use it for legal means, then yes, that is an issue that now you would have to fight in court and say it was illegally obtained evidence or what. But the very essence of the right to privacy, it is something that we as Malawians need to start understanding. or going back to. If we don't understand it from a right perspective, then let me take it to a human being perspective. Tiye ndibwere bwanji ku umuntu wathu. Umuntu wathu sunyoza muzako. Umuntu wathu sumuyika nzako in a position kuti anyozedwe. Umuntu somapangisa kuti uyenati umpange umteteze muntu nzako, umuntu. So if you can't do it from a human rights perspective, if you can't do it from a legal perspective, at the very least, do it from the humanities perspective, the dignity perspective. Remember that a person needs to require their dignity. I remember I usually go on, if I'm on a group and they share pictures of accidents, I say, can you please warn people first that you're sharing sensitive information? If you go onto Facebook, it blurs certain videos. It tells you it's a sensitive issue. You must click on it yourself if you want to see it. But we don't have those, should I say, parameters, or chichewa palimaona kuti chokuleta. We need that back. I know this is a digital age, but the digital age must also respect fundamental human rights and freedoms. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Before I give to Kelias, you are supposed to answer, where do we report? Is there awareness? Yes.
Just to echo on what my neighbor here has just said, I remember one of the former cabinet ministers said, if you want to watch the game, you can just go to the beach, to the stadium, go to BNS and watch the game, instead of taking your pictures and then you send to your friends. Thank you.
Curious.
Yeah.
Where do we report the fraudsters? Where do we report anything that is happening to us? If you are being bullied online, where do we report? Is there any awareness going to citizens of Malawi about cyber issues, cyberbullying issues?
All right. Thank you very much, Madam. I also noted various questions.
I wish to introduce yourself because we don't know who you are.
Oh, my sincere apologies. My name is Kerias Mlenga. I work at MACLA as Deputy Director in the Legal Directorate, responsible for consumer affairs. I'll attempt to answer the question that Matilda has pointed out. Cybercrimes, where do we report? First of all, being a crime, just like any other criminal offense, the right institution to report to should be the police. Malawi police has got capacity, as Mr. Kubalo has rightly put it, to investigate these specialized kind of crimes. You can also report to MACLA, but as a second level kind of reporting. When you report, we also refer you to police. You can also sue directly to court, as Honorable Justice Ntaba has said. And one thing that maybe we usually ignore is that the platform where you are surfing, where you are accessing the internet from, usually has a reporting mechanism. There are measures there where you can report any offensive action, like if it's Facebook, if it's Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, etc. There was also an issue to do with there is no knowledge of where you can sue. As Mr. Kubaro has rightly put it, MACLA conducts general awarenesses as well as targeted awarenesses. Sometimes we target children, sometimes we target parents, school-going children, as well as the specific targets of the community, depending on the need. But if there is a need as an organization, you can also engage us. We can sensitize your members of staff. We do not have a problem with that. There was also an issue to do with admissibility of evidence, that it's hearsay. I would like to echo what the Honorable Justice Ntaba has said, that indeed from the common law perspective, there are rules that are supposed to be followed. But in 2016, MACLA I should say, Malawi government adopted what we call the Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act. Under Section 7 of that Act, there is a criteria that has to be used for admissibility of evidence. That criteria is, first of all, you have to ensure that that kind of communication is available in electronic form. Secondly, if it's available in electronic form, it has also to be accessible, because to be available is one thing, but to be accessible is another thing. And thirdly, it should be something that is capable of being retained in its state and be capable of being referred for future reference. So that hearsay rule is gone, it's buried now, you can admit electronic evidence. There was also a question regarding what MAGLA is doing. I think Mr. Kubalo attempted to touch on it. I also like to add some more thought. MAGLA is doing the following to address issues of fraud, because the issue that settled very much here was to do with mobile money fraud. MAGLA is adopting a system which we call Central Equipment Identity Register. This system is going to track IMEI numbers for gadgets, mobile network gadgets, in addition to the SIM cards that are already being regulated at the moment. We have noted that it's easier for one to change a SIM card after the SIM card has been blocked, but in the end they use the same handset to commit further crimes. So for prisoners, for example, it will be difficult for one to smuggle a phone, more difficult than to smuggle a SIM card into Zomba Central Prison. So the moment a phone is associated with any criminality, including mobile money fraud, it is going to be blacklisted. Once it's blacklisted, it's going to be, it will have no network. It means you have mitigated a number of, we have protected several, multitude of people from falling victims. Secondly, we are also developing SIM card legislation. The SIM card legislation regulations are going to limit the number of SIM cards that one has. In fact, we are very harsh when we are drafting them. We limit it to one SIM card per network. But after consultations, we will reconsider our position, considering that now with digital economy, there are so many things that are going to be relying on SIM card as per person. You can have a dongle, you can have a phone, you can have maybe a point of sale, and other things that Internet of Things may require. So the moment we bring into force these regulations, just know that we are going to minimize the number of SIM cards that one has. We are also going to restrict on who can register to have a SIM card. So we are also going to restrict that registration has to be in real time connected. Registration of SIM card has to be connected in real time to the National Registration Bureau, so that they should verify that the ID issuers, the ID that you are claiming to be yours, is matching with the fingerprint that you have inserted as you are registering. So there's going to be biometric kind of registration with interface with National Registration Bureau. We are also emphasizing on awareness. I think we do this as a matter of going concern. But I think after this conference, you hear MAGLA that it's going to make some noise on the CIA, Central Equipment Identity Register. We are also going to make some noise on cybersecurity laws as well as mobile money fraud. If you remember, I think few months ago, there was a clip that was circulating. Unfortunately, people just took this aspect that don't touch your wife's phone, don't touch your husband's phone. But if you had watched the whole clip, there was a message that we have to be cyber smart and to avoid committing cyber crimes. One of them was to do with breach of data privacy, the unlawful interception. That's what the judge emphasized, that right to privacy is the mother of all the other rights that one has to exercise. So the point that Mr. Mlenga was emphasizing in that clip, it wasn't good in Mabanja and Muzibangaza Jinyango. It was to emphasize that even in the institution of marriage, it's very important that consent has to be obtained. So that was the extreme example that the journalist chose. Unfortunately, the people just stuck to the gist of of course, men were happy. I'm receiving congratulatory messages, and most women were unhappy. Of course, we also have a committee which we call Mobile Money Fraud Task Force. This committee comprises MAGLA, Police, Reserve Bank of Malawi, Financial Intelligence Authority, Bankers Association of Malawi, National Registration Bureau, and other Malawi Prison Services. The purpose of the committee is to collectively address the issue of mobile money fraud. We noted that we are working in silos. Magla was doing its own thing, mobile network operators were doing their own things, police doing their own thing. So we thought that if we act together, so that the moment we noted that some fraud has been committed, then we report, instead of delaying with this, what do you call police report thing, we just order the MNOs to block the number so that zinazo can be done later on. So this thing is working, but it will have to be complemented with your knowledge in terms of identifying spams and scams, because we may have these vibrant systems in place, we may have these good laws, but you as a consumer, if you are not empowered with the knowledge on how to detect that this is fraud, then it's as good as having a guard in the house without locking the house. Thieves will still come in. You can have a very powerful guard, but if the guard is sleeping there, it means thieves will still break into the house. So we also emphasize on awareness. And lastly, we are building a laboratory for Malawi Police Service, which we call Digital Forensic Laboratory. This is to help them to process and store and maintain the integrity of digital evidence, so that it should, as it is admissible in court, it should meet the requirements that are set in the Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Act. Because there is what we call a rule, functional equivalence rule in the Act, which says this is for digital evidence to be admitted, it has to meet certain objective criteria. So that forensic lab, you can also go there to get evidence to substantiate your cases, other than bothering Magla. Magla doesn't see what people are communicating in phones. Okay? So, of course. Yeah, so this will ensure that there is a quality of messages and storage, as well as processing of the messages. So for the time being, I should stop there. But later on, I'll come back with a different issue to do with the similar matters. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a lot of information and a lot of interventions that are taking place to ensure that the cyberspace is safe. I've given myself, how many minutes? I've given myself 5 minutes and confirmed by Eleme. We have questions now for... Which one? The lady behind the cameraman. Yes, the lady behind the cameraman. Then we'll go to... there are two hands right at the back, white and black. And then... okay. Okay, her as well. Then the check hands, honorables here. I think those are the questions we'll take, and yourself. So we've closed this side. After the questions, please start preparing your closing remarks. Thank you. So we start from the lady behind the cameraman, then the two hands at the right, at the back. Happening to your mic? It's working. Try it.
All right, thank you so much. Some of the questions that I wanted to ask have been answered, but one other thing that I wanted to address and ask is directly to the police, the Department of Police. I feel like, yes, in as much as we know that we have to report to you guys, but we do not know clearly which channel to use, as she said, but I think it has not yet been addressed. Maybe these are the spaces that you have to share with us. What are the channels that we're supposed to use? And when we get to the police station, what are we really supposed to ask when we want to report this case? And maybe you can explain a little bit on how the procedure is like, in maybe briefly. And also another reason that why I wanted to ask this was because I understand that these are sensitive issues. For instance, the issues of posting pornography, revenge pornography.
these are very sensitive issues, so I wanted to know how you carry these issues in the sense of safety during the investigation, safety for the person who has reported these issues. Because I know that when one has reported these issues, eventually the people who have released will also be at the back of this person saying, what are you doing to us? You want to get us into prison? You want to get us into jail? So what safety measures do you impose on this particular victim? And the other issues, the other issue was around, this was addressed.
Thank you that it was addressed. Is it burning? Because we don't have that much time, so if we take 3 from you, we may have to cut others.
All right, the burning one is this one, the channel plus how considerate are they with
the victim?
Yes.
Thank you. The 2 hands at the back, white and black.
Thank you so much. Mine is just a comment. I just want to add a voice to what Mr. Kubalo has shared. What I want to say is a mobile phone is either a tool or a target. I want to touch on the aspect of awareness. Most of the times, the leaked messages, the leaked photos or videos are not leaked through the willingness of the owner, but where do you take your phone to when it has developed a fault? The phone repairers. They will retrieve all the data from your phone and start leaking those photos. So you have to take caution when it comes to where you take your phone to for repairing. The second one, where you charge your phones. I've heard of a case whereby someone who took her phone to charge, and people had access to the phone and they leaked the videos. The second thing is the kind of application you install in your phones. There are so many WhatsApps. WhatsApp your, WhatsApp what, WhatsApp what. Make sure you use the applications that you are aware of. Because these applications, every time you install, they will pop up a message. This application would like to have access to your contact, you say yes. To your camera, you say yes. What for? So you have to take caution when it comes to that. I also wanted to highlight that there are so many open source tools that are used to compromise a mobile device. Mainly I'll focus on these phone repairs guys. They've gone a step ahead. They're even aware of what they can use. So people consult them. Can you install such kind of an application? Because I want to have access to my partner's phone. So they will do that, provided there is money. Lastly, I also wanted to highlight the need to be aware what kind of sites do you visit. Because most of the data, you should know that your phone is linked to so many things. So you use the same password to unlock your device. You use the same password for your email. You use the same password for everything. So when one account is compromised, it means the rest are compromised. Thank you so much.
I wish you had introduced yourself, but you didn't.
My name is Akim. I'm from Makraset. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to agree that in another one time kuti kuli WhatsApp ogawana tandigaire in WhatsApp I was very, very surprised of that particular app, but I think you're very right about the apps that we download. Most of them that are open source, so please indeed be very, very careful. The other hand, let's keep it brief. I think it was black, but I can't.
It's, I don't know, dark blue. My name is Togoze Mlota, and I've just finished my degree in nutrition and food science. And I also, it's a comment and a question, where we have also said cyberbullying affects mental health, and we also say as nutritionists, mental health affects the nutrition in terms of anorexia nervosa, bulimia, and anorexia nervosa and binge eating. And all of that, what is the police's effort? I know maybe it may not be your responsibility, but what's your effort after they have reported cyberbullying and so on? What are your efforts towards mental health in terms of, are you referring them to counseling services or so on, or you just leave them be? I should stand up?
Thank you. Oh, maybe they wanted to capture you on camera. So that's why they requested that you stand up. But I'm sure that's what you wanted to ask. Yes. What is the police doing, offering counseling services for victims of cyberbullying? There are 3-4 hands around here. The young girl, then the lady in checks, then we finish here.
Okay, my name is Ujizi Mhango, and I'm coming from Zuzu Government Secondary School. My question goes to the judge. Earlier, you mentioned the places where we can report after being like cyberbullied. You mentioned about the courts. So I understand in some cases it might happen that at the courts there are a lot of cases being registered, and the person registers a case of cyberbullying. So it may happen that that person's issue may not be addressed soon, because there are a lot of cases that are being reported there. So it may happen that the victim may commit suicide or whatever because he or she is not getting help or is not getting the justice. So what do you do there? I don't understand. Thank you.
All right. Ajaja mu makalira magesi. May we have the
My name is Innocencia Zuze. I'm an innovator and a student at DMI. I have a comment and a question. My comment is I'd like to commend the ladies for being strong and telling us about cyberbullying and their personal experiences. It takes courage to do that, so thank you so much. And my question goes to the judge is, we've talked about cyberbullying, but you haven't told us what the minimum punishment for cybercrimes are. Thank you.
I think I forgot the two honorables. So it will be her, then the two of you. No, she'll go first at the back, then we finish with the two of you.
Thank you very much for giving me the forum. My name is Taonga Kaira. I've got a question and just a comment. I think my question builds on what the girl from Zuzu government just said. We have the Cyber Security Act, and in the Cyber Security Act, it actually says when you're bringing a case, you have to actually show which human right has been violated. I think section 35, you have to say that. So I'm actually just thinking, how many people do go to the court and say, I'm using this act and I feel like my right to dignity and my right to privacy has been violated, so I'm using the cyber security. So my question is, maybe I don't know who's supposed to answer this. Maybe it's Makla, maybe it's the police, maybe it's the judiciary. When we say we have the Cyber Security Act, how functional is it? Who is using it? And how many cases have gone to court based on the Cyber Security Act? And to the judge, my favorite judge, Justice Zoane Ntaba, I'm looking at the justiciability of socioeconomic rights. Most times when it comes to socioeconomic rights, it's about women and girls. And most times if you're going to go to court and claim issues to do with human rights, it's the women that are going to suffer. So I just want to understand how justiciable are socioeconomic rights based on what I've just mentioned. On data is just a comment as well, or maybe the police can also answer that. We need to have data, and I think the Executive Secretary for Human Rights mentioned that we need to have data, disaggregated data, to actually appreciate how women's impediment on cybersecurity is. So, do we know how vulnerable women are and girls in terms of statistics when it comes to cybersecurity, and how are we working in partnership with the National Statistics Office on that. And again, on the issue of, it's also a comment, a student of the University of Pretoria, and I'm doing also, apart from being a student of Luana, doing Master of Science in Gender Development, I'm also doing Master of Philosophy in Sexual and Reproductive Rights in Africa, and I'm focusing on international human rights law. So I do block releases, and last week when I was at uni, we were talking about how countries like Nigeria have advanced in terms of forensic evidence, and we also have cases in Malawi, when we look at case law, on how many cases have been thrown out of court because of that. So this one is just a comment to say that we can draw inspiration from other jurisprudence in terms of advancing our own jurisprudence in Malawi. And I think, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Tonga, that's a mouthful. On the how functional is the Cybersecurity Act and the cases that have been handled, I don't know if the statistics can be available immediately. You handle that one. Okay, so we take the last questions from the two honorables and then we close.
Thank you so much. I'm Finest Magonjwa, Member of Parliament for Machinga Southeast, happen to be the youngest Member of Parliament in Malawi. My questions goes to Honorable Dosi, Chair for Media Committee. What interventions have you put in place as women in Parliament to make sure you mentor more young ladies and women into politics despite cyberbullying? The second one will be a comment, or maybe just to, this will go to the Miss Malawi. I agree with you on the few things that you have shared, the bullying that you have received on the media, the threats, you know, the body shaming, and all the other things that I've shared. You know, you can take an example now, you said the former, the one who died when she was Miss Malawi because of the deception that she got from these threats, you know, this body shaming and all that. I think you should use that as an example to prove people wrong. Despite that they are doing all of this to discourage you, so that you should maybe step down on your position, or maybe you should use it and step back. Keep your light still shining, you should still shine, and most of us, we're so proud of you, you're a beautiful lady. I should tell you that regardless of this, you can push through, and you should use this, embrace it, regardless of whether it's your friends, whether they are people that you don't know. Don't give a damn about it. You are who you are. You earned that position, and you took a lot into that position. So I don't see anyone who can pull you down regardless of the effort that you have put to achieve that position. Sometimes we have to allow our skin to get thicker so that we should push through. We are looking forward to see more light from your position, to contribute more to our beautiful ladies out there. Encourage them. Use yourself as an example so that one day they should achieve the position that you have achieved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Joyce Chitsulo. I am a Member of Parliament for Mwanza West constituency. I chair Committee of Chairpersons in Parliament, and I chair public appointments, and I'm a member of the Media Committee of Parliament. Just to supplement on what Honorable Magonjo is saying, I'll give herself as an example. The first time people maybe saw Finance on the media, it was something negative. That was her first media interview, and it was, well, hell. But you know, when people wrote all those negatives in Facebook, WhatsApp, whatever, we encouraged her to say, you can do better than this. Now, if you listened to her contribution in Parliament a few days ago, it's not the same Finance we knew, you know, like 2 years ago. Yeah. So, I believe that sometimes when we see these negatives on social media about us, it just helps us to grow that thin skin and say, I can do better and I'll do it. I'll prove to them that I can do better than this. So, Yeah, mine is an encouragement to women. We all go through those things. They write about us. We are even used to it. Sometimes if they don't write about you for a month, you're like, Andi wala, you know. Yeah, we are used to those things. So mine is an encouragement to all women to say, we can do it despite all these things. Sometimes let's not concentrate on the negatives, but see what is it that can build from those negative comments. My question also goes to my chairperson in the Media Committee, Honorable Dosi. You have said things to do with cyberbullying, but I wanted to find out from you. Most of these young men that are always on the Facebook writing negatives about people, spreading fake news, belong to political parties. They are sponsored actually by us politicians. What is it that you're doing as a media committee to engage political party leadership so that at least we try to bring these issues of cyberbullying to an end, especially on the part of women? And I also wanted to learn from you. Yes, we are talking of the negative side of ICT or the cyberspace, but I believe we can also come up with some positives from it, which can also help us to advance women's political agenda. What is it that you're doing as a media committee of parliament to ensure that we use the cyberspace to advance political women agenda? Thank you so much.
All right, so I think the questions will be picked randomly. I think you, Honorable Dosi, you start.
Can we just do a question and then our final thoughts?
Yes. So what we'll do is the answers and the final thoughts, and then we conclude.
Thank you very much for the questions from my members in the media committee. Most of the times when you ask politicians, people are talking badly about you, the negatives, they will tell you that's part of the game. And just to encourage people here, women, girls who want to join politics, and we are there, we will still do it. And even if you ask me, are you still going to do it in 2025? I'll tell you, yes, I will still do it. There are a lot of things that happen to us, as I mentioned in my preamble, but if we look back, we look down on ourselves, then we cannot make it. We want more women in parliament. We are only 40 out of 193. And as indicated that we have a women caucus in parliament, our main agenda, our main mandate is to make sure that we lobby for more, for stakeholders to assist us, to help us, NGOs to help us, so that we can go out there and have the 50-50 agenda that we are looking for. So on the issue of the strategies that we are putting in place, we know there's an issue which is still still being discussed on the issue of gender quotas, where we're saying how maybe we can have one female MP representing the district, 28 from each district. We have not passed it in parliament, but it's there. We are still discussing how we can go about to make sure that we have more women in parliament. We'll keep on sensitizing the public, sensitizing the people that you shouldn't look down on yourself. Come, join us in parliament. We want more women in 2025. And we shouldn't be afraid of the men out there. We know most of the times we mention about the financial muscle, we don't have the money, we don't have what. But if I give you my story, you even wonder that how did I make it? The one I was competing with was giving out money, 2,000 kwacha. At that time it was a lot of money in 2019, giving people 2,000 kwacha. And myself, I would say, I don't have even a 2,000 on me. But people said we want change and we want a woman to be our MP. Here I am. So we shouldn't be afraid of the men out there. Let's move, let's be there, let's do what we want to do and make sure that we achieve what we want to achieve and be members of parliament. More women, more girls. We have Finest there. She's only 25. When she was coming into parliament, she was 22. But there she is. She's a member of parliament. So I encourage girls who are here, even out there listening to us, women out there, come out. Let's do it. Let's be members of parliament. On the people who mostly maybe talk evil about us, women in parliament, maybe they come from political parties. I have to commend Makra. I think there was a conference last month on the influencers. Yeah, most of the people we saw on that, attending that conference, mostly I think came from political parties and other. So we would also want maybe to do more, especially maybe meeting the leadership of political parties. It's so unfortunate that most of the people that are used are youths. Most of the youths are used to maybe tarnish our image, to talk evil about us, to talk evil about politicians, to talk evil about women politicians. But as a committee, we should be able to maybe interface some of the political leaders to make sure that they talk to the youth, to make sure that they stop this kind of malpractice. And on the issue of what are we doing on the cyberspace to make sure that we advance the women agenda, I should acknowledge that as women, most of the women in Malawi, maybe there's a gender digital gap. Most of the people we represent in the villages, maybe it's just maybe 1% of women in the villages who are able to maybe access internet, access maybe WhatsApp and other forums. So as a committee, we should be able to discuss issues, come with some laws, make sure that in Malawi we have the required infrastructure. I know MACRA is doing a lot, but we still need to do more. We are talking about digitization, Malawi 2063. Digitization is one of the issues in the Malawi 2063 agenda. So as a committee, we really need to do more, interact more, and have the required infrastructure. And also the legislative reforms, make sure that we do review our laws. We are talking about the Cyber Security Act of 2016. We are in 2023. A lot is happening. A lot of things are changing. And as a committee, we really need to make sure that our laws, the existing laws, are amended and up to date. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dorsey. And now we go to Judge Ntaba.
I was asked in terms of punishment. If you look at Section 5 of the Gender Equality Act, which is the harmful practices, the maximum you can get under that is 5 years. If you look at harassment in the e-transactions and cybersecurity, it's 5 years and 2 million. If you look at the offensive communication, it's 12 months and 1 million. So those are the kind of figures you're looking at. In terms of the numbers, in terms of court, I would say this. A lot of people report to police, but a lot of them don't actually prosecute their cases. So far, I know of only one, 2021, which was the CRM case, where a man, is it somebody called Rashid, had created a Facebook page and shared his ex-girlfriend's nudes, and then she took him to court. I mean, she took him to police. He was prosecuted. I think he was fined 100,000 in default of 10 months imprisonment. He paid the fine. But that's what I can recall. But I know the numbers, the figures at police are higher, but they're not translating into prosecutions. And that might be because people have discussed or whatever it is. But what I would encourage is, if you have been violated, take it up all the way up to the court. Get the justice you require, because that's what is necessary. If people are not punished for the things that they've done, they will do it again sometimes to another person. It might not be to you, but they will do it to another person. And especially with revenge porn, we see that those men are repeat offenders. They will do it to one girl, they'll do it to another. So it's something we should consider. I was also then asked the question on...
Data, I think data on, Taonga, is it data on
cybersecurity issues? Yeah, the data, but the data is what I'm saying. The data will not be the same, what you find at police and what you find at the courts. There's an attrition issue that's happening. And that's, Taonga, you're at the gender conference, and you find that everywhere. Everything with gender-based violence, you find that the numbers that get reported at police and what finds themselves in the court system are very different. Because in between, because of the various issues that women face, cases get dropped. And that is something that we who work in the justice space are constantly asking, that people, for you to get the final redress, you need to take it all the way up to court, if that is what you're looking for. But sometimes we understand that justice is not always a court case. It could be you just want this man to know that he could go to prison for what he did. You just want him to acknowledge that what he did was wrong. So all those are legal remedies that you might want. That might not necessarily be a court conviction or damages being awarded at court. And we understand that that's all part of justice. On the issue of if a person comes to court and the case is delayed, it is sad that some cases do get delayed. But what we understand, what you should understand about the justice system is the delays are not always at our end. It's a prosecution issue. So for instance, if the victim herself or himself is having concerns, a case might be delayed. And it is sad that during that time when a case is delayed, the necessarily, should I say, services like mental health, that is counseling that should happen between now and at the end of the case's conclusion, it is not done. But that is something that I think our prosecution needs to start looking into effectively when they're prosecuting cases for persons that have been traumatized. What services they need in order to get through the court process, because court is traumatizing. You have to go back and tell the story of what happened to you. And that in itself means you're triggering that same trauma that you experienced. And if it doesn't, as the lady at the back said, mental health is really important. And it is something that we as Malawians don't put a lot of focus on. We think we're all okay. A lot of us in here might be dealing with stress, depression, anxiety. And that's just in the normal space. If you've been traumatized, that triples, that doubles, that quadruples. So it is necessary that during a court's case, a person's mental health is well taken care of. And it is sad if it is not. And it is regrettable when it is not. So that I hope that has not happened with any case in our system. But if it has, it's very regrettable. On the issue of one final one, the places that you can report to, issue of, you said we should make, where you can report to, that was something that was...
They wanted the channels of reporting.
Yes.
When you get to a police station,
what do you do? When you get to a police station, you have two ways of reporting. General duties or VSU. The general duties, you'll receive anybody who receives you there. General duties are not the ones, they're not usually trained in the most, to be honest, are safeguarding mechanisms. Sometimes they ask you loudly to explain why you're there. CVSUs, I mean the community, the victim support, CVSU is community, I'm so back to the victim support units have better training on safeguarding and dealing with sensitive issues. You can ask for the office of the victim support unit in order to go and report. If you feel uncomfortable, when you get to the general duties is the front desk, front desk to report your issue. You can ask for the victim support unit, because the victim support unit is usually Pambali to the side and usually very private. So that's something you can do. But you should know that when you get to police, the first place would be the general duties desk. But if you want privacy and all that, go to the community victims, why do I keep, because I deal a lot with community victims support units. Go to the victim support unit and ask for assistance from there, and they might also be able to call you guys are at Area 30, isn't it? Yeah, the Area 30 people. And lastly, this is what I would, the justiciability of socioeconomic rights. I think with any rights, in Malawian courts, they've been known to do a lot more than you would be surprised they've been able to do. Things that deal with health, Look at the COVID issues that have come through. That's all health related. Look at the rights issues that were done in the COVID case, the constitutional case, where that said, look, the government hadn't done enough to ensure that people's rights, especially the socio-economic rights, were upheld when they were considering, lockdown. So our courts have been very good in ensuring that rights, as captured in the Constitution, are protected. The issue is the ability for us to just go before them and argue the case as it is. So that's what I could say in terms of the questions that I was asked. So in terms of my final thoughts.
Yes, please.
My final thoughts go to the very essence of knowledge is power. Know the law and intimately know the law. I think sometimes we run the risk and say, oh, there's no need for me to know it. But if you know the law, you will know how to protect yourself and you know how to promote your own rights. Because it is only through knowing that this is a harmful practice, knowing that this is cyberbullying, this is cyber stalking, this is revenge porn, can then you take necessary steps to actually seek redress. The second thing I would say is know where to go if you have been a victim of any of these issues. Whether it's going to report to MACRA, whether it's going to report to police, whether it's going to report to your institution, whether it's a school or an office, or whether it's to report, for instance, I understand, is it UNESCO? You have a platform with UNESCO on leaked intimate images, who I hear they can scrub those images off. Have the necessary resources, know the resources that are out there to assist you. But the biggest issue for all of us, and I think everyone's been echoing it, in order for you to be safe in this digital space, you need to be vigilant and diligent. And I think nobody else can teach you that but yourself. Protect yourself, protect your information, and then you will protect your own rights. I think that's what I would say in terms of ensuring that we stay safe and in this digital space that is not going to go away anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Inspector Kubalo, concluding remarks and I think an answer to one.
Matters are divided into two. We have the civil matters and the criminal matters. Most of the times we deal with the criminal matters. So, for example, if you want to report your case at the Area 30, that's National Police Headquarters, you go to the Criminal Investigations Department, which is the CID, and then if you reach there, you ask the Cyber Crimes Unit. So you go to the Cyber Crimes Unit, you find us. But if it's not at the National Police Headquarters, it's somewhere else, then you go at the reception, you ask to the CID, you tell the CID guys that my matter is something to do with cyber crime, so they will assist you. If it is something to be referred to us, they will tell us, and then we will take it up from there. That's the reporting mechanism. You are also allowed to come with your friend if you are shy, or your mother, or whosoever you think you can confide in. That's not a problem, and we don't ask which section that you should recite for us to assist you. No, you just come and then we'll assist you accordingly. And again, we have the mandate to protect the whistleblowers or even to keep your information safe. We don't have the mandate to reveal your secrets. No. If it is a confidential information, even if you are analyzing your information in your phone or in your laptop, that will be treated as a confidential matter. You will not find it anywhere. That's a confidential matter, and it will be right there. About the counseling and giving somebody pieces of advice, what we normally do is we advise you to report to the victim support unit, which is within the police formations. If you go that side, they'll give you some pieces of advice, or they will do the counseling. That's a private room. You do it one-on-one. That's very nice environment. And again, if you want to report those cases, make sure that you know who you are reporting to. If you share those information with a friend, that friend, you never know who she or he is going to share with. Lastly, let me tell you this. The fight against crime is not a one-man show. Let's hold hands in the fight against crime. If we stand together in the fight against crime, we are going to win the battle against cybercrime. Let me condemn, there are some police officers who engage in some criminal activities. That's a very bad behavior. As head, myself, as head of that crime, I cannot condone that. That's very unfortunate. But let's hold hands in the fight against crime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your concluding remarks?
Thank you very much. Just to give my concluding remarks, let me first of all start by saying thank you to Honorable Finance. You're an inspiration to many young girls and women, including myself, and I am so glad that you actually complimented me. It means a lot. Let me also just commend Makra for having this summit. We learn every day, and we have surely learned so much, and it's going to help us to bridge the gender gap that has always been there, and we're going to break the glass ceiling. And just a message going out to my fellow young women and girls out there, that despite what we go through, despite the challenges that are there, that are stopping us from breaking the glass ceiling, let's learn to take up space in cyber. Let's learn to continue standing up for ourselves and continue fighting this war until we bridge the gender gap that's existing there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You didn't say your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. Just to commend Makra for this conference, but maybe the question will be, after this conference, what next? Because we can be having the conferences day in, day out. Next year we are here, the other year we are here. What's our take? What's next? And about the people in the villages, amamva chizungu, kwa hiyo mwina amamva chichewa. What are the plans? Because we are talking about awareness, we are talking about people have to be digital literacy and other issues. I think we really need to do more, especially for the people, our people in the villages, the people that as members of parliament we represent. But I really commend Makra for coming up with this conference, and as the chair of the media committee, we are there anytime to look at the laws. If any amendments need be, we are available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we needed a whole day to interact with the police and the lawmakers and everybody else. But I want to thank you, our panelists. It was indeed power-packed, and I think most of us have gotten away with something. Most of all, I want to thank you, our participants. The hall is still full, and we're very grateful for that. We need to be guided how to move from here, but otherwise, thank you very much. You may take your seats.
Thank you. We have one more presentation, and then we'll be done for the day. This one will be done by Thokozani Chimbe, the chair of the conference.
Good evening. I'm not going to take long because I'll try to make it short, because I think we have covered so much and it's almost verging to information overload. But I wanted to just talk about something that is
been mentioned here and there. That is to do with data protection and privacy and safeguarding women's digital spaces. First of all, one might be, I'm sure you have heard about data protection and privacy so many times. And I'm sure you have also heard that currently there is a specific data protection bill that will be presented in Parliament anytime. What we want to do with the aim of this presentation is just to bring that awareness about what is it all about. What's the big deal? Why is data protection relevant in this age? So the first thing that I wanted to highlight on is data protection and privacy the same? Even though these things are mostly used interchangeably, they are somehow different. There are some distinctions. As I said, I will try to cruise, but if I will give the presentation. If you have any issues, then we can discuss. But mostly, data protection is a subset of privacy. And normally when we talk about data protection, we are talking about personal information or data that reveals directly or indirectly can identify a person. So things that we are discussing, that's those pictures that you post, there's a picture there, your name, your address, and other things. That is what data protection is all about. When it comes to privacy, I think I'm not going to say it. It has been mentioned so many times. So data protection is the one that is being now regulated under the Data Protection Act, the proposed Data Protection Bill. While privacy, it's a constitutional issue. And I think it has been mentioned so many times, so I'm not going to bother to mention about it. Let's go to the next one. So what do we need a data protection, why do we need the data protection laws? Mainly what data protection laws do is it defines the rights and obligations regarding how people or anyone can process somebody's information that can easily identify them. I hope I'm making myself clear. And it also something that, this is because of the realization that when we are talking about the digital world, the digital era that we are living in, the God that is there is data. Information is what is driving the digital space. I think I was talking yesterday with the young kids next door yesterday, when I said, I shouldn't say kids, young ladies. Apologies for that. I actually said, I asked them, if you look at the biggest and the richest hotel in the world, it's Airbnb. It doesn't own even a single hotel. The biggest taxi company, the richest in the world, is Uber. Doesn't own even a single car. They don't own it. If you look at the biggest network in the world, it's Facebook, WhatsApp. They don't have any network. If you look at, what's the next one? There are quite a number of them. The biggest shop, it's Amazon. They don't have shops anywhere. What do they use? They leverage on data and technology. That's how valuable data is. Sometimes people ask, how does Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg becomes the richest person in the world? Facebook is free. It's not free, it's your data that is being used to make him rich. You provide the data yourself, they use it, analytics and other things, and when you are signing in on Facebook, you consent that they can use the data for their own purposes, but we don't read those things. So this is a realization that as we engage online, our personal data is constantly being collected in so many ways. Not just by private providers of platforms like Facebook, even governments, national IDs, road traffic. There's, so many. You go to the bank, you provide your personal data. So many places, yet we shouldn't even forget SIM card registration when you want to when you are subscribing to your mobile providers. However, there's this realization that if that data is abused, misused, shared without your consent, there's a likelihood that there might be data breaches and there might be a risk, loss of funds, your reputation might be affected, and other things. So what the data protection laws are trying to do is to realize that this is a digital age. There is personal data that is very sensitive, that needs to be guarded. So let's control how people, they can do so many other things with other data. But when it comes to data to do with a person that can easily identify that person, there should be extra levels of how that should be processed. When we talk about processing, it's anything from storing, sharing, collecting, everything is part of processing. So data protection laws are just there to actually make sure to safeguard the processing of personal data. And the other thing that it actually does is, as I said, is to protect the privacy, as well as to ensure, you see most data protection laws will always require those who are processing personal data. And normally when you look in those laws, they are normally referred to data controllers or data processors. But those are the people who process. I don't want to get into the legal and whatever, but just know that when we talk about the data controller, is the person who wants to use the data, while the processor might be the person that he uses to process the data. But at the end of the day, they are all processing the data. So they have been given, normally the data protection laws will give those people responsibilities and obligations, as well as highlight on what the rights of those who are the data owners, normally called the data subjects. It will also outline the rights that they have. So that's why we normally have the data protection. We talked about, in the last discussion, we're talking about pornography and other things. The fact that when you start sharing those pornographic pictures and other things, if they're revealing the identity of something, it verges on it's personal data of somebody. So it can actually fall under personal data. However, that is also something that the Data Protection Act needs to properly highlight. So at the end of the day, while it is very relevant to us, we've discussed it so many times, when it comes to being victims, women are the ones who get at the worst of it. That's why we need to know what our rights are if somebody is supposed to process any of our data. And the other reason why it is important to empower women, I think I won't mention much, but some of the issues we've talked about so many times. The abuse, the revenge porn, they have already been discussed. The effect, I think it was also discussed, where women feel like they're being bullied, they cannot participate in things that they are supposed to participate, including joining politics, because most people will be afraid that, no, they say it's part of the game. Others will say, no, I don't think I can handle it. But these are the reasons why we need to make the digital space safe, so that our data shouldn't be abused. Privacy, it has already been mentioned, so I'm not going to mention about it. Why it is critical, again, when this is being processed, when it comes to women, there's so much information online. You need to feel that if I'm going to access this information, whether it's for health reasons, you are safe. Nobody is snooping on what you are doing. Nobody is going to be telling people to know that, okay, this one was visiting this health website and was looking up for information about maybe STIs or whatever. You need to be doing it with confidence that at the end of the day, nobody will be revealing to others that this is what I'm doing. There are other things that people do. And the whole reason why it's there is to safeguard the privacy, that you should be able to engage online without fearing for your privacy. Next. I think I've already talked about that. We are living in let's just go to the next one. I think I talked about this, but I think I can go deeper. The main aim of having a data protection bill or a data protection law is to instill confidence in the use of digital services. Normally this is done by imposing data security obligations, minimizing the amount of data that the processors or the controllers can get about yourself. They limit how personal data can actually be used. They also require service providers to actually capitalize or prioritize on privacy settings and other things. It also, most of the data protection bills will also normally make it mandatory that when there is a data breach by the controllers, because it can actually happen, they can decide to keep quiet without even telling you that your information has been leaked or hackers have taken over your information. Most people don't even reveal it for other reasons. Let's say banks. I've heard that banks normally when there's a data breach, they don't want to announce because they're afraid that there'll be a lot of commotions. But what happens now with the Data Protection Act, they actually make it mandatory that if there is a data breach, they should notify data authorities. Those are the people who actually are in charge of implementing the Data Protection Act, and as well as notifying the owners, the data subjects, that their information has been breached and the extent to which the breach has taken place. And it also requires that public authorities, institutions that are in charge of implementing data protection bills should conduct consumer education or awareness on anything to do with data protection issues. It also normally provides for offenses, crimes, in case there is a breach. This is just generally what they do. I will be getting to what our Malawi situation is like. Can we go to the next slide? So in terms of an individual, how it actually gives control to the individual. Because I hope I had mentioned it, that one of the aims of having data protection is to make sure that at least as individuals, yes, the data is being processed by these big companies, but we should have certain controls over that data. So what normally that the Data Protection Bill acts or laws do is that normally the general law is that no personal data should be collected by anyone unless the individual gives consent. That's the general law. So if I allow my data, if somebody wants to process my data, then they better ask me, and I should give consent, and it has to be clear consent. And when they say consent, normally it doesn't just mean if I give consent today and they want to use it for any other reasons other than the purposes for which they collect the data, they cannot start doing otherwise without coming back to me and making sure that the consent is ongoing. So that's one of the, that's the general rule. And normally it also, however, I should also be very fast to actually say that, but there are exceptions to that general rule of consent. And I think I'll just mention the exceptions. Normally it's where like Airtel or where you want to get a driving license or your national ID, you need to give information. It's part of the role of NRB to get your personal data. The same, if you want to have a driving license, you have to issue personal information. So for those ones, there is an exception. They don't need to get your consent because you go there willingly, you want something. So it's like consent is inherent in the service that is being provided. Even when there are certain public interest issues at the hospital and other things, it's inherent that you always give your personal information. But in any other cases, then consent should always be something that should be gotten from the data subject. And in terms of the other thing, it also clearly, most of the data protection laws will give the rights, state what the rights are for the data subject. And these rights normally include the right to access the data that has been collected about you, the right for you to review the data that has actually been collected about you, the right for you to actually correct it, to demand that if there's something that there's a misrepresentation, you can demand that data there should be correction. And it's an obligation for whoever is collecting the data or processing the data to make sure that the information that is processing is accurate. The right to actually say, now, delete my data. The right to actually say that, I gave you consent, but now I'm withdrawing it. Those are some of the things that a data protection bill would always provide. And generally, this is just to encourage digital trade because they know that if people are aware that they have these powers, they will be willingly, at least the barriers for the resistance to engage in certain activity transaction will be less, because they will know that if I want to get out of this, I can easily get out. Can we get to the next slide? In terms of Malawi, currently I've heard so many people saying that, no, we do not have data protection laws in Malawi. We do. The Electronic Transaction and Cybersecurity Act, under Chapter 7, provides data. It's all on data protection. It's not comprehensive, but it does have some of the elements that I mentioned before. If you look at Section 71, it actually talks about the principles of data protection, the obligations that are placed on people who collect data. The things I was saying about that you should get consent, you should do it, it should be lawful, it should not be excessive, you collect enough data for the purposes for which you want the data. It should be accurate, and others, I think they will come. I think I already talked about the rights of the data subject that are contained in Section 72. And Section 73 also talks about the obligations of data controllers and processors. This is especially on the consent and the exceptions. And however, you notice, it also has a security obligation. It also places an obligation to whoever is processing data to ensure that they install security measures to ensure that the data is not easily breached. But you see, those are the only sections, but I mentioned so many other things that have been left out. And again, most of the times, most countries, what I've noticed, they actually categorize the data, the personal data. There's the general personal data, and there is the sensitive data, which is part of personal data, but which is more sensitive. I'll give an example, like your health status, information about your health status. Others even go on to even say about their sexuality. There are certain sets of data that are so sensitive that you wouldn't want somebody to be sharing or to know about you. So those sensitive data, normally in most data protection bills, they are given different standards of how they are supposed to be processed, stored, and other things. So now, as I said, we are submitting a comprehensive data protection bill because we realize that there are so many gaps and we need something that is more comprehensive and more in line with international standards on data protection. And there are other bills as well that have some mentions of data protection. That includes the Access to Information Act and the Credit Reference Act. But for the sake of the discussion now, I'll concentrate on the Electronic Transaction Act and those things that are being proposed in the data protection bill. Next one. I think when it comes to the principles that are in Section 71 of the data protection bill, those are the ones I was talking about. It actually clearly says whoever is processing data has to do it lawfully and fairly. It has to be accurate. It has to be for the purpose for which you tell the person that you are collecting the data. If it's for them to be a mobile subscriber, it has to be to do with your service, not you to take it and sell it to direct marketers. No, it has to be for those particular services. But if you decide to sell somewhere else, then get the consent from the data subjects before you do that. If they give you consent, then it's okay, you can share the data. If they say no, then you do not have to share the data. And those are some of the other things that are there. You have to say the truth. You have to be open that you are collecting somebody's data. This is the type of data you're going to collect, and this is how you are supposed to use it. So it also makes it mandatory that data processors should do that. The data quality as well, it goes to the accuracy and how you keep the data. And accountability as well. You are supposed to be able to, if somebody wants to see their data or to exercise their rights, you have to be accountable and provide, to make sure, allow the data subjects to exercise their rights that I mentioned. So these are all found in Section 71. Key threats faced by women when it comes to when their data, personal data is breached are the things that we're talking about. It's the harassment. Because mostly cyber harassment, online stalking, it's about somebody who uses your personal data to do something against you by stalking online or cyber harassment. Data breaches. You will agree, especially prominent public figures, I've heard so many complaints where they say there's a Facebook account, it's not mine, but they'll use your name, your pictures, and actually invite your friends to join. That's identity theft, some form of identity theft. So revenge porn, non-consensual sharing of private information, phishing and social engineering. I won't talk much about it because it has been talked so much today. So let's go to the next one. The other thing that I would like to say when it comes to data protection that maybe I would like to concentrate on is some of the things have been highlighted, but when it comes to yourself safeguarding your data, especially on the platforms that you use, then let's always try to use strong and unique passwords in whatever we use, the gadgets we use. Let's always have strong passwords because sometimes the breaches normally happen on the side of, on our own side. There's always a human error. The two-factor authentication, I think it has been mentioned. Most people here are technical person, so we know what two-factor authentication means. It means simply if you have a password, also use fingerprints, biometrics. Don't just use one form to actually get into maybe your gadgets and other things. Regular updates, I think we've also mentioned about this. Caution on personal data sharing. Guard against oversharing, especially the sensitive data. Know which data you're supposed to post on the website or the platforms that we patronize. Limit public exposure, especially if you are not a public person. And again, guard the friendships that you have. And the other thing you also need to do is you should secure your social media platforms. So you regularly, please read the conditions before we join. We just click, click, click. We don't know that when we are clicking, consent, when it comes to electronic, clicking is consent. I consent, just click, you click, but you haven't even read the conditions. Most conditions say that the data you actually submit will be used how they want to use. So please, and normally Facebook, yes, it's about you, but the information is for Facebook. Those are the issues that we need to be aware when we are engaging online, that as we relinquish our consent, we are relinquish some certain rights over the data that we provide. I always say, think before you click. Stop, think, then connect. There are so many things that were said today that almost say that it's all about saying, and when you are stopping, you should think that, okay, what I'm doing right now, would I do it if I was face to face with this person? If it's no, then don't do it. It's not right. If you can do it, then okay, then you know it's right. Or you stop and think, and if this was happening to my kid, if this was happening to my sister, if this was happening to my brother, if I said this to somebody who's close to the person I love most, how would they feel? Empathy is very important when we are engaging online. And there's also the principle that we use when we are doing awareness, that love thy neighbor. If you loved your neighbor, we wouldn't be engaging in cyberbullying and other things. So please stop, think before you connect. Safe browsing, they have already talked about it. Every time we browse, where there is an S at the end, we know it's a safe place to browse, especially if they're demanding payments. If there is no S at the end, don't even try. You are likely going to be duped. Again, there's something that I normally see people do at the airports, other public places like the Wi-Fi here, then they're transacting banking details online. That's not safe. Go to your mobile bundle and do that. On public Wi-Fi's, don't do any sensitive transactions. And the other thing that is very, very important is to self-educate. Self-educate might mean browsing, getting the information online, as well as engaging with others or participating in conferences like this to get the information that you need. There are so many things, and I'm telling you the truth because I've worked in the consumer unit before. The people who are duped sometimes are people that you wouldn't even believe. And the one thing I noticed, when especially it's a high-profile person, educated, they are ashamed. They rarely report. They only report when the loss has been massive. And I keep on telling people that the fact that you have never been duped doesn't mean you cannot be duped. It's just a matter of time. However, we can mitigate if we keep on practicing all these cyber hygiene issues that we're talking about. Phishing and social engineering, I won't talk about it. It has been said so many times. And believe you me, last week I was in the US. The minute I got a card there, I didn't give my card to anyone else. People started calling me. And they were telling me all sorts of things. And I knew automatically that you wanted this, you wanted, and they were very attractive. And there are things that maybe Americans would understand. For me, I was just like, I noticed it. They mentioned about the revenue authorities. So all I want to say, to highlight, is it happens even in the US, people are duped. So it's just a matter of time. That's why it's called social engineering. I think in the task force that we had, we belong with Mr. Kubalo, there was a time the prisons authority, I think it was the prisons or the police, were saying, we talked about women also being the worst duped when it comes to husbands, money, or prospective partners. We are always vulnerable in these aspects. There was even an issue where somebody went to church and they said, you get a breakthrough. Somebody will do this to you. And the person believed. The prankster was there in the church as well. They started calling, telling him exactly what the pastor had said at church. And the person was educated and said, no, this is my breakthrough. This is God, I'm telling you. And they warned them, no, don't do it. Don't do it. He ended up losing about, they said 600,000 or something like that. But they had been warned. So this is all about social engineering. They'll know about you before they actually try to dupe you. So sometimes they'll take you unawares. So it can happen to everyone. So every time before we do anything, we stop things that, is this real? If it's too good to be true, it's not true. Don't engage in it. Next one. I think on mobiles, I think it's almost the same. The mobile is the one tool that we normally use when it comes to engaging online. So always safeguard it as well. And the other thing, when it comes to information about ourselves, please, other than the strong password, the regular updates, the antiviruses, regular backup. And backup, especially externally, not just on your gadget. Externally, we mean you can have the external hard drive, but now we have cloud services. Let's utilize this thing. There's Google Cloud, there's so many. Let's also try to back up our data there so that when there's a data breach, at least we can easily recover. And again, there was an issue that was mentioned. Let's use technology as well. Unfortunately, we didn't talk about it, but I think when Wes was making a presentation, it almost came about the issue of digital signatures. These are things that are there in the digital world to at least provide an extra level of security. If you don't know about digital signatures, find Wes, he will explain. So anyone can have a digital signature. They provide a lot of protection to us. So even when you're sending an email, if you have used a digital signature, only those you intend the email to get to are the ones who are going to be able to open it and read it. Even if you sent it to the whole crowd like here, but you intended it to go to Justice Ntaba, and maybe Wezi there, the only people who will be able to open it are those two. The others will not be able to open because it will be saying, you can't access this information. So let's try to actually, if there is any way to use digital signatures where applicable, let's try to use those. It's about encryption and other things, yeah. So next one, again, being vigilant. I think it has been mentioned, I don't have to keep on buttressing on this fact, but reporting, regardless of whatever happens, let's be supportive of each other and report anything abuse or malicious behavior or conduct. Documenting evidence when something happens to you is very important, because at the end of the day, if we are taking the next step, there will always be that requirement that you produce evidence in court, at the police. So make sure that you have a way of saving any evidence that you won't want to use in any case that you want to engage with anyone else. Engaging in supportive networks. We have to be finding time now. Instead of let's have groups where we can actually support each other when bad things happen online. And we should also be very open to seek for help when it's necessary. The next one. In conclusion, I can actually say when it comes to data protection, it's very important. We need to know that our personal data has an extra level of security when it comes to legal provisions. We didn't know our rights. We need to learn to demand those rights, because even if we have rights, if we don't exercise them, then they are useless. So everything I've talked about, if something happens to you, you just keep quiet. You know somebody's collecting your information without your consent, you just keep quiet. Then there's nothing we are doing. Let's be vigilant. Adopting best practices, practicing the cyber hygiene are very critical if we are to survive and to be resilient in the digital age. And the other thing, lastly, that I would like to say, which has been mentioned so many times, is that when you talk about cybersecurity, we always say it's a shared responsibility. It's not the police only. It's not MACRA only. It's not the parliament only. Even us, the love your neighbor, what we do has an impact on the cybersecurity of another person. If we say somebody is not beautiful, we are affecting that person. If we, as Judge Ntaba had said, if we now circulate and share that thing, we are betting, we are also part of the problem. So lastly, I would like to say that there's one thing that our DG has challenged my department as legal, but I know I cannot do it alone, and I would like to urge anyone who can volunteer. I know I will need the police and I will need WEZI. We want to take up a case of cyberbullying where we will try to investigate, being helped by whoever can do forensics. We investigate and we do prosecution. Even if it takes private prosecution, we do it to the end, so that people should actually start, 1 or 2 cases where people should start learning that these other issues are very serious. So, but for that to happen, as we said, it's a shared responsibility. We need people who are being cyberbullied to come up and say that I'm being cyberbullied. We need people who are good in forensics to come up and say we can help, and the rest will take up. We'll provide the legal support and other things to ensure that the case goes to court and sees its finalization properly. Thank you so much.
Before you leave Togo, maybe some people might have some comments or questions. So I think we are out of time. We can only take 2. Okay, Honorable, and then we have another hand next to, I think, Elias. We'll take those 2.
Thank you very much. Just to find out, in your presentation, you indicated that the data protection bill will be submitted to Parliament. It has been a song for some time now. We are in the parliamentary session now, up to 18th August. Should we expect something this session, or maybe when? We have been waiting for so long. Thank you.
I'm Mrs. Mayako Sandebango, but like I said yesterday, I'm on that banda. I had 3 or 4, but I'll just do the burning issues here. I would like to talk about the issue, the inspector of police, he talked about that whatever we put out there, it is always also some sort of like our responsibility to safeguard it, number 1. And number 2, he was talking about they try to help some victims. But I think I'll go back to the same point that I emphasized yesterday, that I cannot say this enough, that it is our responsibility to take care of some of these things. We can go to police, but most of the times they'll tell you, oh, we don't have this to do that. I have had that personal experience whereby I was trying to procure a vehicle, and somebody, I thought they were thinking they were smart more than I was, and unfortunately, much that there was a transaction which happened, I ended up knowing that that was really not true. And when I went to the police, I understand what the justice said, that sometimes when you go to police, especially at the front desk where we have the general policemen over there, they're not really self-aware how important it is when they're dealing with the general public, how sensitive some of the things are. It took me, I literally turned up to be some sort of like a CID myself to get my money back, just because I just thought this is not going to happen. I had to provide a car. We had to travel from Doha to go to Nzimba. And these people, they usually like a cult. I'm a client to follow 5 when they're doing such a thing. Unfortunately, in my case, there was a lot of money which was involved. So my mom, I was almost getting married that time. And my mom was like, just leave these things. Sometimes maybe they're trying to draw you back, blah, blah, blah. I said, I think this person messed with the wrong tigress. I'm going to get this man. I'm going to get my money. But police was not near helping me until I had to tell these people, I'll provide the resources. We literally traveled to this in Zimbabwe, very remote area, Kukavikule, somewhere there, to grab this person. I even had to buy 2 phones to be triggering these people until we could find these people, because somebody was operating in South Africa, somebody was operating in here. Believe it or not, one of the person that was the beneficial of the money which was deposited in their account, Analia Bambo Ashigurizano, and we called him from church. This person, I just had to put myself into it so it could happen. So sometimes we can be depending on police, we can be depending on those people that they say we can help, or Makra, blah, blah, blah. But if we cannot have that courage of doing it by ourselves, if we have the fear of being ashamed by the public, or if we just get shunned by the policemen, because sometimes policemen will be like, I don't know, sometimes maybe they use Mankwala because I believe we will feed and train our bangas into the trick. You realize it too late, good, oh damn, that was a trick. If at all we believe in saying, Kuti, we are trying, this trying is not going to take us anywhere. We have to be doing these things. That was the first thing which was burning on me. When we're talking about the notes, because I know tomorrow is the last day, so I know people do get out before it's time. The girls that you're here, when we're talking about these notes, when you start, whether you've started already dating or not, but this is the truth. If a man is asking you for notes, that man is not good. Wear your shoes and run, and I mean run quickly. Leave that fool, they mean nonsense to you. If somebody who really cares or loves you, they'll never bother asking you that. And another thing I was saying to the other lady, they know. Trust me, they know. One person tried it, seriously, one person tried it, and I was like, are you sure you wrote that to me? Before I even reply, and he vanished. So what you need to do, I said it yesterday and I'm saying it today one more time. You have to stand up for yourself. If you're going to think that your mother is going to safeguard your beauty, or your dad is going to safeguard whatever you've worked for, it's not going to happen. I understand that there's men who are like feminism, they believe in this, they can say this, but some of them are just doing it because it's work for them. But it is us who are biologically women who are supposed to be taking care of ourselves, because nobody, trust me, nobody is going to take care of your life at all. So I want you to take that when you're going, whether you live early or not, take that. Yesterday, a lady raised a point about if you know that there is a woman at work and that woman is pulling you down, some sort of like we know you could have get this blah blah blah, but we can't because that lady kind of says I think she envies you, so she's always we wanted to do this but you can't, and you know that because we said yesterday we may have a sixth sense. Could we have a feeling? Could this one doesn't look good on me? How do we deal with that? My personal experience, contact and dialogue. Because sometimes these men will tell you that we're all doing what we can, but it is the fellow woman who's pulling you down. In actual sense, it may never be. So you contact, don't even worry, just choose one step. It's either you choose to be nice about it, and you say jokingly, I don't know. I know having a female in front of me is good. I'm sure if anything happened for me, I can get the blah, blah, blah. Or you can choose to be head on and say, I don't know what's wrong, what wrong I've done, but I think somebody is saying that you are telling somebody that blah, blah, blah. If they understand, if they know that they're in trouble, trust me, they'll change. But if that person, if they were lying, they'll tell you, oh, I didn't know this. Let me tell you, nobody should be taking secrets or keeping secrets from you. If you open up, honestly speak out. If you don't say it, that woman will trust you. Those men at office will trust you. Those head teachers and teachers at school will trust you because they'll know you're easy play. So whether it's at work, it's at school, it's at university, anywhere, even at church, speak up. It is you and you alone. Amona Banda, thank you.
Thank you so much, Nabanda, for the comments, and Honorable, thank you so much for the question. I think what I can actually say, it takes an empowered person to do what Nabanda was saying. And most women, unfortunately, they are not empowered. For one to get empowered, they need to have the right information to make those informed decisions. This is why we are here, why we're talking now, to empower you to be able to take those bold steps. And Nabanda, I think we would start at some point, we will engage you so that maybe you can be a champion to be assisting or empowering the other women who are not as strong or as empowered as yourself.
I've registered to mentor, so I have no problem. I can do that anytime, any day.
Thank you so much. And the other things, as you said, it's a shared responsibility. That's what we have actually been emphasizing, that we all have a role to play when it comes to cybersecurity. And to Honorable's question on data protection bill, I think what I can actually say, it was actually being drafted under the public procurement, under private public, PPBC. So on our part, we are just, we're part of the stakeholders that contributed to the bill. After the bill was actually drafted, finalized, we did our part, it was handed over to Ministry of Information, who I think are the owners of that particular bill. I am aware that one of the things that has actually been holding the presentation of that particular bill was that when it was presented to Ministry of Justice, the enabling policy, which was the ICT policy, had expired, and Justice doesn't proceed with any bill unless there is an enabling policy. And I'm aware that right now there's a national digitalization policy that is almost about to be finalized. Once that policy is finalized and approved by Cabinet, I'm 100% sure that the data protection bill will find its way into Parliament. On top of that, I just also wanted to say that there are so many laws that are actually being reviewed currently. The Communication Act is being reviewed. The e-transaction and cybersecurity bill is being reviewed, and it has actually now been split into smaller bills to take care of the different subject areas that are there. There will be the cybersecurity bill, which will deal with SET, critical information infrastructure, cryptography, and other things. That will be the cybersecurity bill. Then there will be cyber crimes bill, which is under Ministry of Justice. That will now provide for intensive or comprehensive cyber crimes, which we currently lack in Malawi. And there will also be the data protection, which is already seen its way, which is already a bill as we speak. And we are also, I'm trying to, in total we are having 7 bills that are being looked at, minus the data protection, which was already finalized. I can safely say that it's 6 bills. We are getting a lot of support. The task force is there, and I believe that by the end of this year, we should have some of the bills finalized. But again, it will depend on the policy because they are all reliant on that policy. On that note, I would say thank you so much for bearing with us. It's late. There's a cocktail. We need to wind up. Let's close the meeting. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of a very long and interesting day. Now it's time to go kutieni, because from now until 10, I'll identify as a young adult with my fellow young adults from MAST and Chanko. I encourage our young girls and even our